Since we're here for a blind date, it'll be straightforward. If you can meet my requirements, I'll marry you. Yi-Yong had barely settled into his seat when he heard the voice of the woman sitting opposite him. He swept a glance over the woman across from him and felt as if a bolt of shock hammered against his heart. The woman was very dark-complexioned, barely about 1.50 meters tall, caked in heavy makeup, wrapped in a revealing black gauze dress she clearly believed to be seductive, while an overpowering cloud of cheap perfume assaulted his nose. What the hell, what kind of person did they set me up with? Yi-Yong muttered under his breath. On his very first blind date, he had run into such a prime specimen. Go ahead, he urged her on, repeatedly eager to end this blind date as soon as possible. As for me, I require that my partner must have a monthly salary of at least 50,000, so that my standard of living will not be lowered. The woman raised her hand, counting off on her fingers as she continued. Secondly, you must own an apartment within the city center of Modu, otherwise our future life will have no security. As for the car, it doesn't need to be anything too extravagant, just casually a model above the 1 million mark, and I'll be satisfied. She paused, then added, oh, and your height is at least 1.80 meters, right? If you're not tall enough, you're simply not a match for me. The woman rattled off her conditions like a machine gun. In addition to all that, having both the car and the apartment registered under my name is the bare minimum. Every month, you must at least treat me to a Western dinner costing over 10,000, buy me the latest designer handbag, and once a year take me on a trip around the world. Oh, and if you don't have enough money, then have your parents prepare a bride price of around 500,000 for me. I'm really not asking for much. I absolutely won't have children. After all, a woman must learn to love herself. She continued, and in the future when we travel or go out to eat, you must always bring along my male best friend. That's my closest companion. After finishing her list of demands with animated gestures, the woman glanced sidelong at Yi-Yong. Well, my requirements aren't high. Can you meet them or not? Yi-Yong maintained a broad smile and nodded, and just as her hopes reached their peak, his expression suddenly turned cold as he uttered evenly, you must be dreaming of eating shit. You. How dare a man speak to this princess like that? Damn worthless loser. What kind of trash did Uncle Wong set me up with? Scumbag. She snapped. Yi-Yong could no longer remain seated. Spending even one more second with such a brainless, utterly self-unaware idiot would be nothing but a waste of his precious youth. You scumbag. You even dare to walk out on me first. The woman flailed and screeched, clearly furious, but when she saw Yi-Yong heading toward the cashier, her expression slightly eased. At least he knows to pay the bill. Seems his conscience isn't completely dead. She had just ordered an extravagant blind date feast worth several thousand. At the front counter, the cashier asked politely, Sir, what service do you need? The cashier girl had an excellent figure and pleasing features, her voice soft and gentle. She had clearly heard the gold-digging woman's tirade just now and looked at Yi-Yong with a hint of sympathy. A bottle of Coke. Yi-Yong casually tossed 3 coins onto the counter. Oh. The cashier girl had thought Yi-Yong was going to pay the bill for the gold-digging woman and had already been silently indignant on his behalf, though she never expected that he had walked over to the front desk just to buy a bottle of Coke. The move was outrageously slick. Once that gold digger realized Yi-Yong had never paid for the meal, she would likely be so furious that her nose would twist and her eyes go crooked. All right, sir, here is your Coke. Please take it. Looking at the tall, sunny, and handsome Yi-Yong before her, the cashier girl found herself warming to him more and more. Thanks. Yi-Yong shook the Coke in his hand, took a sip, and deliberately let out a leisurely burp. A crisp chime rang out in his mind. Ding, the Spento-Getrich system has been successfully bound. You have successfully spent 3 yuan on a bottle of Coca-Cola and are rewarded with 1 Lamborghini Veneno worth 70 million Huaxia coins. Yi-Yong nearly sprayed his mouth full of Coke all over the cashier girl. The sudden thrill of obtaining a system was enough to send any ordinary person's blood surging. A system, a Veneno worth 70 million. Is this real or not? Feeling the hard key-shaped object that had suddenly appeared in his pocket, Yi-Yong did not even bother finishing his bottle of Happy Fat House water before hurrying out of the store. Just as he stepped outside the door, he saw a crowd gathered in a circle exclaiming over something. From their voices, it was clear they were marveling at a luxury car. Yi-Yang's heart surged with excitement, his mouth suddenly dry. The earlier unpleasantness had already been tossed far to the back of his mind. Compared to a system and a supercar, a failed blind date was less than nothing. With his hand trembling slightly, he pressed the Lamborghini key. Vroom. The roaring ignition of the supercar erupted at once. The thunderous sound made everyone around them jump back in a circle. Then all their envious gazes converged upon that Lamborghini Veneno is his. In Modu, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, cars costing several million ran everywhere, but a supercar king worth tens of millions was exceedingly rare. It's actually real. Yi-Yong quietly pocketed the car key and drew in a deep breath. Could his life truly be on the verge of undergoing an earth-shaking transformation at this very moment? Just as he forced himself to remain calm, a sweet, delighted cry rang out. Yiyang, it's actually you. Yiyang turned his head slightly and found himself looking into the bright, delighted eyes of a pure and innocent Lin Shuer. The class belle back in high school had always secretly admired him, hardworking, sunny, and handsome. Never had she imagined that their first reunion 4 years after graduating university would happen here of all places. It's actually you. Yiyang was equally astonished. He raised his hand in an easy, open gesture toward the cute girl in jeans before him. The sight of a familiar face immediately pulled him out of the surreal days left by the system that had just crashed into his life. Several years without seeing you, and now you're driving a luxury car. Lin Shuer looked at Yiyang with a trace of envy in her gaze. She had studied finance, yet after graduating from university, she could hardly find a proper job and had been forced to turn to live streaming. Today she was doing a street shooting broadcast when the thunderous roar of a supercar tearing through the avenue drew her curiosity. She came over to take a look, only to unexpectedly run into the man who had once been her male idol. Haha, it's nothing special. Yiyang scratched his head, flashing a naturally charming smile. In the live stream, viewers exploded with comments. They were stunned that this female streamer actually knew such a fabulously wealthy former classmate. The barrage of messages flooded in. If Shuer could latch onto this rich old classmate, she would outshine any influencer with tens of millions of followers. Some even joked that this must be her future brother-in-law. Others laughed that the top-ranked donors in her stream would come back tonight, with faces black as charcoal. The live room was in complete uproar. In a money-drenched city like the Modu, most people instantly recognized the Lamborghini Veneno. Only 20 of these cars exist worldwide. There isn't a single one officially in Huaxia. To have secured such an emperor among top-tier supercars was not merely a symbol of unimaginable wealth, but also of formidable power and influence behind the scenes. Don't talk nonsense. He's just an ordinary old classmate, Lin Shuer protested, her delicate face flushing bright red at the teasing. Onlookers nearby, watching the handsome young man and beautiful woman together, could not help but feel endless envy, murmuring that they truly looked like a perfectly matched couple. The surrounding crowd sighed and complained in exaggerated tones. Someone admitted bitterly that he was simply born to make up the numbers in this world. Another lamented that a 70 million yuan supercar was beyond imagining, that he would be content just to afford a single tire someday. Just as everyone was steeped in envy, a loud, rough bang of a door being flung open sounded nearby. Every head turned in unison. A woman with heavy garish makeup and an awkward, lumpish figure stormed out of the doorway, her face twisted with fury. "Hey, you broke loser," she shouted. "You worthless scumbag. In the middle of a blind date, you actually ran off without even paying for the meal. Are you still a man?" Her tirade stopped halfway, her voice choking off as if someone had seized her throat. Her eyes were locked, unblinking, on the supercar before her. With her gold-digging nature, she had of course studied luxury vehicles. She recognized at once that this was a supercar worth tens of millions, the Lamborghini Veneno. "Today I've really struck the jackpot," she cackled. "Even if I ran into a pauper, as long as I can sit in this supercar, then in the future your impeccably beautiful big sister can ride in luxury and travel the world." She snapped to a decision. "No way. I have to sever all ties with that broke loser. The super rich must never find out that I once had a blind date with him. That would be humiliating. No matter what, today I have to sit in this luxury car." The gold-worshipping woman Jiang Yin felt her mouth go dry. After all, the chance to change her life was right before her eyes. "Who are you to curse my brother Yi?" Lin Shuer, seeing Jiang Yan's shameless outburst the moment she appeared, and hearing her rant at her male idol, felt a surge of anger. "Oh, and who might you be, little tramp, daring to lecture me?" Seeing how pretty Lin Shuer was, Jiang Yin rolled her eyes in jealous disdain and flicked her hand dismissively. "But I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother arguing with you. Let me kindly warn you, don't develop any feelings for that broke loser in front of you. A woman who doesn't marry a rich man will regret it sooner or later." The crowd gasped at her declaration. People whispered that even someone driving a Lamborghini Veneno was now being called a filthy loser. Others muttered that she should at least look in a mirror, given that she resembled a charred potato. The onlookers were dumbfounded by her words. Moments earlier they had watched Yiyang personally start up this 70 million yuan supercar. How could such a man be a pauper? They wondered if the woman was out of her mind. Jiang Yin snapped, "What are you all talking about? The person driving this supercar must be a white horse prince who falls head over heels for me at first sight. How could it possibly be that worthless loser?" She let out a cold laugh, convinced that everyone around her was utterly foolish. "You." Lin Shuer bit down on her silver-white teeth, but her education and upbringing prevented her from engaging in a screaming match on the street. "She's just a brainless girl soaked in toxic chicken soup sermons. Not worth your attention. Besides, I haven't eaten yet. It's been years since we met. Let me treat you to a meal this time," Yiyang said, casually waving it off. He reached out and opened the Veneno's door. "Really? Is that okay?" Lin Shuer stared at the luxury car before her, a shy unease rising in her heart. Cars are meant to be sat in. Come on, Yi Yang said, waving her over again and again. Brother Yi, then I won't hold back, Lin Schwerer replied, nodding lightly. She took her place in the front passenger seat. But since I'm hitching a ride in your car, let me pay for the meal later, she suggested with a playful lilt. That won't do, Yi Yang answered. He stepped down hard on the accelerator. The roaring sound of the supercar detonating down the street echoed through the entire avenue. Right now he still needed to spend money in order to become fabulously rich. How could he possibly let any chance to spend slip by? With a sharp whoosh, the Veneno's legendary 0-100 acceleration came into play and the car vanished from sight in an instant. Only Jiang Yan remained stunned to the point of slack-jawed silence, then twisted with regret, collapsing to her knees on the pavement as she broke down into messy, anguished sobs. This little dark-skinned girl truly brought it upon herself. Such an extraordinary young master stands before her, yet she fails to cherish the rare opportunity he graciously offers. Haha. Those nearby clearly grasped the full story. What's it got to do with you? This divine tycoon belongs to me alone. Mine, absolutely mine. Jiang Yan shrieked hysterically at the crowd around her. Sigh, what a lunatic. Let's go. Leave this dark-skinned girl to weep on her own. The onlookers dispersed. No, I can't let this chance slip away. My entire life is about to change. I must get Uncle Wang's contact details. I will secure him. After a brief bout of tears, Jiang Yan regained her composure, resolved silently, and rose, her tattered black gauze skirt fluttering, only to be hauled back by a limping shop attendant demanding payment. Vroom. The roaring street noise gradually faded. Beside a roadside stall selling grilled cold noodles, Yi Yang stepped out of the car with Lin Schwerer. Yi Yang smiled gently at Lin Schwerer. He had studied software engineering in university and landed his first internship as a programmer, the so-called future balding profession. His first month's salary hadn't even been disbursed, though he'd just been gifted a luxury sports car. Yet his pockets were emptier than his face. If he truly wanted to treat Lin Schwerer to an extravagant feast, he simply couldn't afford it. Just as he prepared to offer an apologetic explanation, the live stream chat exploded. Wow. A true divine tycoon's taste is incomparable. He eats street food like a commoner. So this is the approachable divine young master. He's not only stunningly handsome, but utterly captivating. I'm smitten. It turned out that en route to the stall, Yi Yang's low-key appearance, publicly humiliating a gold-digging woman and unveiling his 7 million yuan Lamborghini Venom, had sent the livestream viewership soaring from 30,000 to over 100,000. Now I believe in love again. I want a boyfriend who'll drive me to grilled cold noodles in a Lamborghini. Hey, you're not craving cold noodles. You're obsessed with him driving one-handed, aren't you? Rarely had the stream seen such explosive growth. Lin Schwerer was reluctant to end it. After all, fresh out of university and financially strained, every extra yuan earned through streaming was hard-won self-reliance. Brother Yi, please don't mind what they say. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head unfazed. Livestream banter was just playful teasing. He paid it no mind, turning instead to the stall owner. Boss, 2 orders of grilled cold noodles. Load everything on both. And add extra sweet and sour sauce to one. Brother Yi, you still remember how much I love sweet and sour. Lin Schwerer was deeply moved. So you also enjoy extra sweet and sour. Yi Yang scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Then make both extra sweet and extra sour. Lin Schwerer could only laugh helplessly. She'd mistaken his casual remark for heartfelt sentiment. 2 orders of grilled cold noodles. Here you go. The vendor handed them over. Ding. Host spent 20 on grilled cold noodles. Reward 1 cash. What the? His hand trembled as he took the plates. The Lamborghini alone had been extravagantly opulent, but now buying street food, he'd just been awarded 1 billion yuan in cash. This defied all logic. You go ahead and eat. Yi Yang hastily pulled out his phone and stared heart-pounding at his bank balance. 10932. 23. It was real. 1 billion yuan. To an ordinary man like him, 10 luxury cars couldn't match the sheer security and fulfillment this sum delivered. With 1 billion, he could rest easy for life. After all, this was the fabled 10 small goals, a fortune countless souls spend lifetimes chasing in vain. Haha, I'm in a splendid mood today. After these noodles, I'll treat you to bubble tea. Yi Yang declared with uncharacteristic magnanimity. Now validated by both cash and car, spending was prosperity. Holy cow, the divine young master is treating her voluntarily. Even Hao Gu would rage with envy. Hao Gu. This is a supreme divine tycoon, owner of the Lamborghini Venom. Who is he to feel jealous? True, but it looks like Xiao Shue's fortunes are truly rising. I just dropped in to see the luxury car. The stream ignited further, humiliating a gold digger unveiling a supercar and a down-to-earth divine tycoon dining on street food. These elements combined into an unstoppable surge. Viewership shattered all records, surging past 300,000. After devouring their oversized sweetened Surlitten cold noodles, Yang led Lin Shuer straight to an upscale bubble tea shop. From earlier experience, the more he spent, the greater the reward. He needed to test his theory immediately. Brother Yi, you've already treated me to dinner. Let me pay for drinks. I can't keep letting you spend. Lin Shuer spoke shyly. If you insist on treating me, just plan a grand dinner for us soon. We'll sort it out over WeChat. Yang smiled faintly. Having just acquired this spend-a-jetrich system, why not indulge while it lasted? What if it vanished tomorrow? Wouldn't that be agonizing? The shop owner, perceptive and polished, instantly recommended their latest summer couple special, plum and bamboo. Oh, even you, an intern penniless nobody, landed such a stunning girlfriend. What a tragic waste. Just as Yang reached for his wallet, a sardonic voice slithered from behind. Yang turned his head. Behind him stood a middle-aged man clad in formal attire and wearing glasses, holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms. He was all too familiar with this man. Jean Bouging, the group leader of the intern team at the software company, had relied on connections to secure a small position, always wielding his authority like a featherweight, and had made it a habit to trouble him with sarcastic remarks. He never expected to run into this guy here. Haven't you received your internship salary this month? How, with not a dime in your pocket, you dare to come out and learn how to flirt with girls? Jean Bouging tightened his grip around the waist of the heavily made-up woman, provoking a faux shyness from her. His jealousy and discomfort were not unfounded. The intern girls he had his eyes on were all infatuated with Yi Yang's good looks, completely ignoring him. Damn it, some little brats who haven't even faced the harsh realities of society, just stepping into the world without understanding the allure of power and money. The handsome guy they admire, within a month I could easily use my methods to make him look silly. Ha ha. His heart was initially filled with a sense of accomplishment, until he saw that Yi Yang had managed to charm a super pure beauty 100 times more beautiful than those intern girls. This ignited a fire of jealousy within him, and he immediately prepared to pick a fight. What did he just order? Childhood sweethearts, huh? Fine, I'll buy every single milk tea of that type from your shop today. Milk tea isn't cheap, especially in the Magic City. Within a day, buying all of one type would at least cost 100 cups, several thousand yuan. Zhenggu is so handsome. His vision is on a completely different level than these stinky interns who just entered society. The glamorous woman praised him repeatedly. That's too much. Lin Shuer exclaimed repeatedly. The live broadcast room exploded with excitement. Why is this guy so arrogant? Seriously showing off in front of a super rich guy? Is this person out of his mind? Exactly. Spending a few thousand yuan and acting so self-satisfied, it's just too funny. I can't wait for Yi Shinhao to slap him back. The three themes of slapping, the gold-digging woman, the supercar tearing through the streets, and the rich guy enjoying barbecue attracted tens of thousands of viewers to the live broadcast room. Just then, another wave of excitement emerged as an unknown man in formal attire dared to flaunt his wealth in front of the rich guy. The live chat was filled with anger, repeatedly urging Yi Shinhao to slap him back. Yi Yang was not one to easily lose his temper, but now that he had the wealth system, his mindset had changed completely. Naturally, his method of slapping back wouldn't be through petty verbal disputes. The more money spent, the greater the rewards. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he turned to the shop owner and grandly declared, "He'll take all the milk tea here." As expected of Yi Shinhao, truly a generous spender. This is so satisfying. What? You must be out of your mind. Can you really afford this? Jean Bouging was dumbfounded. He knew Yi Yang too well. He had been an intern for a month and had no money on him and was waiting for next month's salary to bail himself out. Was he really going to spend tens of thousands to buy out all the milk tea in the shop? How could he dare? After some thought, he calmed down and sneered, "Just putting on a show for face. I bet you won't be able to pay and will end up embarrassed in front of the goddess." "Brother, you, why not just let it go?" Lin Shuer urged repeatedly. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, directly handing his bank card to the shop owner. "Swipe it." "What? Young man, I sell nearly 100 worth of milk tea a day. Even if I give you a discount, it'll still be 8000. The shop owner repeatedly advised, "Why not just let it go? It's not worth it for a moment of impulse." She could see that Yi Yang didn't look valuable. He was probably just a new intern. Absolutely no discounts. Yi Yang was startled when he heard the owner suggest a discount. The more he spent, the greater the rewards. If he accepted a discount, wouldn't that cost him a lot of money? He certainly wasn't willing to accept that. Ha ha ha. This is the life of a rich guy. Even discounts feel like an insult. It's so freaking enviable. Yeah. When will I ever live such a luxurious life? The viewers in the live chat continued to speculate, believing Yi Yang rejected the discount out of pride. What did this kid really swipe the card? Jean Bouging was dumbfounded. How could a mere intern have so much money? I must be dreaming. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling a burning pain on his face. Well, all right then. The shop owner sighed helplessly and swiped the card. "Today we'll use all the ingredients in the shop to make milk tea just for you." Yi Yang casually pointed at Jean Bouging. You can sell to everyone else except these two. He essentially spent 1,000 yuan to buy the rights to operate the milk tea shop for a day. The entire shop was his. If he said he wouldn't sell to those two, then he absolutely wouldn't sell. Ding. Detected that the host spent 1,000 yuan to purchase the operating rights of the milk tea shop for a day. Reward ownership of the entire Empire Commercial Building in Magic City. Empire Commercial Building. Isn't that the building where my company is located? A playful glint surfaced in Yi Yang's eyes. Are you openly defying me? Jean Bouging erupted, a burning sting spreading across his face. Defying me? Do you even deserve that? Yi Yang shook his head and smiled, utterly uninterested in engaging with Jean Bouging. Yi Yang now possessed $1 billion in cash, a top-tier supercar, and a commercial tower, a man of extraordinary standing. A mere Jean Bouging in practical terms was not even fit to polish his shoes. I'm telling you, you're finished. Tomorrow at work, I'll have my brother-in-law see you gone. Jean Bouging had some savings, but he could not truly afford to flash 100,000 just to show off. He had lost the battle of appearances yet refused to lose face, so he spat out a spiteful threat. No way, Brother Zhang. This shop's milk tea tastes the best. I'm having this one. You wouldn't be outdone by a poor intern fresh from an internship, would you? The woman pouted in disappointed coquettishness. You, Jean Bouging fumed, as if about to vomit blood. How could this foolish woman not perceive the situation? Was he supposed to be forced into spending hundreds of thousands? How had he ever brought such an idiot out into the world? Here is your milk tea, please take it. The shopkeeper watched Jean Bouging's deflated demeanor with secret delight. Although a tantrum that spent hundreds of thousands seemed imprudent, it was undeniably gratifying to behold. Still standing there like a fool. Stand until tomorrow, and maybe you'll get your turn. Yi Yang shrugged, took the milk tea and Lin Shuer, and walked out of the shop, leaving behind a livid, trembling Jean Bouging and the clingy, weeping woman. Yi Yang, if tomorrow I don't have my brother-in-law fire you, I'll change my surname to yours and be your son, he roared. Yi Yang paused at the doorway and said, Forget it, I have no use for an unfilial wretch like you. It's not worth killing your father with anger. The supercar purred to life. Lin Shuer bent over laughing. Brother Yi, you are truly amazing. Look at that beast in gentleman's clothing. He's so furious he's about to smash his phone. Nothing special, Yi Yang said with a faint smile. The real spectacle would begin tomorrow. By the way, Brother Yi, that fellow seems fairly influential at your company. Do you think he'll come after you tomorrow? Lin Shuer looked a little worried. Yi Yang patted the steering wheel of his supercar. His expression said everything. Indeed. Brother Yi is practically a magnate now, she chirped. If anyone's unlucky, it should be him, Lin Shuer said sweetly. All right, it's getting late. Shall I drop you home? Yi Yang grinned and stamped the accelerator. The supercar's throbbing growl burst forth. Like a shadow in the night, it sliced through the bustling streets of Modu. Fuhua residential complex. Though Lin Shuer was only a minor internet personality, a handful of top supporters ensured she received a respectable share of monthly gifts. Her rented apartment was plainly a cut above Yi Yang's. He'll head off then, Brother Yi. If you have time, I'll treat you to a grand meal sometime. Lin Shuer lifted her phone to signal contact via WeChat. Stream chat erupted. The wealthy god himself delivered Shuer home. When the big spender logs on later, he might have a stroke of envy. Ha ha ha. I doubt it. Watching the magnate tonight through all these ups and downs, so satisfying. The live stream's heat remained high after Yi left. Everyone wanted to see the top patron's reaction this evening, and whether Yi, the famed wealthy patron, might suddenly appear in the stream. Driving the supercar, Yi Yang returned directly to the Xinhua residential complex, where he rented a room. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tenants of Xinhua were mostly struggling low-wage workers. The vast majority had never seen such an opulent vehicle in their lives. The Lamborghini Diao had barely pulled in when a chorus of gasps and stares rose. When Yi Yang stepped out, that astonishment only deepened. How could such a super-wealthy young master suddenly descend upon Xinhua complex? The passing residents' imaginations stitched together enough melodrama to fill a dozen boss romance novels. And Zhang, I've transferred this month's rent to you. Once inside, Yi Yang sent the overdue rent via WeChat and straightened his posture a little. Oh, where did you strike it rich? Aunt Zhang peered at the WeChat transfer in astonished suspicion. Not only was the back rent cleared, there was even money left over. You've taken care of me these past months, Aunt Zhang. It's only right I repay you, Yi Yang said with a smile, offering no further explanation. System notification detected host expenditure of 50 yuan for rent, reward granted. A top-tier hilltop villa in the Modu Yunding Villa District valued at 880 million. Title deeds and related documents have been added to the portable space. The property deed and associated paperwork had already been stored within the system's portable space. Yi Yang felt a stir. After the baptisms of the Lamborghini Diao 1 billion in cash, and even a commercial tower, he had grown somewhat immune to these sudden fortunes and skyfallen mansions. Opening the system's portable space, he found not only the villa's deed, but a trove of complete documents including ownership certificates for the Digwa commercial building, perhaps omitted earlier simply because there were so many files. Huh. My daughter fancies you so much it's only right to look after you. From the sound of your tone. Are you planning to move? Aunt Zhang asked with some uncertainty. Aunt Zhang's question betrayed a touch of hesitance in her heart. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Yiyang replied with a smile. With the wealth system, he originally planned to buy a new house. At least a top-tier luxury apartment like Tangshan Yiping. Unexpectedly, right after paying the rent, the system rewarded him with a villa at Yunding. Compared to this level of super villa, Tangshan Yiping is just a younger sibling. A mansion is ultimately just a mansion, compared to such a renowned super villa in Modu, it is not even on the same level. This, Aunt Zhang said anxiously, young man, isn't it nice to live here? If you move out, Qianqian might come looking for me to settle the score. Yiyang scratched his head. Now that he had a super villa, he certainly couldn't continue to live here. However, Aunt Zhang had indeed taken good care of him these past few months, or else he wouldn't have transferred her. Aunt Zhang looked at Yiyang and felt quite satisfied with this young man. As a landlady with 3 or 4 properties in Modu, she considered herself not short on money, as she just wanted to find a son-in-law who would treat her daughter well. Yiyang was handsome and tall, easygoing and ambitious. He had graduated and entered a good software company with a bright future ahead. She thought very highly of him. I understand now. You must have just received your salary, which is why you want to switch to a better apartment. By the way, we have a decent apartment building in Fuhua community and the tenant is moving out tomorrow, so you can have it for 3,000 a month at a 70% discount. Originally, her daughter wanted Yiyang to move in. However, Yiyang didn't want to owe anyone a favor and insisted on staying in Xinhua community, so now it was just right for him to move in. Aunt Zhang's words deeply touched Yiyang. Fuhua community was considered a high-end apartment complex with rents starting at 5,000. Charging him 3,000 was truly a loss for her. No, Aunt Zhang, I feel a bit embarrassed about that. I just bought a house in Modu, and I came back this time to retrieve some important items. Yiyang replied nonchalantly. Buy a house. Aunt Zhang was stunned. She knew Yiyang's situation, otherwise he wouldn't be squeezed into Xinhua community. She was well aware of how high the housing prices in Modu were. A single house costs at least several million. How could an intern suddenly afford to buy a house? When the people come to tidy up the room, just let them deliver everything to the #1 villa at Yunding. Yiyang said, What's wrong, Aunt Zhang? Is there a problem? Seeing Aunt Zhang's suspicious expression, Yiyang felt a pang of guilt. Child, have you been discouraged by someone at the internship company again? Why are you starting to hallucinate? Aunt Zhang looked at her future son-in-law with some pity, touched Yiyang's forehead, and then asked in confusion, But you don't have a fever. Oh no, he really is silly. Yiyang let out a bitter laugh. He understood. The Yunding Villa is famous throughout Modu and is definitely among the top super villas in China. Those who can live there are all top-tier dignitaries and super wealthy individuals. Even the Ernai have their own properties there. In a realm completely separate from normal people, this super mansion only exists in urban legends. It would be strange if Yiyang didn't seem foolish suddenly claiming to own one. With no other choice, he could only take out the exclusive identity card for the Yunding Villa. This can't be fake, right? The room card for Yunding Villa is a supreme magnetic card embedded with gold and jade. The craftsmanship and materials alone are worth several million. It cannot be faked. This. Even Aunt Zhang, who is considered a wealthy person with 3 or 4 properties in Modu, trembled as she took the room card. This is the Yunding Villa. Compared to the top dignitaries living inside, she felt almost like a beggar. She was left speechless. If it was just a regular apartment purchase, it might imply Yiyang had done something wrong. But suddenly buying a Yunding Villa worth at least several hundred million. What? There's no way he could have done anything wrong. So it turns out. She looked at Yiyang and imagined countless novel scenarios. Could it be that he is a super rich second generation who came out to experience life, and now the 3-year term is up, ready to return to inherit the family fortune? Or perhaps he fell in love with Qianqian at first sight, deliberately hiding his identity to live here just to get closer to her. By the time Aunt Zhang came back to her senses, she realized that Yiyang had already slipped away. Sigh. This child is truly hiding his strength. No, I must quickly contact Qianqian. A super rich second generation like this cannot be missed by her. At this moment, she was extremely grateful for her previous good attitude towards Yiyang. Virum. The Lamborghini Veneno sped down the road, attracting countless envious gazes. It finally stopped in front of the Yunding Mountain Villa area. What's going on? Yiyang looked at the villa area where a group of beautiful women in black stockings from the property management had gathered. Are you Mr. Yiyang? A security guard asked respectfully. Yes, it's me. Yiyang still couldn't grasp the current situation. Congratulations on purchasing the King of Villas in Yunding District, Villa 1. Our Yunding property company has specially organized a welcome ceremony to give you the royal experience of returning home. Next to the security guard, the polite and exceptionally graceful leader of the Black Stockings beauty team respectfully explained to Yi Yang. The Lamborghini Veneno was driven into its owner's garage by a professional driver. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of beautiful women in black stockings, familiarizing himself with the surroundings of the Yunding Villa area. Over here is our Yunding Villa No. 1, the King's Villa. The leader of the Black Stocking Beauties exuded an extraordinary aura with a stunning figure that brushed against Yi Yang's arm intentionally or not. This made Yi Yang's heart race. Although he had pursued some girls in his life, being embraced by so many beautiful women who willingly clung to him, wanting to merge into his body, was an experience he had never felt before. So this is what it's like to be wealthy. Yi Yang felt an immense thrill inside. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he naturally wouldn't refuse, letting go of his inhibitions and thoroughly enjoying the soft stimulation along the way. One must say the level of luxury in this gathering place of top-notch billionaires was beyond Yi Yang's imagination. This was no villa area, it could be called a manor district. Their villa occupied an entire hillside complete with a golf course, a rooftop temperature-controlled swimming pool, and a backyard horse ranch. All of it. In the precious land of Magic City, such a villa was selling for merely 800 million. 800 million, which made Yi Yang exclaim that he had struck gold. Regarding hygiene and villa management, the villa district has professional cleaning staff, or you can hire your own private butler on talent websites. The leader of the Black Stockings hinted softly with a charming voice. Got it. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. After Yumomo showed him around every corner of the house, she stood at the door blushing as she looked at him. This is my WeChat. I'm the designated private community consultant responsible for your daily needs. If you need anything, no matter how late, I will come personally to serve you. Yumomo's watery eyes gazed at Yi Yang, the phrase private service pronounced very clearly. Those who could live here were all ultra-wealthy. Most of them were quite older. Someone like Yi Yang, who was handsome and had become an ultra-wealthy individual at such a young age, was truly rare, something Yumomo, who often mingled in top-tier circles, was well aware of. One could say in her eyes Yi Yang was the Prince Charming of her dreams. Got it. Yi Yang nodded, knowingly bidding farewell to the stunning Yumomo. Phew. He let out a long sigh and comfortably sank into the luxurious Becker sofa in the hall. According to Yumomo's introduction, this sofa set was priced in the 8 figures. Becker Furniture is also a supplier for the White House and the Oscars. This is what life is all about. Yi Yang suddenly felt thirsty and casually grabbed a bottle of top-tier Romanicani worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from the wine cellar. He savored the taste of wealth blossoming in his mouth. Looks like I need to hire a few professional maids in a few days, otherwise I'll have to do everything myself when it comes to opening a bottle of wine. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Yumomo leave. Yi Yang mused while tasting the red wine. Meanwhile, all the financial giants in the Magic City Empire Commercial Building were holding meetings through the night, working tirelessly. The Magic City Empire Commercial Building has a total of 188 floors. It is one of the most splendid and renowned commercial buildings in the Magic City, housing the headquarters of many internationally renowned and top Chinese companies. The higher the floor, the stronger the company. At this moment, the chairmen of these prestigious companies were gathered together. Have you heard? This afternoon, Mr. Lee, the owner of the building, transferred it to a mysterious Mr. Yi for a transaction price of 300 billion. That's right, Mr. Yi is now officially the owner of the Empire Commercial Building. Indeed, this Mr. Yi is incredibly mysterious. The only related information we could find is that he bought the Villa King on Yunding Mountain. This was revealed by the Yunding Mountain side. The Villa King. That's the super villa that even the two Mr. Ma couldn't sell despite their competition. The chairman gasped collectively. The power behind this Mr. Yi must be terrifying. All right. The chairman of the top floor tenant, the Heavy Hunt Financial Company, tapped the table. He was also the representative of these chairmen and currently the most powerful among the tenant companies in the Empire Commercial Building. The purpose of today's meeting is to select a representative to contact Mr. Yi. If we contact him one by one, we might annoy him and get kicked out of the building. Renting space in the commercial building is not at all like renting a regular house. Just the lowest floor costs several $100,000 in rent per year. The minimum lease term for the entire Empire Commercial Building is 10 years, thus one floor at a time would cost tens of millions to over 100 million for a single lease, which could affect a financial company's cash flow. This means that starting today, every time a 10-year lease comes up for renewal, Yi Yang will earn over 10 billion in rent. If Yi Yang kicks them out of the building, he could easily cut off their cash flow. Next month marks the start of the next 10-year lease. We must please Mr. Yi and finalize the contract first. The chairmen all nodded in agreement. This is everything we could find about Mr. Yi. Tonight we will organize our demands and officially contact Mr. Yi tomorrow. The chairman of Heavy Hunt placed a thin sheet of paper on the table. Though it was a very thin sheet of paper, it elicited countless gasps and sounds of astonishment. On the paper were Yi Yang's name, photo, gender, and the Villa King atop Yunding district. This is way too young. In Villa No. 1 of Yunding Mountain, Yi Yang lay comfortably on the Becker sofa, savoring a bottle of Supreme Romani Kani while casually browsing his phone. Suddenly WeChat chimed. Upon seeing the contact name Lu Qianqian, Yi Yang's expression brightened. Lu Qianqian was Aunt Zhang's daughter, and ever since he moved in she had been harboring ulterior motives. Simply put, she was infatuated with him. Speaking of Lu Qianqian, she was indeed a genuine rich beauty. Standing at 172 meters tall with a stunning appearance that could rival Lin Shuer, she was a master's student at an Ivy League university in America, and her family owned 4 properties in Modu. Unfortunately, Yi Yang did not like the idea of being a kept man. He had deliberately avoided her in the past. But now with newfound confidence, he naturally felt more at ease. Brother Yi Yang, why did you move away? Didn't you say you would move into Fuhua community if you weren't used to living here? You are not keeping your word. Wowu. Lu Qianqian sent a cute expression that made Yi Yang scratch his head. I bought a house. I can't just leave the new house empty. He had no choice but to tell the truth. As a standard straight man, he had always relied on his looks and ambition to attract girls. The concept of licking had nothing to do with him. As for those who licked, their outcomes were often dismal. After all, goddesses typically favored confident Sunny. Buying a house. My mom said you bought Villa No. 1 in Yunding. I thought she was joking. Is it really true? So you are such a super rich second generation brother Yi Yang. Could it be that you have had your eye on me for a long time and rented a place just to assess me these past few months? I'm so touched. I need to take a leave, go back to find you and pin you down on the bed so you can't get up. Watching the flurry of messages, Yi Yang felt both amused and helpless. When a girl likes you, even if you call her a pig, she will automatically imagine you are saying she is cute. Therefore, being a licker is not the way of being a straight man, is the hard truth. Then he'll wait for you. Yi Yang casually replied, and then ignored her. Lu Qianqian had just returned to the Ivy League University in America a few days ago to work on a research report. How could she return so soon? Of course it was a joke. Then it settled. In America, Lu Qianqian's usually cold and elegant face was now filled with a blush. Brother Yi Yang, this is the first time you've suggested this so openly to me. I'm so happy. She looked down at her pure white attire, confident in her looks and figure. As long as Yi Yang gave her a chance, she was sure she could make him linger and develop feelings for her. He'll send a message to my advisor to ask for leave. I should also book my flight in advance. While Lu Qianqian was lost in happy thoughts, Yi Yang also opened the app and clicked on Lin Shuer's live streaming room. Lin Shuer was street shooting during the day and live streaming singing and dancing at night, but tonight she seemed very busy. Because she had been out with Yi Xinhao during the day, witnessing events more dramatic than TV dramas, such as slapping a gold digger, eating street food, and renting an entire milk tea shop. As a result, Lin Shuer gained 200,000 to 300,000 new followers. The new viewers were all asking Lin Shuer questions about Yi Yang. Shuer, what is your relationship with that rich guy from earlier? He was driving a Lamborghini Venom. Yes, the video of that 70 million luxury car has now gone viral. Everyone was discussing the true identity of this down-to-earth wealthy man. Who is this hidden big shot's rich second generation? I want his contact information. Woo, I look very pretty in girl clothes. Get lost. Yi Xinhao is mine. Lin Shuer looked at the barrage of comments, feeling both delighted and a bit jealous. She was pleased to see Yi Yang so popular, but since she had always liked him, she felt a tinge of jealousy. However, she understood, after all, how could such an excellent man not be sought after? However, looking at the comments, she was somewhat shocked. She could tell that Yi Yang's sports car was very expensive, at least several million, but she really didn't expect it to be worth 70 million. 70 million. What does that even mean? People dream of winning the lottery, and only imagine hitting 5 million. Congratulations to Hao Ge for sending a helicopter 9. Wow, Hao Ge is here. The show is about to begin. Ha ha ha. Hao Ge has always been the top donor. He has been drooling over Shuer for a long time, and now that everyone is spamming Yi Xinhao's name, he must be furious. Ha ha ha. Lin Shuer was slightly taken aback. Why was this annoying guy back again? She had feelings for Yi Yang and felt nothing for Hao Ge, but the more she made it clear that she didn't like him, the more he showered her with gifts like a masochist, which she found completely incomprehensible. In a small villa in Kyoto, Hao Ge Zhenghao sat on a leather sofa, his eyes gleaming with evident desire as he looked at Lin Shuer. A pure beauty, fresh and untainted, such a sight was a first for him, even with his extensive experience. Every day he frantically showered her with gifts, intending to crush her with money. But today, upon entering the live stream, the discussion was not about this rich man. Instead, it was about the so-called Yi Xinhao. Just as he was about to curse out loud about who this Yi Xinhao was, a low-level account named Yi Xinhao entered the room, instantly igniting the entire live stream. Brother Yi, Lin Shuer exclaimed with bright eyes upon seeing Yi Yang enter. Zhang Teheo sat on the sofa, his face flushed with anger. I've sent you thousands of gifts, and you ignore me, yet this low-level account enters and does nothing, and you call him brother. Jealousy twisted Zhang Teheo's features as he gritted his teeth. You, a country bumpkin, dare to challenge me. Watch as I crush your spirit with gifts. Congratulations. Brother Hao has sent a carnival one, and the entire live stream has been notified just as everyone was questioning whether the newly arrived Yi Shenhao was the same as the one they knew. The carnival effect filled the screen. Wow, Brother Hao is so generous. 666. The live stream began a wave of flattery towards the top contributor. Good evening, Schwer. The level 1 account, Yi Shenhao, sent an out-of-place greeting amidst the flood of 666 messages. Wow, Yi Shenhao spoke to the host. I'm so close to a god. I'm so happy I might faint. Does Yi Shenhao need a maid? I look great in women's clothing. Teehee, not you again, you disgusting jerk. Get lost. Don't steal my male god. Yi Yang's words directly overshadowed the carnival's impact, reversing the rhythm of the live stream. What the hell? Zhang Teheo was completely bewildered. What's happening here? One sentence is even more impressive than my carnival. What kind of background does this guy have? He wasn't foolish and realized that Yi Yang might indeed be a formidable opponent who needed to be taken seriously. Yi Yang, think you're something, huh? Dare to compete. He spoke up to challenge. Whoa, Brother Hao is jealous. I said long ago that if Brother Hao knew about Yi Shenhao's existence, his blood pressure would soar. Ha. I wonder which of these two is more extravagant. Is the battle of the rich about to begin? Did I arrive just in time? Get my small stool ready for front row. Come on, front row, selling peanuts and sunflower seeds. The viewers were stoking the flames, eager to see the spectacle. Yi Yang took a sip of Romani Conti, a cold smile, crossing his lips, feeling relieved to find a place to spend. What's a carnival? Just a sip of Romani Conti is worth countless carnivals. Plus I can earn more gift money for my old classmates. I'll play along. With just 2 simple words, he sparked a surge of excitement in the live stream. Yi Shenhao truly deserves to be called a top-tier god. He speaks with an aloof brevity like a domineering CEO. So happy. The battle has begun. Haha, there's a good show to watch. Awesome. Zhang Teheo excitedly sat up from the sofa, his face eager. Zhang, ye have never lost in a direct confrontation. He frantically clicked, typing out a brazen declaration of war. Right. Let's keep it simple and brutal. Only the most expensive carnivals will do. Let's see who can send more. Don't lose so badly that you can't even pull up your pants and run away. How embarrassing. Whoa, Brother Hao is so confident. Looks like he's loaded today. Yi Shenhao is in danger. The one upstairs must be an idiot. Yi Shenhao is a super rich second generation who drives multi-million-dollar luxury cars. Cowardly Brother Hao. Huh. The live stream erupted in laughter, eagerly anticipating the battle of... Yi Yang merely smiled slightly, typing out, returning your words. What the hell? You dare to retort? Zhang Teheo was already enraged, his face turning red as he completely lost his rationality, directly adjusting the carnival budget to 10. Tap, 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 tap. His fingers clicked 10 times in quick succession, instantly sending out 100 carnivals. What the hell? 100 carnivals. Brother Hao is so generous. One carnival costs $2,000 to $3,000. 100 sent together amounts to $200,000 to $300,000. In just a few seconds, he burned through the life savings of most people, leaving the live stream audience envious and jealous. How about that? I'll let you struggle to keep up. A young kid dares to challenge my financial power. How much pocket money can your daddy give you? Zhang Teheo didn't think Yi Yang had any money. If he did, it was from his father. On the Becker sofa, Yi Yang shook his head, smiling faintly as he adjusted the carnival budget to 100. After a click, he sent out one more. 101 carnivals. Just enough to overshadow Zhang Teheo. Haha, Yi Shenhao's operation is too slick. 666. Just enough to overshadow him. Lin Schwer watched the screen filled with an unending flow of carnivals, her heart racing. In the blink of an eye, 400,000 to 500,000 in cash gifts had floated by. She wasn't interested in Zhang Teheo, but Yi Yang was her male god. How could she allow him to spend so lavishly? Why don't we just forget it, Brother Yi? She said softly. I'll screw your mother. Zhang Teheo was furious. You dare slap me in the face? Let me show you my financial... Saying this, he once again charged a few million credits into his account. The battle of the rich is on. I came over from next door just to watch the live stream battle. Anyone know the reason for this? Kick a little brother. The battle of the wealthy instantly raised the live stream's popularity over 1 million. This topic quickly climbed the trending list, and the showdown was about to begin. I came in after seeing the trending search list. Where is the battle of the wealthy? Is Yi the wealthy one? Is he the super rich guy who drives a Lamborghini Venom during the day but eats street food with the goddess? That video is really popular online. Countless people are frantically liking it, begging for an even more intense battle of the wealthy. Zhang the wealthy one looked at the massive wave of support he received, confident. Bring on another 100 celebrations, it'll crush you. Oh, Yi Yang raised an eyebrow and prepared to unleash 100 more celebrations. Every time, he only targets Zheng. Zheng's face flushed red. Although he had spent hundreds of thousands at this rate, he would soon run out. Yet Yi Yang seemed like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much Zheng spent, he effortlessly overshadowed him. He felt scared. Fear began to creep in, and the brain, dominated by surging hormones, gradually cooled down. Wait a minute. Am I being played? Zheng hesitated, pacing the hall for a long time before gritting his teeth and angrily declaring, "No matter what, I don't believe it. I've lived over 30 years and am not as good as a kid." With that, he unleashed all his remaining support at once. Congratulations. The wealthy brother sent out 199 celebrations. Wow. Is the wealthy brother going to put in some effort? Can Yi the wealthy keep up? 199 celebrations amount to nearly 500,000 huaxia coins. That's not a small sum. Charging in rage for a beauty. This is fantastic. If only I had this much money, how great would that be? This round of celebrations instantly pushed the atmosphere to its peak. While everyone was ecstatic, Yi Yang shook his head. Previously, he might have been amazed and envious if he saw someone splurge hundreds of thousands, but for him now, this was nothing significant. He casually initiated a round of 999 celebrations. Yi Yang tossed his phone aside, knowing that the wealthy brother across from him had to be collapsing. There was no way he could keep up. At the moment he saw 999 celebrations float by, everyone was stunned. In a room of 2 million viewers, it fell silent like a haunted house. Lin Shuer also covered her mouth, her eyes wide. 999 celebrations. 2 million. This is simply. After a long while, someone finally reacted in the live stream, trembling fingers typing out the comment, "Is this what a wealthy person is like? I'm kneeling." The comments continued to flood in with whispers of kneeling. "This is terrifying. Just moving a finger, and 2 million flew away. This is utterly inhumane." Zheng the wealthy slumped on the sofa, completely giving up the struggle. His earlier guesses were correct. He had encountered a true, super rich second generation. Although he had money, he was just a small boss from Beijing with assets barely in the billions. He had just spent over $1 million in a single spree, blinded by rage and Lin Shuer's beauty. Sigh. I've hit a brick wall. He silently opened the app, covering his face, too ashamed to show himself. Not long ago, he had mocked the other for being cowardly and running away with his tail between his legs, and now, in less than 10 minutes, that very statement was slapped back at him. Hey, why has the wealthy brother gone silent? Hasn't he seen that he's no longer on the viewer list? He must have run away. Ha ha. I thought he would retaliate with a stunning 4-digit celebration. What a loser. It's just that our Yi the wealthy brother's move was too grand, it scared him to tears. Ha ha. This battle of the wealthy ultimately concluded with Yi Yang's 999 celebrations. Tonight would mark Yi Yang's ascension in the entire live streaming world. The name of Yi the wealthy successfully topped the trending search list. A super wealthy person appears. 2 million in 1 second. What profound meaning lies behind 999 celebrations? The battle of the wealthy revealed the king among bystanders. 999 celebrations in one night helped the beautiful female host gain 3 million followers. Countless people came in admiration directly following Yi Yang. In just one night, Yi Yang's followers surpassed 5 million, directly outpacing the originally popular host Lin Shuer, leaving both of them speechless. Does money attract more hearts than beauty? Yi Yang looked at his suddenly skyrocketing 5 million followers and chuckled. Perhaps he is the first in the entire internet to become a super unique influencer with 5 million fans on the app without posting a single video. In the list, countless girls began proactively sending their alluring photos, frantically messaging Yi Yang in hopes of catching his attention. Who? The next day, awakening on the exquisite Duobod's handcrafted cherry wood bed worth tens of millions, the sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling window, warming Yi Yang's face and bringing him immense comfort. Is this the sense of security of a wealthy individual? In his previous life, Yi Yang was constantly troubled by the need to make money. It seems that starting today, he would be worrying about how to spend money. Though it was still a form of worry, it was ultimately a happy kind. By the way, after spending so much last night, there should be some rewards, right? Last night, he got so drunk on the Romanicani that he nearly forgot the system's notification sound. This wine really does have quite a kick. However, waking up feeling extremely comfortable instead of having a headache might be the true charm of the Romanicani, known as the supreme wine. Wait, I just remembered. Yi Yang suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the system's reward notification just before he passed out from the wine. Ding. Detected that you consumed 2.68 million for rewards, triggering a special reward, mastery of huaxia martial arts. Could it be that my lack of a headache is not due to the quality of the wine, but because my physical condition has improved? Yi Yang leaped up, discovering he felt as light as a swallow, nearly hitting the nearly 4-meter high ceiling of the bedroom. Wow, this is really something. He didn't even need to test his abilities, just a casual jump reached over 4 meters, while the world record was only 3 meters. This already fell into the realm of surpassing normal people. This feeling of being so energized that I could fight for 7 days and nights without fatigue is truly wonderful. Yiyang clenched his fist, feeling the abundant energy coursing within him, filled with confidence. After a refreshing sleep, I've finally come into some wealth. It's time to repay my parents. Yiyang murmured to himself. He had originally planned to spend half of his first month's internship salary on gifts for his parents. But now he no longer needed to save up. A massage chair that mom has had her eye on for years, but never mentioned. The top-tier fishing rod that dad has always wanted, and the new notebook that my little sister has been wanting to replace. Bye. Yiyang opened Taobao and placed an order in a flurry. He believed that his parents and little sister would be very happy to receive these gifts. Although these things were not cheap for an average person, the total only amounted to tens of thousands. Yiyang was not content, feeling that whatever he could give back to his parents would never be enough. This time the system only granted him a deposit reward of 100 million. It seems that the more you spend, the more rewards the system gives. Within the already spent limit, rewards are given randomly. It appears that learning how to spend money is indeed an art. Yiyang listened to the rewards in his ear and began to contemplate the system's reward rules. I should transfer 200,000 to my parents' account. Yiyang resolved, planning to visit the Empire State Building today to check on his newly acquired property and also stop by the bank to transfer money to his parents. The reason for transferring 200,000 instead of 1 million was not because he was stingy. He feared that if he truly transferred 1 million, his parents would worry that he had done something wrong in the magical city, leading to a heartfelt lecture. At Dongfa Bank Rainbow Road branch, Yiyang parked his car and walked up to the counter. Transfer. The attendant Lung Mei glanced at Yiyang's attire, clearly uninterested, as she casually asked. The daily transfer limit on your card is just 50,000. You can't transfer more than that. Upon hearing Yiyang wanted to transfer 200,000, Lung Mei grimaced and spoke indifferently. Can the limit be raised? Yiyang frowned, feeling that Lung Mei's tone suggested he was not a customer, but rather someone indebted to her. Sure. How much do you want to raise it? Is 100 million enough? Lung Mei rolled her eyes. Last night, she had followed a super-rich individual on a streaming platform who could swipe for 999 carnival events, even sending him 2 photos, almost offering herself to him. However, he completely ignored her. This made her feel very frustrated today, and upon seeing this poorly dressed young man, she couldn't help but feel disdain. What do you mean? Yiyang frowned, his tone turning cold. You should check how much money you have in your own account. Just like a big boss trying to raise the limit. Huh, what a joke. You're not part of that circle, so don't keep trying to squeeze yourself in. Lung Mei was openly scolding Yiyang, but secretly, she was scolding herself for being unsuccessful in attracting a wealthy individual. I really don't know how much money I have in my account. Why don't you help me count? Yiyang let out a cold laugh. Count? You poor young thing, how could that little savings not be obvious? Wait a minute. Lung Mei glanced at the appalling figure in her balance and immediately jumped up from her chair, covering her mouth, completely unable to believe her eyes. 1020 zeros. This is over 1 billion. This was over 1 billion in cash. To have such an amount in a single bank card, one would need assets exceeding 100 billion, right? Unintentionally mocking herself, she had actually insulted a super tycoon. Sir, I was wrong. At that moment, she fully understood that she had provoked a tremendous trouble. An observant person nearby had already informed the bank president about the situation. Upon hearing that they had offended a super VIP client with over 1 billion in savings, the president of the Dongfa branch hurriedly rushed down from the office upstairs, looking flustered, but with a smile of servility already on his face. This client was truly extraordinary. Mister, the young lady at the front desk, is quite clueless. I will dismiss her shortly. Please do not hold it against me. I will fulfill all your requests and even upgrade your card to the Supreme Black Card free of charge. The branch manager kept speaking sweet words. Although there are many wealthy people in the Magic City, he was only a branch manager. If a giant client with deposits in the billions withdrew their funds, it would be enough for him to be dismissed by the head office. Thus he disregarded his image and did everything he could to curry favor with Yiyang. Yiyang nodded, slightly feeling somewhat satisfied with the branch manager's attitude. The Supreme Black Card from Dongfa Bank carries significant weight. Just presenting it can essentially prove one's identity. The Supreme Black Card allows for unlimited daily transfers, and the annual interest rate on deposits is negotiable, typically several times greater than that of ordinary users. Only those with assets exceeding 100 million are qualified to apply, and the processing fee is around several hundred thousand. With funds held within, one can guarantee an annual increase of tens of millions, or even more. This is also the reason why the rich keep getting richer. Without doing anything, just having money in the bank will continuously appreciate and multiply. This Lung Mei was completely stunned. Her careless words led to her losing her job, a plot twist one would expect only in a TV drama. The energy of this young man is simply terrifying. She lowered her head, her mind blank, vowing never to judge people by appearances again. With the supreme black card in hand, Yang transferred 200,000 to his parents' accounts before stepping out to get into his Lamborghini Veneno. La la la, just as he got into the car, he received a call from his parents. So it really is like this. Yang chuckled, shaking his head as he answered the call. Xiaoyang, what happened to you? Suddenly you've got so much money. Your father and I counted it several times. It's 200,000. His mother's voice came from the phone. I quit my job to start a business and made some money. Feel free to spend it. It's all earned honestly. Yang chuckled inwardly. After all, this was the hard-earned money he had worked for. The discussion between his parents on the other end continued for a while before they finally understood what Yang was saying. You started your own company. My son is a big boss now. He has a bright future. Follow me. His father's proud voice rang out. His mother, somewhat worried, said starting a business isn't very stable. It's not like a steady job. Don't tire yourself out too much. I know life is tough for you in the Magic City and the pressure of buying a house is immense. Why not earn some money and come back? Life is much better here. Yang listened with a smile to his mother's loving education. If it were before, he would have felt a bit anxious hearing all this. However, now that he was living in the #1 villa in Yunding, his mindset had completely changed. Naturally, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable about such things. Our company is doing well. In a few days, we have several major projects. If we succeed, I will become a big boss too, don't worry. Once I earn more money, I'll transfer you both some more. Yang laughed. No. We lack nothing if our salaries are enough for us. Don't go creating unnecessary expenses with your money. Save it up. You'll need it for buying a house, a car, and marrying a wife later on. All right, you short-sighted woman, our son is destined for great things. You think too far. Weren't you the one who married me first? You want our son to just earn money and not marry. Don't you want a chubby grandson? The old couple continued their banter. Yang listened with a smile. With his current mindset, listening to his parents' nagging became a source of happiness. All right, Mom, I'm still far from getting married. I'll spend the money first and transfer some to you later. I have to hang up now. Yang hung up the phone. His younger sister was still in high school, so it wasn't appropriate to give her too much money. He transferred 5,000 to her via WeChat, estimating she wouldn't see it until after school. Well, it's time to check on my real estate. Yang whistled as he drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the Empire. The Empire State Building was his biggest trump card at the moment. He had checked it out yesterday. This building must be worth several hundred billion. Owning this building would propel his assets to the top of the Forbes list in China. The potential for development is limitless. Even if he does nothing just by renting it out, the rent every 10 years would amount to several hundred billion. It's like a golden goose laying eggs. So it turns out what I lacked to stand amongst the top tycoons in China was just a building. Yang casually drove, and before long he arrived at the Empire State Building. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After parking the car in the building's underground parking lot, he walked into the building as usual. It seems there are still some things left at the old company. I might as well resign. Yang had truly endured a lot at this internship company this month, which was touted as training for newcomers, but was in reality just exploiting their labor. Moreover, with Jean Bouging, the troublemaker of a team leader. Today he would return all the unfair treatment he had received tenfold. Ding! A soft elevator chime echoed as Yang sauntered lazily into the company's internship floor. I heard yesterday that group leader Jean got humiliated by Yang at the bubble tea shop. He's been waiting here all morning to confront him. Yang hasn't shown up yet. Could he be scared? What are you talking about? Yang isn't afraid of anyone. An intern woman nearby retorted indignantly. Then why hasn't he arrived yet? A coward. Several envious male interns joined in, eager to belittle him. It was true, and she had no rebuttal. She muttered instead, maybe he just overslept. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. Jean Bouging stomped one foot onto the office desk. Fury twisted his features beyond recognition. Born into privilege, he'd never lacked anything. His brother-in-law, a senior executive at the company, had smoothed every path for him. No one dared challenge his arrogance. Yet yesterday, this freshly graduated upstart, Yang, had openly mocked him, leaving him speechless and powerless. That very night, the glamorous woman he'd been seeing scorned his spinelessness and dumped him outright. Humiliated and abandoned, rage boiled over within him. He dared provoke me, and now dares to be late. He's finished. I swear it. Not even the celestial emperor himself could save him. Not on my word. Oh, is that so? Yi Yang's voice drifted in. Calm, unhurried, laced with quiet amusement. Several female interns' eyes lit up instantly, then flickered with concern. After all, Jean Bouging was feared throughout the company, though few dared cross him. This time Jean Bouging was truly incensed. Yi Yang was doomed. Envious interns watched with smug satisfaction, while only Yi Yang's sole genuine friend, Jin Xian, frantically signaled him to tread carefully. Yi Yang glanced at Zheng Xian, who kept flashing urgent, worried glances, warning him about Jin Bujing, and merely smiled, utterly unperturbed. Zheng Xian had known Yi Yang since junior high, always calling him Brother Yi, always following loyally. After graduation, he'd somehow landed at the same company. Their bond remained unshakable. Well, you're late today, and still acting cocky. Quite the attitude, huh? Spotting his target, Jin Bujing leapt off the desk, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and strode forward with menacing intent. Yi Yang had deliberately chosen to resign first, rather than immediately reveal his true identity and assume control of the entire building. He'd done it precisely for this moment. He knew Jin Bujing's nature confrontation was inevitable. Had he exposed his authority, Jin Bujing, coward to the core, would have collapsed to his knees begging for mercy. And where would be the satisfaction in that? With Yi Yang's current standing, dismissing Jin Bujing and his powerful brother-in-law would take but a single sentence. Yet such a punishment would hardly quench his thirst for retribution. Yi Yang believed in repaying kindness with boundless generosity and repaying grievances with unrestrained force. No indulgence, no leniency. So, you're thinking of striking first? What of it? Today I'll not only beat you, I'll make you crawl out of this company. Jin Bujing roared. Brother Jin, let's drop it. It's not worth escalating. A simple apology would settle things. Sensing the tension spiraling, Zheng Xian rose quickly, attempting to defuse the situation. Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are, interfering in my business? Jin Bujing didn't even deign to glance at Zheng Xian, shoving him aside with contemptuous ease. You. Zheng Xian flared with anger, but held back, mindful of his job. A beating, and then expulsion from the company. Yes, that suits you perfectly. Yi Yang grinned, a slow, sharp, unsettling smile. Are you insane? Stunned by that grin, Jin Bujing recoiled slightly. Don't play games with me. I'm warning you. HMPH. Security. Uncertain whether he could overpower the tall, powerfully built Yi Yang, Jin Bujing had already colluded with 2 security guards. Today I'll shame you publicly, before everyone. I'll stomp your face into the floor, and watch you vanish from this industry forever. With a sharp wave, Jin Bujing signaled. The 2 prearranged guards instantly closed in. Sigh. Yi Yang exhaled softly, then exploded into motion. Spinning sharply, he unleashed a soaring reverse whip kick, so fast it blurred into afterimages, fierce and lethal beyond measure. Thud, thud. Before colleagues could register what happened, both guards were sent flying, slammed backward into the glass entrance doors, shattering them completely. They crashed amid jagged shards, bleeding and screaming in agony. Holy, SHD. The interns stood frozen, stunned into silence. Even Zheng Xian, who'd instinctively stepped forward to shield Yi Yang, stood dumbstruck. Only after a long pause did he burst out, Brother Yi, you've been hiding your light under a bushel. You practice martial arts too. The female interns who'd been fretting over Yi Yang moments earlier breathed deep sighs of relief. Thankfully, their idol wasn't just brilliant, he was formidable in combat too. Today's crisis had been averted. The shattering glass drew more colleagues rushing in, some already sprinting toward management's office to report the incident. Fight broke out. Who's fighting? Oh, it's Jin Bujing. Never mind then. He's always flaunting his brother-in-law's clout. Well, looks like he finally met someone who won't back down. Beat him black and blue. I say he deserves it. A fiery northeastern veteran clenched his fists and growled. What are you going to do? Don't come near me. Jin Bujing, paralyzed by terror after witnessing that single devastating kick, scrambled backward across the floor on his buttocks, eyes wide with primal fear. I'm warning you, I'm connected. My brother-in-law is Manager Gao, just like what you were about to do earlier. Yi Yang stepped firmly on Jin Bujing's face, saying, Aren't you quite? Why can't you be tough anymore? Zheng Xian, standing beside, was also dumbfounded. Yi Yang was being incredibly bold today. Though the interns and employees nearby felt a great sense of relief, they couldn't ignore the fact that the other party had substantial backing, and with such a small-minded individual treating him like this could lead to retaliation. Yi Yang, what are you doing? Let go of Jin Bujing. The leaders, upon hearing of the violent altercation, hurriedly rushed over to intervene. What if I don't let go? Yi Yang tightened his grip. His strength now surpassed that of ordinary people, and with a bit more force he could easily crush Jin Bujing's head. Brother-in-law, save me. I'm my sister's only brother. If something happens to me, she won't spare you. Jin Bujing wailed. Let him go. You, a mere employee, not only arrived late, but also engaged in violent fighting, showing disrespect to your superiors. I will fire you today. Then I will have you sent to the police station to spend a few years in prison, ruining your future. Manager Gao exclaimed in frustration. Oh. Yi Yang sneered, slowly releasing his foot. With his current status, he certainly wouldn't kill Jin Bujing in public, tarnishing his own reputation. Jean Bouging scrambled away, rolling on the ground, with a prominent blood-red shoe print on his face, staring at Yi Yang with a mix of ferocity and fear. You're finished, let me tell you. Seeing that Jean Bouging was fine, Manager Gao regained his confidence and coldly laughed. Today, I will show you what the means of the wealthy are. Really? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. You think you're worthy to speak of wealthy people in front of me? Just as Manager Gao was about to threaten again, Yi Yang's phone rang. Hello. Yi Yang answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Yang? I am the spokesperson for the board of directors of the Empire Building. I would like to discuss the future matters of the Empire Building with you. The caller was exceedingly polite. This is Yi Yang, no need to discuss over the phone. Oh, I'm currently on the 10th floor of the building. Let's meet in person. Yi Yang said casually and hung up before the other party could respond. What's going on? Is he calling for help? He's just a kid who just entered society and started working in Magic City. What kind of connections could he possibly have? He's just putting on a show. Oh. Manager Gao was also curious, wanting to see how much influence this little brat could muster. Would he be forced to call someone dad? Completely undermining Yi Yang's confidence and sending him to prison would be quite satisfying. 100th floor, the board meeting level. Mr. Yi said he came directly to the building for an inspection. Chairman Zhonglia said anxiously after hanging up the phone. Huh, where's Mr. Yi now? We must personally drive to pick him up. We need to give him the proper respect. All the chairmen said in unison. No need, he's right on the 10th floor. Let's go meet him. His tone didn't sound good, but it seems he might have encountered something unpleasant. Chairman Zhonglia said, worried. The directors turned their gaze to Zhang Wanmin, who was previously inconspicuous in the crowd. I say, old Zhang, isn't the 10th floor your software company? You didn't cause any trouble with Mr. Yi, did you? I wouldn't dare, even if I had 800 guts. I haven't even met Mr. Yi. Zhang Wanmin's face turned pale with fear. If it was because of him that Yi Yang caused trouble for the board, he would face severe consequences. I hope it's not my subordinates causing trouble. He silently prayed. What are we waiting for? Hurry and go to the 10th floor to pay respects to Mr. Yi. Are we going to wait for Mr. Yi to come up to see us? Chairman Zhongli urged. Yes, let's hurry to the 10th floor. Ding. The elevator on the 10th floor opened. The high-level personnel surrounding Yi Yang instinctively looked over. How they came so quickly. Quick enough to come and call me dad. Manager Gao sneered. Just as he turned around, his legs went weak and his smile vanished. Isn't that the chairman of Xining Design Company? No way. This kid can't possibly know such a business giant worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Next, something even more shocking happened to the executives. After the chairman of Xining Design Company, chairmen from various floors began to file in through the stairs. Originally elusive and extraordinarily mysterious, the chairman now surged into the 10th floor like dumplings. What the heck is going on? Almost all the chairmen of the building are here. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Dozens of super business tycoons, each worth at least tens of billions, descending together, had a truly shocking impact. Zhang. Manager Gao was about to ask Chairman Zhang Wanmin what had happened and flatter him a bit, but he was unexpectedly pushed aside by Zhang Wanmin. He watched as all the chairmen walked respectfully towards the very person he had previously looked down upon, the one he was sure was doomed today. Yi Yang. What? What is happening? Not only Manager Gao, but everyone felt their brains couldn't process the situation. My heavens. They truly are the chairmen from every floor. How could they all have come to our company and gone straight to Yi Yang? Could Yi Yang secretly be some hidden colossus enrolled only to draw near his beloved? Oh my, how shy. The female interns were already weaving fantasies and scenarios in their minds. Only Zheng Xian, who knew Yi Yang best, scratched his head in growing bewilderment at how events were unfolding. Mr. Yi, I am the chairman of Zhonglia Company and also the organizer of the joint chairman of the Digwadasha. Fang Xiao, with assets numbering in the tens of billions, was naturally a man of formidable influence. Seeing the security guard groaning amid the shattered glass door and the expressions of those nearby, one could piece the matter together almost entirely. A tightening dread rose in his chest as he cursed those damned minor players for daring to provoke the master of Digwadasha. The chairman beside him, each a paragon of prowess, likewise perceived what had occurred, an outcome they would rather not witness, and quickly offered Yi Yang conciliatory smiles. Yi Yang inclined his head slightly. These chairmen would be his long-term benefactors. It was wise to preserve. Mr. Yi, has something happened here that displeases you? Tell us, and we will do everything in our power to resolve it. Zhang Wanmin, ever tactful, stepped forward and beat his chest in solemn assurance. At that moment, there was no need for conjecture. The chairmen had indeed come for Yi Yang, and their demeanors were humbly supplicating, as if beseeching him. Everyone present was left aghast. An intern who only days before had clocked in and out alongside them now received deferential flattery from a cluster of magnates worth tens of billions. This utterly upended their worldview. Ask him yourself. Yi Yang tilted his chin, his gaze cold and incisive as he regarded Chief Steward Gao, who trembled as if bereft of his soul. What? It really is that wretched brat. Zhang Wanmin's heart lurched, a bad omen stirred within him, and anger painted his face. Gao Dan, explain yourself. How did you offend Mr. Yi? What on earth is going on? Chief Steward Gao screamed, inwardly feeling as though he might fling himself from the building. They had joked that anyone Yi Yang summoned should call him father, but reality had been reversed. Yi Yang had brought forth a cohort of superfigures old enough to be his grandfathers to command the scene. Any one of those men could with the slightest move arrange for him to live out the rest of his days helpless. He was afraid, truly afraid. The murderous intent from moments before vanished without a trace. Their voices lost their confidence. Chairman Zhang, what exactly is going on here? What do you mean what's going on? Zhang Wanmin, furious to the point of smoke seeming to rise from his head, proclaimed, the Mr. Yi standing before you is the owner of the property rights to the entire Modu Digwa Dasha. His assets number at the very least in the hundreds of billions. What on earth gave you the gall to offend Mr. Yi? What? The owner of Digwa Dasha's property rights. The entire hall erupted. Everyone cried out in astonishment. What did this signify? This was no mere second-generation rich heir. This was a godlike first-generation magnate. He stood among the top echelons of Waxia's elite. Most staggering of all, such a terrifying figure was the very intern colleague they had long assumed they could bully at will. The female interns clapped hands to their mouths, eyes dreamy, as they gazed at Yi Yang. I actually guessed it by accident just now. So young, so handsome, and so immensely wealthy. My God. Perfect. Meanwhile, those above were struck dumb, unable to speak. Gao Dan's mind reeled. He stammered, Chairman Zhang. You must be joking, right? Ha ha. It has to be a joke. This kid is merely an intern we were going to dismiss. How could he possibly be the title holder of Digwa Shangmao Dasha's property rights? Dismiss him? An intern? This time the chairmen were left bewildered. What on earth was happening? I interned here for 2 months after graduation. Today has certainly been instructive. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. Mr. Yi, you must be jesting, ha. The chairmen could not bring themselves to believe he was truly an intern, as such supermagnates oft bore eccentric temperaments. Perhaps he had concealed his identity to conduct an on-site assessment. Your discernment is exceptional, your methods unconventional. You are truly one of Waxia's rare commercial titans. Indeed, indeed, you deign to come so early in person to inspect. Thank you for your labor, Mr. Yi. The chairman lavished praise upon him. Yi Yang was speechless. He really had come only to intern here. You bastard, explain everything to me clearly, or we will not spare you. Zhang Wanmin roared, sending Gao Dan's knees to weaken. Unable to endure the pressure from the chairman, he finally laid out the whole affair from start to finish without leaving anything out. As he spoke, the chairman listened with hearts gripped by alarm. They had bullied Mr. Yi, docked Mr. Yes, in turn wages. Even conspired to find fault and fire him. My God. Most outrageous of all was that Jean Bouging had plotted to humiliate and beat Mr. Yi before he left. Scoundrels. Zhang Wanmin felt as if his lungs would burst with fury. How could his subordinates be so brazen? In that instant, he felt as though he might kick Gao Dan and Jean Bouging straight out of the tower window. Yet as a man of stature, he suppressed his ire and with a benevolent mien turned and said, Mr. Yi Zhang here offers you his apologies. Speak your will. Whatever punishment you decree, we shall obey completely. Zhang vows there will not be a single refusal from his lips. Let's go with his previous method of dealing with me, Yi Yang said casually. Zhang Wanmin readily agreed. It was a relief to have a solution. If Yi Yang had not provided an answer today, his company would have been in danger. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for giving Zhang this opportunity to redeem himself. Zhang Wanmin expressed his but, Chairman Zhang, I have been your loyal minister for over a decade. No contributions at all, only hard work. You can't do this to me. Gao Dan completely broke down. Zhang Wanmin shouted angrily. You and Jean Bouging are hereby dismissed from my company from this moment on. Security. Take these two along with the ones lying on the ground to the police station. Just say they were deliberately causing trouble and almost harmed Mr. Yi. After saying this, he turned to Yi Yang with a smile, saying, Mr. Yi, how do you find this handling? I will personally oversee all subsequent matters. With his means and resources, he could certainly ensure harsh penalties for this incident. At the very least, they could not escape the charge of conspiring to endanger a prominent figure's safety. They would have to spend several years in prison to get out. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. Jean Bouging being taken away by security screamed in despair. It was me who got beaten up? You're trying to turn black and white around. Seeing Jean Bouging's miserable and wronged expression, everyone nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. This bully who usually oppresses newcomers finally got what he deserved. Evil begets evil. Today he truly lost more than he gained. All right, everyone disperse. There's no work left to do. Zhang Wanmin looked at the surrounding employees and began to restore the atmosphere. Seeing that the chairman had spoken, the employees dared not continue watching the spectacle and dispersed to attend to their own tasks. Mister, you please come with us. After dealing with the employees, Yi Yang was surrounded by numerous chairmen as they ascended to the top floor. As soon as Yi Yang and the others entered the elevator, a heated discussion erupted on the 10th floor. After all, what had happened today was truly shocking, with twists and turns that left people stunned. First, Jean Boujing arranged for someone to target Yi Yang, and everyone thought Yi Yang was doomed. Yet he effortlessly resolved the crisis with his concealed skills and retaliated against Jean Boujing. Then when Manager Gao appeared, people thought Yi Yang would be dismissed and his future ruined. Suddenly, a group of chairmen descended like divine warriors, and Yi Yang's status transformed from an ordinary intern to a super tycoon in control of the entire Empire Trade Tower's assets. Too fantastical. I could never dream of such a plot. Ha ha ha. I told you Yi Yang was extraordinary. Unfortunately, I lacked the courage to cling to his leg back then. Had I known of his status earlier, I would have stepped up to support young Master Yi while Jean Boujing was putting on airs. Alright, you latecomer. Today's events would undoubtedly become a legend on the 10th floor, continuing to circulate among both new and old employees. At the chairman's joint office, Yi Yang sat in the main seat, surrounded by chairmen from various floors. Please take a look. We are due to renew the contract next month. We have drafted a proposed contract in accordance with the previous owner's contract for your review. We hope you will consider it. Chairman Fang Xiao from Chonglai Holdings respectfully presented a contract, handing it to Yi Yang with both hands. Yi Yang glanced over it. He had a copy of the Empire Trade contract in his spatial pocket, although he was unsure how the system had acquired it. But it was roughly similar to this one. Moreover, these companies had also voluntarily proposed a 15% increase in rent. That could be considered quite sincere. He pretended to read through it and felt a bit awkward. It seemed he would need to acquire a law firm to help him manage contracts and assets. He didn't study finance, so he truly couldn't understand these contract clauses. However, after comparing it with the old contract in his spatial pocket, he found that aside from the rent increase, everything else was the same, allowing him to confirm that this contract was fine. All the chairmen held their breath as they watched Yi Yang. A young tycoon who had acquired the entire Empire Trade Tower must have been accomplished at a young age and surely understood business and finance. How could they dare to pull any tricks? After discussion, these chairmen confirmed that Yi Yang was definitely a super big shot, so they didn't dare to play any smart tricks in the contract, and even proactively suggested raising the rent for fear that Yi Yang would disagree. Not bad. Yi Yang closed the contract, his expression as calm as ever. Phew. All the chairmen breathed a sigh of relief. Since you all are so sincere, let's proceed according to this contract. The rent for the next 10 years should be deposited into my account within 3 days, totaling 1,890,000,000. Yes, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. We will certainly expedite it. The chairmen were incredibly happy, not expecting the new master Yi Yang to be so reasonable and not intentionally make things difficult for them. Since the contract has been finalized, I will not stay longer. Yi Yang stood up. Alright, let's escort Mr. Yi together. The chairmen were extremely attentive, sending Yi Yang off to the car. They watched as the Lamborghini Venom departed with a flourish, finally putting their minds at ease. Indeed, he is accomplished at a young age to be able to get a Lamborghini Venom. For these bosses worth tens or hundreds of billions, such a top-tier supercar valued at nearly 100 million is a super luxury item. To spend 100 million on a luxury car without a second thought, one must have assets of at least several hundred billion to 1,000 billion. Yi Yang was in a very good mood today. Being flattered by this group of billionaires who previously existed only in news reports felt incredibly sad. Moreover, having dealt with Jean Boujing, who had been oppressing him, he felt refreshed all over. It's about time to change into some proper gear. Looking at the clothes and shoes that barely amounted to 1,000 yuan combined, Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. As a top tycoon, wearing these made him seem somewhat out of place. Devil no. 6. Fashion Street is the largest concentration of luxury boutiques in Modu. I should go there for a stroll. With this determination, Yi Yang pressed down on the accelerator, and the powerful engine of the Lamborghini Venom roared to life. It was as if a wild and untamed super beast had awakened. Boom. The car sped away, and the wind created by the Lamborghini brushed against the faces of the passers-by, with no displeasure, leaving only endless envy and longing. District 6, the luxury zone of Modu City. After parking his Lamborghini Veneno in the exclusive luxury district parking lot, Yi Yang stepped out and casually entered a boutique. Welcome, sir. The service here exuded an aristocratic elegance. Yet Yi Yang's attire appeared strikingly modest. The hostesses maintained only the barest formal courtesy, unwilling to approach him as a personal shopper. After all, time was currency, and exceedingly precious. To them, Yi Yang was plainly a penniless youth come merely to gawk, a window shopper who would buy nothing. Wasting minutes on him meant earning not a single cent in commission. No one wished to squander their time. Only a fresh-faced, newly hired university graduate, Guo Xiaoxin, spotted Yi Yang and lit up at the sight. Her heart stirred with sympathy, such a bright, handsome young man, so unfairly overlooked. What kind of item may I assist you with, sir? Yi Yang glanced at her name badge, noting her name, Guo Xiaoxin. He observed the sidelong glances from the other sales staff, but remained utterly unperturbed. Soon enough they'd rue that judgment bitterly. I need a complete head-to-toe ensemble. Take me straight to your most expensive pieces. Yi Yang spread his hands lightly, indicating he intended a full wardrobe overhaul. Guo Xiaoxin nodded eagerly. This way, please. A stifled snort escaped nearby staff, barely concealed laughter. Look, this destitute boy actually believes he's a high-value client. Oh, he's committed to the charade. Just watch how delighted Xiaoxin is. She truly thinks she's landed a VIP. She'd know better with just 3 or 5 years' experience. Wasting time on a pauper who walks in solely to gawk is tantamount to spurning money itself. Indeed, far too young. Several seasoned sales associates exchanged knowing smirks, mocking Guo Xiaoxin's naivety with quiet disdain. For men's, where we carry all 10 globally renowned luxury houses. Brinio, the world's top-tier bespoke atelier, accepts only private commissions. Should you wish to order, we can connect you with their designers, though delivery will take no less than 1 month. If you prefer to purchase today, both Armani and Versace have just launched new collections, and they suit your refined bearing perfectly. Guo Xiaoxin explained with meticulous care. Though she noticed his humble appearance, she delicately preserved his dignity, treating him not as a mere browser, but as a genuine valued patron. Ah, I see. Yi Yang scratched his temple. Then begin with 10 bespoke ensembles from Brinio. The absolute highest standard, each piece uniquely crafted. 2 sets for each season, spring, summer, autumn, winter, plus 2 additional avant-garde pairings. Deliver them within 15 days. As for price, consider it irrelevant. This what? Guo Xiaoxin blinked rapidly. Sir, you're not joking, are you? Brinio's pinnacle tier bespoke starts at €5,600 per set. 10 sets would total 5 million. Expedited production doubles that, which converts to over 10 million RMB. 10 million. Yi Yang arched a brow. Yes. Guo Xiaoxin nodded earnestly, gently suggesting alternative brands should the sum seem prohibitive. 10 million for 10 sets. That's almost suspiciously inexpensive. Yi Yang shook his head. With his wealth acceleration system, spending more meant earning exponentially more. 10 million was indeed trivial. Is Brinio truly the world's most expensive bespoke house? Well, not quite. Brinio leads in large-scale premium bespoke manufacturing, but there also exist legendary master ateliers, world-renowned artisans whose works transcend commerce. The most costly diamond-encrusted suit ever created, a singular masterpiece by Master Sturz, sold for $1 million. A single suit, priced at over 7 million RMB. Yi Yang nodded thoughtfully. That's rather impressive. I may commission several pieces. Guo Xiaoxin offered a faint wry smile, tinged with quiet disappointment. How lovely it would be if this handsome young man were grounded in reality. Clearly, a 7 million RMB suit was pure fantasy. Aside from bespoke orders, procure 2 complete seasonal sets, spring, summer, autumn, winter, from every men's brand carried in store. Package them all and deliver to Villa 1 Yunding Mountain. Yi Yang recalled the villa's cavernous walk-in closet. Even this vast hall would likely fill only a fraction of its expanse. This, sir, you. His unflinching seriousness left Guo Xiaoxin stunned. Had her fleeting kindness truly led her to an ultra-elite magnate? Without hesitation, Yi Yang tossed her a black sovereign card. Guo Xiaoxin fumbled to catch it, yet instantly recognized the Dongfa Bank black sovereign card, a hallmark of the Billionaire Ambassador elite. Only members of the Billion Asset Club possessed such cards. In that instant, certainty crystallized. This radiant young man was no pretender. He was a true divine tycoon. The senior sales associates, who had earlier mocked both Yi Yang and Guo Xiaoxin, stood frozen, their expressions slack with disbelief. The black sovereign card. He's genuinely a divine tycoon. I misjudged him completely. Their despair was palpable. Tears nearly welled. Yi Yang's wholesale-style purchasing, like a merchant stocking inventory, was unprecedented in their years of luxury retail experience. How many millions in commission will Guo Xiaoxin earn from this single transaction? It dwarfs our collective earnings over several years. Regret flooded the sales team, bitter self-reproach for having failed to recognize a veiled titan of wealth. Luxury goods aren't as expensive as I imagined. Yi Yang murmured, watching over 8 million RMB vanish from his card. He'd purchased over 100 garments and shoes, averaging roughly 80,000 RMB per set. Truly not extravagant. The boutique's manager rushed out, alerted by the staggering transaction. She was a poised, elegant woman in her 30s. Her allure refined, her charisma magnetic, though subtly distinct from Yumamomo's ethereal beauty. Mister, you will expedite contact with Brinio's design team immediately. Please accept this black gold membership card. Once designs are finalized, only a deposit will be required. I shall personally visit you at Villa 1 Yunding Mountain to discuss details further. Yi Yang gave a calm, indifferent nod. To him, this was merely a transaction of modest magnitude. For Manager Chong Wei, however, this was a monumental, unignorable deal. Ding. Detected expenditure of 8 million renminbi on apparel, awarding full equity stake in the Sturz Atelier workshop. That name rings a bell. Yi Yang recalled Sturz, the legendary master designer behind the world's most expensive suit, a genius famed across continents. How delightfully serendipitous. His purchases were swiftly delivered to the villa by dedicated courier. With no intention to linger, Yi Yang turned and strode toward the neighboring boutique to acquire a timepiece. He left behind a chorus of saleswomen, their eyes fixed on his retreating figure, hearts shattered by remorse, their inner storms raging in silent, tearless anguish. The poor play with cars while the rich flaunt their watches. If there is no prestigious watch on one's wrist, one cannot claim to be a true tycoon. Since he decided to revamp his entire outfit, a watch is certainly indispensable. Jiangshi Dandun. Yi Yang looked up at the store name. Even though he was merely a penniless college student before, it did not prevent him from knowing the names of world-renowned watches. Jiangshi Dandun is the noble king among watches, a pinnacle of the world's super-luxury timepieces. Sir. Clad in an Armani suit worth over 100,000, the saleswomen's eyes sparkled. They all rushed forward, afraid that if they hesitated, this big client, Yi Yang, might be snatched away. The contrast is quite obvious. Yi Yang smiled faintly in his heart, shaking his head, ready to say something. Suddenly a voice called out unexpectedly from behind. Yi Yang. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Yang turned around. Is that you? The boy across from him wore an exquisite summer suit, while the girl beside him was also dressed fashionably. Though her looks were not top tier, her charm added considerable appeal. These two were Yi Yang's college classmates. The boy was named Su Pengfei, and the girl was Kai Mao Mao. Su Pengfei was the richest second-generation heir in their class, while Kai Mao Mao was the class beauty. It was rumored that Kai Mao Mao had a crush on him before. A little did he expect that the two of them seemed to have become a couple. I can't believe I would run into you in a luxury goods store. Su Pengfei naturally knew that Kai Mao Mao had some affection for Yi Yang back then. His tone now held a hint of mockery, as the goddess ultimately belonged to the wealthy second generation. Good-looking and academically gifted, but without money. What use is that? After the youthful days of college and society, one has to rely on family wealth. Thinking of this, Su Pengfei's confidence surged. What? Is Jiangshi Dandun owned by your family? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Yi Yang shrugged, responding indifferently. Su Pengfei was at a loss for words. Although his family was quite wealthy, Jiangshi Dandun was a globally renowned superwatch company. In front of such a super company, their family was nothing. What I mean is, I'm quite surprised that you graduated just a few months ago, and you can afford Armani and dare to step into this store to look at watches. I bet that money didn't come from a good source, did it? Back in school, Yi Yang shone brightly, yet now in society he still dared to act cool and show disrespect. How could he tolerate this? Hence he directly mocked him. All right, Pengfei, let's keep it down. Kai Mao Mao beside him gently shook Su Pengfei's arm, looking at Yi Yang with a hint of worry and pity. She had once liked Yi Yang, but upon entering society and witnessing the harsh realities, she could only compromise with the wealthy second generation. Kai Mao Mao was well aware of Yi Yang's family situation. Even though he had made some minor fortune through his talent and could afford Armani, he was still leagues behind Su Pengfei's family enterprise. Su Pengfei's jealousy intensified, sneering. What? Which watch do you have your eye on? I'm quite familiar with the owner of this shop. Would you like me to buy you a better one as a gift? Stop looking at those watches in the tens of thousands, otherwise you'll still just be a poor loser. He deliberately revealed the Patek Philippe on his wrist worth over $1 million, as he intended to impress Kai Mao Mao. If the other party could agree to go to his house to rest tonight, completing the final step in a good mood, he would spend tens of thousands on a watch as a reward for Kai Mao Mao. The saleswoman beside them saw the $1 million watch on Su Pengfei's wrist, and her eyes lit up. This customer seemed far more affluent than Yi Yang. Thank goodness I was a step too late before. Now this is a big client. A group of saleswomen directly left Yi Yang's side and clustered around Su Pengfei. Su Pengfei's lips curled into a suppressed smile, as if to say, see. In the face of absolute power, you are merely insignificant dust. Yi Yang shrugged, no longer needing the salespeople. After all, the prices were clear, and he could simply pick whichever he found appealing and make the purchase. After all, he was here not just to buy a watch, but also to facilitate his spending. After all, he had to rely on spending money to make money now. Seeing that Yi Yang completely ignored him, as if he were a small insect unworthy of attention, Su Pengfei felt a wave of heat rush to his face. His attempts to show off had caused no damage to the other party. Instead, the other party's continuous indifference made him feel like a fool. All right, Peng Fei, weren't we here to help me pick a watch? Don't get angry, Kai Mao Mao urged repeatedly. Su Pengfei squeezed out some sound from his nose and followed Yi Yang into the inner hall. You little brat, having made a little windfall, you dare to walk into the inner hall. Don't be scared by the prices. In Jiangshi Dan Dun's outer hall, all the watches were under $1 million, while those over $1 million were in the inner hall. Once they entered the inner hall, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. The prices here are quite reasonable. The watches outside were too cheap. They probably wouldn't offer any good rewards. This one, and this one. Yi Yang casually strolled around. Whenever he saw a style he found handsome or appealing to his aesthetic, he would directly point it out. Su Pengfei and the group of saleswomen who entered later were stunned to see Yi Yang already holding 7 or 8 timepieces, each priced in the millions. What the hell? What is this kid doing? Is he stocking up? Does he think these watches are free? Just pick it up if you fancy it. He was now extremely suspicious that Yi Yang had poor eyesight and hadn't seen the last 3 digits of the price tags. Otherwise, even his father wouldn't dare to buy watches in such a stockpiling manner. What are you doing grabbing whatever you want? Do you know each of these watches is worth millions? If you break one, can you afford to pay for it? Su Pengfei angrily shouted. Yi Yang's actions also attracted the attention of the manager of the Jiangshi Dan Dun store. After all, except for that green gem, KV, nearly all the supreme-level watches in the store had been swept away by Yi Yang, collectively worth tens of millions to over 100 million. Just these, the others are too ugly. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Su Pengfei coldly laughed, pretending. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can keep it up. When it comes time to pay, you will have to reveal your true self. Just as Su Pengfei was preparing to watch Yi Yang's joke, the system notification sound rang out again. Detected that the host spent 75.98 million to purchase ordinary watches, rewarding 45 of Jiangshi Dan Dun's global shares. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that his previous guess was correct. The rewards from the system largely depended on the type of his spending. He looked at Su Pengfei with a hint of sympathy. While he was mocking him, he had already earned a world-class company. Shall I swipe the card? Yi Yang casually handed over the Supreme Black card. The moment Su Pengfei laid eyes on the Supreme Black card, his heart trembled. The black card represented personal assets exceeding 100 million. That meant real bank savings over 100 million. Although he was quite a wealthy second generation, he still had to ask his family for money to buy cars and watches. His personal savings were merely a pitiful few million. He was still far from qualifying for the black card. How could he possibly have a black card? Su Pengfei was dumbfounded. Ding. At the moment the card was swiped, the information network of Patek Philippe suddenly scanned for encrypted information. The branch manager was taken aback. Such occurrences were rare. This indicated that the holder of the bank card was a high-level encryption elite within the entire Patek Philippe company. He looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This change must be related to his recent acquisition of controlling interest in Patek Philippe. In such a large company, even a chairman would be remarkable to hold 20-30 shares. He had suddenly swept up 45 of the shares, completely becoming the actual controlling owner of Patek Philippe. Finally exposed. Su Pengfei let out a long sigh of relief. I said this kid was just showing off. Kai Mao Mao cast a look of disdain at Su Pengfei, increasingly doubting her choice. This. The branch manager Gong Shaoqing entered the manager's password, and upon seeing the decrypted information, beads of fine sweat instantly appeared in his palms. He was drenched in cold sweat. He repeatedly stood up and respectfully bowed to Yi Yang. I'm sorry, Director Yi. I was blind and truly didn't know you were here. He was genuinely fearful, clearly startled. This young man before him was actually the real controlling owner of the entire Patek Philippe global company, controlling 45 of Patek Philippe's shares. Such a super wealthy individual coming into his store just to purchase a few million worth of watches was evidently a slap in the face. It was my ignorance. He regretted deeply. Director Yi, I shouldn't have let these lowly goods tarnish your eyes. Please wait a moment. Saying this, he turned and hurried into the most central inner room. What is this situation? Shouldn't he have been kicked out by security because he had no money on his card? And he just called him what? Direct? A poor loser like him, how could he be worthy of such a title? Su Pengfei was completely baffled, utterly unable to comprehend the situation before him. The sales clerks beside them were also blinking in disbelief. If Su Pengfei was merely confused, then Gong Shaoqing was one of the 3 main executives of Patek Philippe in the Huaxia region. Her status was exceptional, and her worth was impressive. Even billionaires couldn't make her lower her gaze, because it was unnecessary. Even if she met the richest person in Huaxia, she would only show polite respect, and couldn't act, as she did just now, as if meeting her father drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was this young man's identity that could provoke such a huge reaction from Manager Gong? They vaguely sensed that their previous choice was too hasty. A person who could scare manager Gong into cold sweat was on an entirely different level compared to a second-generation rich kid wearing $1 million watch. Director Yi. These sales clerks murmured the answer they were afraid to voice lingering in their minds. Yet they were unwilling to believe it because it was just too incredible. In front of the safe in the inner room. Click click. Gong Xiaoqing carefully and cautiously opened the safe. She carefully took out the purple with golden inlaid diamond watchbox within. Just the value of this watchbox exceeded the total value of all the watches Yi Yang had just bought. This should be worthy of Director Ye's identity. Presenting this item should make Director Yi somewhat satisfied. Gong Xiaoqing was currently one of the 3 major managers of Patek Philippe in the Huaxia region. Her status was transcendent. However, his status and position were all given by Patek Philippe, while Yi Yang was the master of Patek Philippe. With a single word, he could strip away all of her glory and status. How could she not show respect? Returning to the front desk, she accompanied her smile and said, Director Yi, this is the only Patek Philippe Artisan Series 8025300 or 9593 allocated to the Huaxia region. Since you need a watch, this one barely matches your identity. Oh, Yi Yang had only heard of some luxury watch names before and wasn't very clear on the specific rankings. Therefore, he had no concept of Gong Xiaoqing's words. Patek Philippe Artisan Series 8025300 or 9593. Su Pengfei, exclaimed Manager Gong. What are you doing? Others were unclear about the Artisan 80253, but as a top second-generation rich kid who had been playing with watches for years, how could he not know? Patek Philippe Artisan Series 8025300 or 9593, limited to only 6 pieces worldwide. Not 600, not 60, only 6 pieces, one of which is still worn by Tsarist Russia's emperor. The price cannot even be described for this watch. Because this watch cannot be bought with money, to wear it one needs an unparalleled esteemed status and power. Yi Yang, a poor loser compared to world-class figures like Tsarist Russia's emperor. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Director Yi is the global controlling shareholder of our Patek Philippe company. Only such a watch is worthy of his identity. There's no reason. Gong Xiaoqing reprimanded. He remembered Su Pengfei, whose father had once met him. At this moment, reprimanding this kid was also out of goodwill. A small second generation like Su Pengfei was nothing more than a bug in front of Yi Yang. If a feud were to arise, the entire family would have to pay the price. Now, by scolding him, he was hinting at Yi Yang's status, and also trying to wake Su Pengfei up a bit, so he wouldn't act foolishly. Manager Gong Yu, what are you saying? Su Pengfei was completely bewildered, his brain blank. The global controlling shareholder of Patek Philippe. Even Kai Mao Mao beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth, gasping in shock, looking at Yi Yang with eyes full of disbelief. Had she known this during university, no matter the cost, she should never have missed out on what could be the most perfect boyfriend in the world. In front of Yi Yang's identity, what was Su Pengfei even worth? I must be dreaming. Su Pengfei shook his head. Sigh. Gong Xiaoqing sighed inwardly. As long as this little brat didn't cause trouble for her and continued to provoke Mr. Yi, everything would be fine. When she learned that the young man before her was the controlling shareholder, she was genuinely startled. This one is nice, quite handsome. Yi Yang put on the Artisan 8025300 or, nodding in satisfaction at Gong Xiaoqing, you're quite perceptive, I'll remember you. After stepping out of the Jaeger-LeCoultre store, he wandered around for a bit, purchasing a new phone and some intriguing trinkets, spending a total of several million. Having explored the entire luxury area of Demon No. 6, Yi Yang had completely transformed his attire. An Armani suit, Jaeger-LeCoultre Pavilion 000, or in a Lamborghini Veneno. Finally, he looked like a true wealthy individual. Yi Yang glanced in the rearview mirror, feeling quite satisfied with his outfit. People are judged by their appearance. Now dressed in noble attire combined with an air of mastery in martial arts, the already handsome and sunny Yi Yang became exceptionally dazzling. Just standing on the street corner, he attracted the attention of countless beautiful women. The ladies shopping in the luxury area naturally had high standards, yet even they blushed and felt their hearts race upon seeing the radiant Yi Yang. But upon seeing Yi Yang's outfit, these beauties felt a sense of inferiority. Such a super rich man, which ordinary woman would dare approach him? At least they were all quite confident in their looks and status. Is there a new message? Yi Yang opened WeChat and looked at the new message Lin Shuier had sent him. Where are you now, brother Yi? Are you free tonight? I promised to treat you to dinner, cute playful. Yi Yang shook his head, recalling how Lin Shuier wanted to return the tips he had given her last night. He jokingly said she could pay for dinner today to repay him. He didn't expect the girl to take it seriously. How about I pick you up? You just need to choose a nice place to eat. Sure. He'll wait for you downstairs at my house, hee playful. With that, Yi Yang put away his phone and got ready to drive to pick up Lin Shuier. Hey handsome, you are so cool. Can I add you on WeChat? My. Yeong raised an eyebrow, turned his head, and his eyes lit up. There were many fashionable beauties in Demon No. 6A, but this girl dressed in a stunning hanfu with a delicate oval face was exceptionally eye-catching. Can I? The girl around 19 had large cute eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing such a pure girl take the initiative to add him on WeChat, Yeong naturally wouldn't miss the chance. After exchanging WeChat contacts with a gentle smile, he drove off in the Lamborghini Veneno. So handsome. Long after Yeong left, Ling Shishi's infatuated smile had not faded. Now who in our circle would dare to mock me for not finding a cosplay partner at the convention? If she could get close to this handsome guy, it would surely make her the star of the show. Hiya. Before heading out, Lin Shuer also made a special effort to dress up her cherry red lips, not overly flamboyant, but perfectly complementing her exquisite features. The milky white, delicate knee-length dress swayed gracefully in the summer evening breeze. From the back she appeared almost ethereal. Passers-by were so captivated by Lin Shuer that some even crashed their electric scooters into lampposts. So beautiful. It feels like the stars on TV can't compare to her. Sigh. Obviously taken waiting for someone. It's a shame such a stunning flower is taken by such a lump. Well, it's definitely not you. Huh. Get lost. The pedestrians were in lively discussion. Lin Shuer was used to such comments. She knew that when she dressed up, she would always be the center of attention. However, at this moment, she wasn't paying attention to the surrounding chatter. Instead, she anxiously looked at the tips of her brown, leather high-heeled sandals, occasionally glancing around. Until a dark blur caught her eye. The tension and restlessness began to dissipate from her. Click. The car door opened automatically. Sorry to keep you waiting. Inside the car, Yeong waved with a smile. Come on in. Mum. Lin Shuer nodded repeatedly and got into the Lamborghini Veneno. Have you thought about where to eat? Yeong asked. I checked for a long time last night. The most expensive Michelin 3-star restaurant in Magic City is Ziguang Pavilion. A meal costs tens of thousands, but it can't compare to what you spent last night. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue, laughing a bit shyly. She truly couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. Ziguang Pavilion. Yeong nodded slightly. For such high-end restaurants, reservations had to be made in advance. He dialed the official phone number. Hello, sir. This is the Ziguang Pavilion in Magic City, a sweet female voice answered. Hello, I'd like to dine at Ziguang Pavilion tonight and would like to reserve some dishes in advance. I'm sorry, Ziguang Pavilion only accommodates 10 guests each day, and we are already fully booked for today. Those wishing to reserve can only do so 10 days later regardless of your status. Yeong frowned slightly. With his current hearing, he could naturally catch every word. Although the staff seemed polite, there was a hint of arrogance in her tone that made him uncomfortable. A small restaurant thinks it can act all high and mighty. He looked at Lin Shuer, who appeared to be in a predicament, and handed her the phone. Have your boss take the call, or he will miss the chance to prepare $1 million feast. What? $1 million? The staff stammered, clearly startled. The so-called rules of Ziguang Pavilion were nothing but hunger marketing. A meal costing tens of thousands means that even if they accommodate 10 people daily, they wouldn't have many guests, and their monthly profit would only be a few million. Moreover, hearing this gentleman's tone, it seemed that spending $1 million on a meal was as casual as breathing. She understood that this was a true big shot and didn't dare to delay, directly transferring the call to Paul Pirret, who was personally cooking in the kitchen. Paul, of French nationality, is one of the world's top 7-star chefs. He established Ziguang Pavilion in Magic City to realize his ideals. He only serves 10 guests a day, preparing each dish personally. Didn't I say that unless absolutely necessary, I shall not be disturbed during my sacred cooking time? Paul frowned, clearly unhappy to be interrupted. Although displeased, he still answered the call after hearing the female staff's explanation. Sir, if you think you can humiliate my dream with money, then you've found the wrong person. Paul stated sternly, even if I don't operate today, I will never break the rules of my restaurant. I have professionalism and principles. Rules are rules. Oh, is that so? Yeong smirked slightly. Then from now on, I am the owner of Ziguang Pavilion. The rules will change to 12 guests daily from now on. What nonsense are you talking about? Is being rich impressive? Paul frowned, wanting to continue expressing his ideals, but Yeong's next words instantly silenced him. 300 million. Sir, what did you say? Paul was stunned. 300 million to buy your Ziguang Pavilion. If that's not enough, I can make it $1 billion. Yeong replied with a faint smile. After all, the more he spends, the better the rewards. He wanted to see whether Paul's pride was stronger or $1 billion was more compelling. This. Sir, surely you're joking. Paul rubbed his balding pate. He had purchased the Ziguang Pavilion restaurant for 100 million yuan. After renovations and external enhancements, its current market valuation stood at only 150 million yuan. 300 million yuan, offered outright. A full doubling of its value. And before he could even counteroffer, the other party raised the bid to 1 billion yuan. He scratched his head, utterly hesitant. Yi Yang remained silent, patiently awaiting Paul's response. Gulp. As time passed, the figure of 1 billion yuan struck Paul's psyche like a colossal hammer. Fine. No need to sell if you're unwilling. I won't force you, Yi Yang said indifferently. No. I was merely stunned just now. Of course I'll sell. Paul's spirit surged instantly. His earlier air of dignified composure had vanished without a trace. He had initially refused, but how could he resist such an overwhelming offer? Boss. Yi Yang gave a slight nod. Indeed, all beings across the mortal realm ultimately succumb to the ultimate law of irresistible allure. After their exchange, Paul's earlier haughty tone had completely dissolved. He now addressed Yi Yang as boss, repeatedly with cheerful deference. Boss, please. Since you're dining at your own establishment, I shall spare no effort to prepare the finest meal possible. Boss, would you prefer French imported foie gras, or perhaps the vintage variety from the Chateau d'Agnac Reserve? Boss. Enough. You decide the menu. I'll simply arrive and eat. Yi Yang waved dismissively, thoroughly wearied by Paul's effusive enthusiasm. A mere 1 billion yuan had transformed this proud chef into an obsequious sycophant. The allure of wealth truly is miraculous. Lin Shuer watched, half amused, half exasperated. I promised to treat Brother Yi to dinner. Yet once again, he ends up footing the bill. Haha, no matter. I acquired this restaurant purely for its investment potential. Yi Yang replied, casually brushing it off with a light laugh. With proper branding, marketing, and the strategic lifting of its scarcity-based restrictions, Ziguang Pavilion could easily double its valuation within a year. Paul had fundamentally misjudged Shanghai's consumer capacity, hence his abysmal failure. Ding. Detected purchase of Ziguang Pavilion restaurant for 1 billion yuan. Reward granted, mastery of musical instruments. Oh. Yi Yang was mildly surprised. He'd expected shares in a corporation, not a refined artistic skill. Yet given his current holdings, including the Empire State Building and Jaeger-LeCoulter's global headquarters, his assets already numbered in the hundreds of billions. Skills of absolute mastery, such as supreme proficiency in Chinese martial arts or elite instrumental virtuosity, were precisely what stirred genuine desire within him. Such peerless abilities were priceless. No sum of money could procure them. All right, let's go. But the meal remains your treat, Yi Yang added with a smile, honoring Lin Shuer's wish to host him. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue playfully, then burst into delighted laughter at Yi Yang's earnestness. In that fleeting moment, her radiant charm stirred something deep within him. By the way, why didn't you go live today? Yi Yang asked, puzzled. Dining with Brother Yi is our private sacred time. Shuer doesn't want anything else intruding upon us. Silly girl. Yi Yang chuckled, gently ruffling Lin Shuer's smooth forehead. You're the silly one. She didn't flinch from his affectionate gesture. In fact, she leaned instinctively into his palm, her face lighting up with pure joy. With a roar of its engine, the Lamborghini shot forward like a black streak, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers lingering wistfully on Lin Shuer's retreating silhouette and sighing in quiet resignation. Truly top-tier beauties are always the cherished guests of magnates. The Lamborghini Veneno, a sovereign among supercars worth 70 to 80 million yuan. He flowers naturally bloom in crystal vases, not in cow dung like yours. That's certainly not what you said just now. In Shanghai's Binhai Road, after parking the Lamborghini in Ziguang Pavilion's exclusive lot, Yi Yang guided Lin Shuer toward the restaurant's entrance. Hey, you're late, drawled a portly man in a tailored suit, gold tooth gleaming arm draped possessively around a sultry woman in black stockings. Oh, Yi Yang arched a brow. The gold-toothed man's gaze lingered brazenly on Lin Shuer as he smirked. Ziguang Pavilion serves only 10 parties per day, and we are the 10th. You won't be admitted. Though if this lovely young lady wishes to step inside and experience its splendor, I'd be delighted to escort her. As for you, sir, perhaps it's best you return whence you came. Clearly smitten with Lin Shuer, the gold-toothed man sought to lure her away while ejecting Yi Yang outright. An audacious, shameless attempt at poaching. It was Yi Yang's first encounter with such blatant presumption. No thank you, Lin Shuer replied coolly, her expression tightening with distaste. Humph, how utterly ungrateful. The gold-toothed man sneered, just as Ziguang Pavilion's classical gates began to swing open slowly. Dozens of attendants emerged in solemn, disciplined formation. Wow, truly worthy of a 10th Sanuan feast. What grandeur. Ha ha. No need for such an elaborate welcome. Hey, what are you doing? The gold-toothed man assumed this magnificent reception was staged for him. Just as he prepared to bask in their collective adulation, he was abruptly nudged aside, relegated to the periphery, an outsider to the spectacle. Honey, what on earth is happening? We were promised aristocratic treatment here. His sultry companion instantly protested, clinging to his arm with theatrical dismay. Shu Shaoquan, the gold-toothed man, was about to erupt in outrage. Yet from the ranks of attendants strode Paul, accompanied by his assistant Lilith. Well, Master Chef himself, Chu Xiaoquan knew Paul well. To impress his girlfriend, he'd secretly studied everything about Ziguang Pavilion. Its history, its prestige, its exclusivity. This French chef is notoriously aloof. Only someone of extraordinary stature would warrant his personal greeting. Chu's urge to curse dissolved into wary silence. Though impeccably dressed, he was nearly broke. His girlfriend had nagged him for half a month to dine here. Finally, he'd scraped together 20,000 yuan to stage an elegant facade, and planned to seal the evening with her conquest. Just as he speculated who the distinguished guest might be, he saw the very youth he'd tried to humiliate, accompanied by the woman who had captivated his heart, step forward confidently. What the hell does he think he is? Hilarious. Just another poseur straining to appear elite. Better hope he isn't dragged out in disgrace, he sneered coldly. Before his words fully faded, Paul and Lilith halted respectfully before Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. In the next breath, dozens of attendants, alongside Paul and Lilith, bowed deeply in unison. In one resonant voice they declared, "Welcome, Boss Yi." In that instant, Chu Xiaoquan stood frozen, utterly shattered. Boss! Jinya, the portly man, was utterly stunned. For someone like him, merely hoping to flaunt a bit of superficial prestige, the Ziguang Pavilion was an unattainable realm of elite indulgence. Even the pavilion's owner addressed him as Master Yi. Just how exalted must Yi Yang's status be? And yet earlier he had actually dared attempt to poach from such a towering figure. I must have lost my mind. He trembled inwardly, were it not for the dazzling, alluring woman beside him, who had reluctantly agreed after months of relentless pursuit to accompany him to dinner. He would have dropped to his knees then and there to beg Yi Yang's forgiveness. After all, in Moda City, offending a true magnate could obliterate one's future with a single word. Yi Yang gave a slight, indifferent nod, a gesture befitting a man of his transcendent stature. To let such a petty figure stir his ire would itself be beneath him, undignified even. Relief washed over Chu Xiaoquan, the portly man with golden teeth. As Yi Yang utterly ignored him, he quickly prepared to depart, escorting the woman away. Dare he still enter to dine after having offended a titan? One moment of displeasure, and he might never walk out again. What do you think you're doing? The alluring woman had already been seething with envy, now witnessing Chu Xiaoquan's abrupt collapse from bravado into abject cowardice. Her nostrils flared with incandescent fury. Are you even a man? Whether or not you go in, I am walking through that door today, without question. She rolled her eyes. The owner of the Ziguang Pavilion. What a monumental figure. So distinguished, and so radiantly handsome. She resolved at all costs to draw near him. As for the man beside her, merely a sycophant. She had endured 2 months of his obsequious flattery before deigning to grace him with this single dinner. Well, fine. Chu Xiaoquan offered a wry, strained smile, and cautiously trailed behind Yi Yang, the woman gliding confidently at his side into the Ziguang Pavilion. Within the Ziguang Pavilion's grand hall, opulence reigned supreme. The interior embodied French classical aristocratic design in its purest form. Most arresting was the antique piano, timeless in elegance, bathed in a sunbeam that rendered it the undisputed focal point of the entire space. Behind the piano stood a salvaged Renaissance-era shipwreck, priceless in both history and value. All surrounding walls shimmered with seamless photon display panels. The ambience mimicked nature itself. Kaleidoscopic lighting bathed the space in serene, immersive comfort. What sheer breathtaking luxury! Lin Shuer, though no stranger to lavish dining establishments, found herself dwarfed by the Ziguang Pavilion's splendor, like a humble stream confronting an ocean. Please be seated. Paul and Lilius warmly escorted Yi Yang to the head table. Sit. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer took their places accordingly. At the Ziguang Pavilion, each table enjoyed a dedicated attendant. For Yi Yang's party, that honor fell to Lilius, the former deputy manager, now serving exclusively as his personal aide. Lilius was the quintessence of French beauty, statuesque, radiant, with sapphire eyes sparkling with vivacity and cascading golden curls that held gazes captive. Phew. Deputy manager Lilius herself attending to him. Just who is this young man? Gulp. With Lilius's stunning charm, I've dreamed of her serving me just once. How I envy him. Truly it makes my heart ache with envy. Nearby diners watched spellbound and envious as Lilius moved gracefully around Yi Yang. Her presence subtly magnetic, her curves brushing past with tantalizing effortless grace. Humph. Lin Shuer observed Lilius's attentive ministrations with a flicker of quiet jealousy. Yet in such an exalted setting she restrained herself from voicing it. Delightful. Yi Yang did not order from the menu. His meal was meticulously prepared by Paul himself. Each course a signature masterpiece. This is your aperitif, a rare Italian Sinali reserve aged over a decade in Paul's private cellar. Even he seldom dares uncork it. Lilius poured the Sinali bitter into crystal glasses for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, adding delicate cubes of azure ice. Yi Yang nodded faintly. As a premium aperitif, the Sonali Reserve commanded an exorbitant price, and paired with Paul's personal curation, even this single small pour was worth no less than 100,000 Chinese yuan. Fine, but lacking the nuanced, lingering finish of a Romani Conti. Yi Yang remarked casually. Lilius offered a wry smile. Romani Conti was the sovereign of red wines. If every vintage were measured against it, the entire industry would collapse. An aperitif awakens the palate, preparing it to fully appreciate the subtlety and artistry of the upcoming courses. As she spoke, dish after exquisite dish was presented. First, an amuse-bouche, the Golden Phoenix cupcake, adorned with edible gold leaf and gold dust crafted with the world's finest chocolate. Blimey, the Golden Phoenix itself has arrived. This man truly lives in another stratosphere. A single bite, two at most, costs over 100,000 yuan. Tonight we've encountered a genuine titan of wealth. The Ziguang Pavilion's average per-person expenditure exceeded 10,000 yuan, yet that sum only secured the most basic tier of offerings. The Golden Phoenix cupcake, a celestial rarity, lay far beyond such reach. Exceptional flavor. Yi Yang's eyes brightened, his appetite surged. The cake's texture was nothing short of transcendent, a delicacy unmatched in mortal realms. Next came truffle-infused French foie gras, white truffle brioche, sturgeon and lobster omelette, golden caviar Kobe beef, with black truffle jus, and crystal-clear imperial crab, over a dozen peerless masterpieces. Each dish carried a price tag in the tens of thousands of yuan. Nearby guests stared dumbfounded. They had believed dining here marked entry into high society. Yet gazing upon Yi Yang's celestial banquet, and then down at their own modest plates, they could only mutter inwardly what utter dross this is. This single meal, with those rare vintages included, must approach 1 million yuan. Bloody hell, over 1 million yuan for dinner. Tonight I've witnessed true legend. Sigh, I thought coming here meant I'd ascended to the elite. Perhaps I should seek rebirth instead. Guests at adjacent tables stood awestruck. Most had brought dates here to project prestige, but tonight under the blinding light of Yi Yang's million yuan feast, their carefully laid illusions shattered completely. Their girlfriends gazed enraptured and starstruck at Yi Yang's handsome silhouette bathed in candlelight, already weaving elaborate fantasies of romance with this dazzling magnate, complete with vivid scenes and intimate details. The men glanced at their companions' dreamy expressions and felt an overwhelming verdant shadow descend upon their heads. Restless and uneasy, they hastily prepared to escort their dates away. Leaving now meant forfeiting only a few 10,000 yuan meals. But delay a moment longer, and they risked losing far more than money. Though served over a dozen courses, French cuisine offered portions deliberately refined, scarcely more than delicate morsels. Only after finishing every last bite did Yi Yang feel truly sated. Dining alone feels rather hollow. Sated and refreshed, Yi Yang rose, and his gaze drifted toward the classical piano nearby. Such a tranquil, elegant hour would be tragically incomplete without music. Brother, you can play the piano too. Lin Schwerer brightened, clearly surprised. I know a bit. Yi Yang waved his hand and settled himself at the piano. The grand piano was said to be an aristocratic relic from a century ago, impeccably preserved and of considerable historical value. Acquiring such an instrument must have cost millions at the time. Yi Yang had just been granted mastery of instruments, at the very pinnacle of human ability. What does human limit even mean? His current command of musical performance had surpassed every master and virtuoso in history, even those famed for founding schools and leaving legendary legacies. The moment his hands touched the keys, an abundance of knowledge and exquisite sensation flashed through his mind. Could this wealthy, handsome man also play the piano? No way. That would be too perfect. Rich people dabble in everything. Do you really think he can play? I'm a professional music theory teacher. I'm just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. One music teacher, long annoyed by his girlfriend's admiration for Yi Yang, sneered aloud. Yeah, exactly. The other patrons chimed in, looking to the music teacher as if he were their savior. Yi Yang shone too brightly tonight. If his image were to be damaged, not a single girlfriend present would escape. They'd all kick their boyfriends out. Many women judge not by their own worth, but by the caliber of men they encounter. Once they meet someone superior, their current partner suddenly seems beneath them. Moved purely by instinct, Yi Yang's fingers like nimble birds began to play the piano with gentle flowing precision. What? This can't be. The music teacher, after only a dozen seconds, was so startled, he rose from his chair. What's wrong? It sounds lovely, his girlfriend asked in puzzlement. More than lovely. The teacher closed his eyes, drinking it in. The scales are measured to perfection, the emotional control is exquisitely subtle, the deftness of touch. This is a master, no, a grandmaster of musical theory. He was speechless, unable to express the depth of his astonishment. This is my white knight, my ideal man. Several women present were utterly captivated, their gazes betrayed no attempt at concealment. Compared to this young man, their own boyfriends seemed worthless. He's so handsome. Bathed in a halo of light, Yi Yang sat in the sunlight as his fingers moved, producing a flawless melody whose beauty carried an almost magical power. Listeners were instantly immersed in the emotional landscape of the piece. As Yi Yang played, one could almost inhabit the very imagery the music sought to evoke. In tender passages, it was like a breeze across the face. In explosive moments, it roared like a tempest. Everyone, even the jealous male patrons, found themselves unwillingly intoxicated by the piano's song. This was Yi Yang's favorite piano piece, Maxim's signature work, Croatian Rhapsody, renowned as one of the world's most demanding compositions. He had once longed to play this piece someday. He never expected that day to arrive so suddenly, and yet here it was. That speed, that impeccable control. Calling him a grandmaster is almost an understatement. He is a master of the age. The music teacher who had meant to ridicule Yi Yang now slumped helplessly in his chair. He had no grounds to find fault. Before Yi Yang, his own pianistic prowess would scarcely qualify him even as a distant disciple's disciple. It's astonishing. The women present were utterly won over. Handsome, wealthy, and a piano virtuoso. How could anyone be so flawless? Then they glanced at the men beside them. One of them never wanted to spend 10,000 on a meal without endless haggling. He was utterly useless. Sun shouting grew increasingly angry. Under the table, she pressed her high heel down onto Chu Shaokin's foot. He bit back a cry of pain and drew a sharp breath. What's wrong, shouting? Chu Shaokin held his foot, bewildered. Already intimidated by Yi Yang's presence, he was made still more tongue-tied by his goddess' constant attention to the young man. Look at him. Now look at you. Don't ask me out to eat again. I want a boyfriend like Brother Yi. Someone like you is unworthy of dining with me, she said, then resumed, gazing at Yi Yang with starry-eyed infatuation. You, Chu Shaokin seethed, furious and resentful toward Yi Yang. How could his goddess be in the wrong? But clearly the fault lay with Yi Yang. Had that perfect man never appeared, his goddess would not have drifted away. A simp remains a simp. His thinking is never from a self-respecting place. With the final resonant chord, the transcendent performance drew to a close. The echoes lingered like a benediction, leaving everyone yearning for more. The very music teacher who had intended to sneer was now Yi Yang's most ardent admirer, applauding the loudest and most fervently, eclipsing even the gold-digging women. Yi Yang rose with a faint smile and returned to his seat. Wow, Brother Yi, that's more than just knowing a little. I recognize that piece. To play it like that, one must at least be at a maestro level. Lin Schwerer gazed at him with unfeigned admiration. Haha, just luck really. I've practiced a bit, Yi Yang replied offhandedly. Beside him, Lilizi was at a loss for words. As a French girl, she cherished romance above all. Yi Yang's masterful playing had conquered her utterly. Time's nearly up, let's call it a night, Yi Yang said with a smile, and exchanged a knowing look with Lilizi. Lilizi quickly understood. Miss Lin, the total tonight is 10,088 Huaxia currency. Card or cash? 100,000. Fine. The wine had loosened Lin Schwerer's inhibitions. Her cheeks were flushed a delicate pink, like a ripe peach, irresistibly alluring. After Lilizi swiped the card, she watched Yi Yang support Lin Schwerer toward the Lamborghini with bound. The dinner would have cost over $1 million, but under Yi Yang's arrangement, there was no way Lin Schwerer would truly be charged. He owns Ziguang Pavilion. He'll be back, and he'll have my chance. Lilizi bit her lip and silently Phew. Finally they're gone. The male patrons breathed sighs of relief. If Yi Yang had lingered any longer, they feared their girlfriends might have run off with him on the spot. They'll see you back to Fuhua Residential Complex, Yi Yang offered with a smile. No. I'm the only one at home. It's dark and cold. The wine emboldened Lin Schwerer as she pressed her flushed face to Yi Yang's chest. Tonight, I only want to be with Brother Yi. Villa No. 1 on Yending Mountain. Yi Yang helped the slightly dizzy Lin Schwerer into the hall. Am I really that heavy? Lin Schwerer asked, her cheeks flushed as she wrapped her arms around Yi Yang's neck and collapsed onto the sofa. Not at all. Yi Yang, now proficient in national martial arts, could easily handle Lin Schwerer, who weighed around 100 pounds. How could he feel any weight? You're drunk. Let me take you upstairs to find a bedroom to sleep in. Villa No. 1 was quite large, with 6 or 7 bedrooms of various sizes. There was also the butler's room and the maid's room downstairs. There were a total of 9 bedrooms. However, he hadn't yet found the butler or the maid. Schwerer is not drunk. Lin Schwerer pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I can still drink. Stop talking nonsense. Your little face is all red now. Yi Yang's face was pressed against Lin Schwerer's arms in front of her. With only 3 centimeters between their eyes, he could smell the fragrant aroma of wine mixed with her delicate scent. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee your safety. Yi Yang gazed at the beautiful and intoxicated face before him. In such close proximity, he could even feel her body heat and softness. As a normal person, he naturally had the appropriate reactions. Even after improving his physical condition, his responses would only be stronger. I'm not drunk. I remember that meal just now. It was Brother Yi who didn't want me to spend too much money. Shuer has liked Brother Yi for a long time. Now that I've encountered you again, I don't want to miss this chance. She gazed softly at Yi Yang and said, Brother Yi, come on. Okay. Yi Yang also relaxed, fulfilling their mutual desire. After a long time, Lin Shuer finally fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yang scratched his head, knowing that after the upgrade he had become incredibly strong, but he didn't expect it. Even after being busy until the early hours of the morning, he felt no weakness at all. He pinched Lin Shuer's delicate sleeping face and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Yi Yang woke up and opened his phone. He discovered a plethora of messages. He instinctively clicked on the message from his sister Yi Xiaoji. The other party has received your red envelope. What the heck? Big brother, you've hit the jackpot. The sun is rising in the west, and suddenly it's $5,000. Did you win the lottery? Confused, Yi Yang smirked and replied, I won the lottery. Isn't your brother awesome? If you need more, just ask. Before he could send the message, another one came in from her. Wow. Big brother, did you buy me a new laptop? Surprised. I searched online and this laptop costs over 50,000. My heavens. Happiness comes so unexpectedly. Yi Yang smiled. His sister had been using her old laptop for 5 or 6 years and had always been mentioning wanting a new one. It seems that the express delivery in Jingxi is indeed fast. It arrived in just 1 day. Yi Yang replied. In 2 days is Sister's Day. Don't forget to pick me up from school to have fun for a day. Smirk, scheming. What's Sister's Day? Not knowing Sister's Day? You're out of touch. This is a day I the fairy decided myself. He actually, I just want to see you, brother. It's settled then. Oh, we must meet 2 days later without fail. Yi Yang shook his head with a wry smile. This girl has always been quirky since childhood. Yi Xiaoji performed well academically, so the family invested heavily to send her to a good high school in Modu. Although her parents were ordinary people, they placed great importance on education. Since she was attending a prestigious high school, the students there were either from very powerful families or exceptionally talented academically. Yi Xiaoji rarely had the chance to go out. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met, so it would be nice to take her out for some fun over the weekend. He glanced at the still sleeping Lin Shuer, knowing that although he was fine after the late-night activities, Lin Shuer would likely find it hard to get up before noon. Even if she woke up, she'd probably be too weak to get out of bed. Looks like I need to buy her something good to replenish her. Since we had Western food last night, let's order some Chinese food for lunch. Chinese cuisine is vast and profound. A dish of boiled cabbage at a state banquet can't be compared to any dish from last night. While Western cuisine has a price, Chinese food can be priceless. Although rarely recognized by Michelin due to the dining system, Chinese cuisine is the true uncrowned king of the culinary world. The best Chinese restaurant in Modu should be Han Pavilion. If it had to be rated, a high-end restaurant like Han Pavilion could easily earn a Michelin 5-star rating. Hello, is this Han Pavilion? I'd like to order a lunch takeaway. Yi Yang said casually. I'm sorry, sir, but we are a high-end restaurant and do not accept takeout orders. The receptionist at Han Pavilion couldn't help but twitch her mouth at Yi Yang's opening line. What kind of place is Han Pavilion? A single dish could cost thousands, even tens of thousands. Takeout. The words Han Pavilion and takeout simply don't go together. Oh, are you sure? Yi Yang snickered. I'm planning to order at least $1 million worth of meals. If you don't take takeout, you'll just have to find another place. Wait. What did you say? The receptionist was completely stunned. A meal worth over $1 million. Han Pavilion is high-end, but that luxury is for the restaurant, not for her as a mere receptionist. If she messed up a deal worth $1 million, she'd be close to losing her job. So she immediately contacted the general manager of Han Pavilion. Hello. Mr. Yi, hello. Please tell me your requirements. The previous one was a temporary worker who wasn't knowledgeable. I'd like to order your top-tier dishes from Han Pavilion, estimating around $1 million. Deliver it to me before noon. Yi Yang said casually. Okay, mister. Yi, may I have your address? The general manager probed discreetly. Yunding Villa, no. Wanna no need for further details, right? Yi Yang finished and hung up. On the other end, the general manager was stunned, putting down the phone with trembling hands. Yunding Villa, no. 1. Priced at over $1 billion. Owning that villa is not just about wealth, the power and influence behind it are top tier. Thinking about this, he didn't dare delay any longer and immediately notified the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Just after hanging up the phone, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Yang casually glanced at the electronic screen, realizing it was Yumomo and some staff in suits. He raised an eyebrow and opened the smart voice-controlled villa door. Bossy, the clothes and items you ordered have arrived. Yumomo still wore a sexy professional outfit akin to the most attentive housekeeper. Yumomo's gaze was fervent as she examined Yi Yang. She had long suspected that Yi Yang was of considerable status, but she didn't expect that within just a day of his arrival he would purchase so many luxury items and outfits. In total this must be worth at least 100 million, right? Such a handsome and perfect young rich man is more than just a Prince Charming. He is simply a divine being. I'll just put these in my dressing room, Yang said casually. Sure, I'll arrange that, Yumomo replied as she led the staff with the suits to the dressing room. Yang referred to the so-called dressing room. Villa no. One has 3 of them. One is the bedroom's private dressing room, one is the family dressing room next to the main bathroom, and the last is the collection dressing room in the basement. The smallest, the master bedroom's private dressing room, is over 100 square meters. Oh, one might mistake it for a luxury goods store. Yumomo led the staff to the family dressing room next to the bathroom, a spacious area of 300 square meters. After a shower, wandering inside and casually mixing and matching outfits was undoubtedly an exhilarating experience for a girl like Yumomo. Looking at the enormous dressing room that is several times larger than her own home, the determination in Yumomo's eyes intensified. After a busy half-day, Yang splurged over 100 million on various outfits and luxury items, yet even the medium-sized family dressing room wasn't fully utilized. All right, you can leave now, Yumomo said with a smile. All right. The staff members were astonished and left without clearing the shock from their minds. They had never seen such a large dressing room in all their years in the industry. I can't let you work for free. Oh, I just ordered some takeout, and 2 people probably won't finish it. Why not stay and have some? Yang said with a smile. 2 people can't finish it. Yumomo's heart trembled, but since she finally had the chance to get closer to the rich, how could she bear to miss it? Immediately she nodded repeatedly, sure. Yang was taken aback. He was just being polite, yet she really stayed. However, he didn't mind. The takeout that cost over 1 million was indeed too much for him and Lin Shuer to finish. Yumomo didn't rush to ask who the other person was. Firstly, she didn't have the standing to ask. Secondly, when the time was right, that person would naturally appear. By the way, I've been planning to hire a few maids and a housekeeper for the villa these days. Since you're in this line of work, you must have a lot of experience. Can you recommend some good candidates for me? Yang asked with a faint smile. Maid and housekeeper. Yumomo's face flushed slightly. Do rich people really play like this? Yang rolled his eyes. He clearly said maid and housekeeper just now. Bossy, do you think I'm suitable? Yumomo, joking aside, looked at Yang with some nervousness. Yang raised an eyebrow. Momo is a 7-star gold medal housekeeper online with international certification. Very reliable. I definitely won't disappoint you, boss. No, master, Yumomo said repeatedly. Yang's lips curled slightly. He rather liked this title of master. This woman is clever and adaptable. Oh, it might not be a bad idea to consider her as the family housekeeper. Master, look, this is the general job market for domestic helpers in high society. Yang took Yumomo's phone. Domestic helper talent website. What a simple and unpretentious name, he said as he looked at the recruitment information on it. Each candidate is a top-tier beauty. The talent website requires a bare-faced photo, and even the bare-faced photos are still stunningly beautiful. The minimum is 3 stars, and the maximum is 7 stars. Each star has gold, silver, and bronze badges representing their performance. Yang chuckled. It seems you are indeed a top talent among them. Yumomo was flattered by the compliment from the handsome man, and even the usually rational her couldn't help but lift her chin with pride. I'm not bad. Yang nodded slightly. Yumomo was the first beauty to welcome him into the Yunding villa. She was also the first beauty he encountered after starting his new life as a rich man. In Yumomo, he felt something different from others. Though she was also a 7-star gold medal domestic talent, Yang naturally preferred to have Yumomo as the maid housekeeper. Thank you, master, Yumomo said obediently. Having a mature woman calling him master filled Yang with a sense of accomplishment. Since you're a maid housekeeper, I need to gather a professional domestic maid team. Yang rubbed his chin. Let's call these candidates after we finish eating. You just help me contact them. The starting salary is 500,000 with 15 months of pay each year. If they are willing to come, they can join. How much? Seeing that Yang was picking 7-star gold medal candidates, Yumomo wanted to remind him that the hiring fee was substantial. Unexpectedly, Yang struck her with a heavy blow. He showed her what true wealth looked like. Normally, a 7-star gold medal domestic talent earns between 500,000 to 1 million a year. Yet Yang directly offered 500,000 a month. Moreover, he offered 15 months of pay a year. This was simply terrifying. Let's settle on that. I ask for your salary. They'll start you at 1 million a month, and if you do well, I'll raise your salary next year. Even though Yumomo had seen many grand occasions, she was still dumbfounded. 1 million a month with 15 months of pay amounts to 15 million. Previously, she only earned 80,000 a year as the chief service manager in the Yunding Villa area. Is that too little? Yang frowned and questioned with confusion. He thought what he offered should not be low. No. Yumomo repeatedly stood up. Master, you are so good to me. I will definitely do my best to manage your villa. That's good. Yang smiled and nodded. Yumomo was overjoyed as she didn't expect that helping Yi Yang organize the wardrobe would bring her closer to the handsome man, and she might even become his personal maid. Most importantly, an annual salary of 10 million. The handsome man. No master is truly amazing. Didi. A classic palace car stopped outside the villa. The palace car bore the elegant inscription of Hongo. Oh, that was quick, didn't they say they wouldn't This was far more professional than regular takeout. Yi Yang said with a smile. This is takeout. Yumomo felt her worldview challenged again. When did a high-end restaurant like Hongu start delivering takeout? Moreover, with such a setup, did they bring the entire restaurant here? Looking at the 7 or 8 meter-long food truck, Yumomo felt completely lost. Mr. Yi, given the extraordinary scale of your order, Han Pavilion has assigned us personally to prepare everything on site. Here is our menu. You may order freely. We are top-tier state banquet chefs from Han Pavilion, and we shall craft an opulent feast for you live. Though seasoned and accustomed to grandeur, the chefs were still awestruck upon entering Yi Yang's Yunding Mountain. This hall, so lavishly extravagant. A vision of hyper-modern domestic splendor. Oh, Yi Yang glanced briefly at the menu and began ordering without hesitation, choosing only the most expensive, most visually appealing dishes. Dragon liver and phoenix eye, boiling water with cabbage, golden dragon encircling the pearls, sea bottom Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel-shaped mandarin, fish, 1,000 refined, dompa pork, golden rice, 300-year-old, wild ginseng broth, diamond-cut fruit platter. As the elite chefs jotted down each dish, they scrambled to prepare the rarest ingredients. Yet inwardly they trembled. These were not mere delicacies. They were the crowning masterpieces of state banquets, the most exorbitant offerings imaginable, each priced in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. And yet he ordered them all without blinking. As for drinks, Yi Yang flipped through the menu with mild dissatisfaction. Is there nothing truly exceptional among your wines? Well, the chefs exchanged hesitant glances. Every premium wine available at Han Pavilion was already listed. Only one remained unlisted, so prohibitively expensive that it served as the pavilion's treasured centerpiece, deemed unworthy of inclusion since no patron could conceivably afford it. Mr. Yi, there is indeed one such vintage, not featured on the menu. However, its price. They faltered, collectively voicing their uncertainty. Oh, do tell. Yi Yang's curiosity stirred. What wine could possibly command such reverence and such silence from state banquet masters? Guotsong Fingio. Of the original batch released from imperial cellars, only 20 bottles existed worldwide. Nobles across the globe fiercely contested them. One bottle passed through countless hands before Han Pavilion acquired it for $2.98 million, its crown jewel and irreplaceable treasure. Their voices trailed off. After all, though, Mr. Yi spent lavishly, who would truly treat a multi-million-dollar collector's item as if it were ordinary table wine? Then that one, please. Yi Yang nodded approvingly. This vintage suited his taste perfectly, at least in price, far surpassing even Romanicani. The chef stood stunned. Mr. Yi, you're serious? As our centerpiece, its price stands at 300. Yi Yang frowned and waved dismissively. Are you speaking to me of money? Only then did the chef snap back to reality. Of course, this man resided in a villa worth over 1 billion, spending several million just to savor a single vintage was hardly extraordinary. So this is the mindset of the ultra-wealthy. Several million for a single bottle. My apartment costs less than 3 million. Shaking their heads wryly, they immediately contacted Han Pavilion to dispatch the Guotsong Fingio. Being Baijio, one bottle sufficed. Meanwhile, the chefs worked feverishly in Yi Yang's ultra-luxurious villa kitchen, preparing a state banquet. Their eyes gleamed with exhilaration. The kitchen was outfitted with the world's most elite, most opulent. A single set of cookware might cost millions. For any chef, the lifelong dream was precisely this, to cook once in a fantasy-grade, supremely lavish kitchen. While the chefs labored with fervor, Yi Yang relaxed in the living room, turning on the television and instructing Yumomo to contact the top-tier 7-star gold badge housekeeping candidates from the talent platform. Guan Ruoyu. Yi Yang smiled. The name pleases the eye. Hire her. Call her now. Yumomo responded without delay. He knew this was also a test of his competence as chief steward. A steward must possess discernment and diplomacy, not envy or obstruct talent. Hello. The call connected and a voice answered, polite, yet laced with quiet hauteur. Guan Ruoyu held a master's degree from Wharton School, ranked among the world's finest business schools. Standing 1.72 meters tall, her beauty was peerless. Her temperament carried an innate, deeply rooted pride. This is Yunding Mountain Villa. I am its chief steward, formally extending an employment invitation via the talent platform. Oh, are you seeking my financial expertise? What's the annual salary? Is there growth potential? And what of the employer's character? If he's vulgar or lewd, I will decline outright. Hold on a moment, Yumomo frowned. We're hiring a maid. not a financial advisor. What? Disbelief rang down the line. Have you even read my profile? Wharton School. You want me to be a maid? Our offer is $50,000 per month, with 15 months' salary annually. Umamamo narrowed his eyes sly as a jade-faced fox. Silence fell. Yiyang faintly heard the clatter of a glass hitting the floor. After several seconds, a tentative voice returned. Is this salary genuine? Indeed. Should you accept, please report to Villa 1 Yunding Mountain by 8 tonight for your probationary period. Yes, I'll be there on time. In a modest apartment in Shanghai, Guan Ruyu stood frozen, her shattered glass scattered at her feet. Hearing she'd be hired as a maid had shaken her sense of self so profoundly, she nearly cursed the caller as insane, until the salary shattered her last psychological barrier. Financial management sounded prestigious. Yet, even with full scholarship from Wharton, and no family connections or influential networks, what company would offer a fresh, inexperienced master's graduate over $500,000 annually? For 6 months, this proud returnee had failed to land a position worthy of her ambitions, reduced instead to eating instant noodles in a cramped rental. $50,000 monthly, 15 months yearly. That's $750,000 annually. Even as a maid, what does it matter? Half a year of harsh reality had nearly eroded her inner pride. Guan Ruyu gazed at the broken glass beside her, resolve hardening in her eyes. Whatever was asked of her, she would keep this job. Master, I'm here. She sprang up, meticulously grooming herself for tonight's interview. Villa 1 Yunding Mountain. Umamamo lowered his phone. 9 candidates contacted, all accepted instantly. He sighed softly. Every one Yiyang selected was exceptionally accomplished and fiercely proud. Yet upon hearing salaries of 7 or 8 million annually, they flocked like cats to blood, eager to arrive instantly. Wealth indeed felt exquisite. Brother Yi. Yin Yang turned his head to see Lin Shuer descending the stairs in a silk loungewear set, her graceful silhouette softly revealed. Recalling last night's tenderness and joy, he moistened his lips. There were no women's clothes in the villa, so Lin Shuer had worn Yin Yang's sleepwear the previous night, making it appear slightly oversized. The neckline slipped sideways, exposing her delicate collarbones and smooth shoulders. HSS. Umamamo's heart skipped at the first sight of Lin Shuer. She had always been supremely confident in her own beauty, yet encountering Lin Shuer stirred within her a rare, almost palpable sense of rivalry. Even more unsettling was Lin Shuer's rare blend of pristine innocence and subtle allure, a quiet elegance that made Umamamo feel for once distinctly outshone. After all, among high society's banquets and glittering exchanges, a deep-rooted air of maturity and noble refinement naturally permeates one's gaze and expression. This is not to say such qualities are inferior, yet when juxtaposed with Lin Shuer's flawless, unadulterated purity, they inevitably seemed a tier below. Not a trace of artifice lingered in her brows or eyes. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to settle for being master's personal maid and housekeeper. Umamamo stuck out her tongue, though a quiet defiance still flickered within her. Still, she resolved at the very least she would become Yin Yang's woman, not merely for the staggering annual salary of 15 million yuan, nor solely for that reason, but because Yin Yang was, after all these years, the only man who had ever truly awakened emotions she could not suppress, a paragon of perfection. Awake. Yin Yang casually wrapped an arm around Lin Shuer as she sat on the sofa, nestling against him like a gentle white rabbit. He stroked her silken hair. I ordered takeout. We'll eat lunch, then I'll drive you home. Okay. Lin Shuer obediently nodded. Her current status did not yet permit her to stay here yet she felt deeply fulfilled. Last night had realized a wish she'd held for years. With continued effort, she would surely earn that long-cherished position. Yin Yang glanced at Umamamo pouting beside him with unmistakable jealousy and laughed aloud, introducing them to each other. Female friendship often blooms without rhyme or reason. When social roles do not clash, women may even become inseparable confidants overnight simply for loving the same man. A truth Yin Yang had observed repeatedly among idol fan circles. The dramatic confrontation he'd feared between the two women never materialized. Instead, moments after meeting, they embraced like old friends reunited after decades, recognizing and admiring each other instantly. Women's friendships truly are mysterious. What did Brother Yi order for takeout? Lin Shuer leaned in curiously, just as Yin Yang stood speechless. You'll find out when the dishes arrive. Yin Yang glanced at the antique art clock mounted on the wall, valued in the millions, and estimated the timing was nearly perfect. Guoyan's first delicacy, boiling water with Chinese cabbage. The national banquet chef completed preparations and began announcing each course in formal banquet style. Golden dragons circling the pearl. Buddha jumps over the wall from the deep sea. Dish after exquisite dish was carried in. Each was irresistibly alluring. Chinese cuisine honors the harmony of color, aroma, taste, texture, and presentation, engaging all 5 senses. Its grandeur lies in elegant simplicity, its mastery in effortless refinement. Yin Yang had only heard of such culinary artistry. Today he beheld it in full splendor. Sit down and join us. You've worked hard enough. Yin Yang waved generously. With two young women and himself, there was no way they could finish this feast. Rather than let it go to waste, he chose to extend a favor to these master chefs, though admittedly he harbored a quiet strategic intent. The chefs exchanged hesitant glances. Yet under Yamamoto's peerless persuasion, they finally took their seats. This meal ranked as Yin Yang's most satisfying since his sudden fortune. Last night's Western banquet, though opulent and exquisite, had offered meager portions. A single gold leaf cake cost over 100,000 yuan, consumed in one bite, costing over 1,000,000 yuan total, yet leaving him barely sated. True gastronomy resides in our huaxia. Yin Yang smiled, uncorking a bottle of Guotsang Finjiu worth over 3,000,000 yuan. Here, everyone a glass. No, no, no. The national banquet chefs leapt to their feet trembling. Master Yin, a single sip costs tens of thousands. We simply lack the fortune to partake. Should Master Yin grow displeased and demand they split the bill, they'd be forced to sell their cars to repay the debt. Haha, relax. My treat. Yin Yang chuckled, shaking his head at their terrified expressions. Well, all right then. Only then did the chefs exhale in relief, bowing reverently, as if preparing for sacred rites. Yin Yang shook his head amused and drained his cup in one swallow. Truly exceptional wine, seeing his casual manner of drinking. The chefs exchanged wry, incredulous smiles. A 3,000,000 yuan vintage, gulped in one go, earned only 5 words of appraisal. Is this what a divine magnate looks like? Yin Yang watched the chefs savor the wine, then lifted a faint smile. Now that the wine has been shared, I'll speak plainly. I have little time to cook. I require private chefs. Would any of you consider joining my household? The chefs nearly spat out their wine. So this was why the wealthy were said to be deceptively generous. How could such hospitality be genuine? They've been waiting for this moment all along. Salaries will be 10 times your current rates. How does that sound? Yin Yang asked, smiling. 10 times. Surely you're joking. Even we earn 3 to 500,000 annually. Tenfold means 3 to 5 million. They trembled in disbelief. Even without this Guotsang wine, a salary of 3 to 5 million yuan would have required no deliberation. Then it's settled. After settling the bill today, return to your posts briefly. Then purchase ingredients this evening. From tomorrow onward, you'll serve as my private chefs. Yin Yang spoke casually. Yes, Master Yin. Inwardly, the chefs cried windfall, and savored the meal with unrestrained delight. Charge it. Yin Yang produced his Dongfa Supreme Black Card. Master Yin, your total comes to 4,670,000 yuan. Shall we round down for you? Now that Yin Yang was their true employer, the chefs knew precisely whose favor to cultivate. No need. Yin Yang eagerly welcomed further expenditure, perhaps triggering another extraordinary reward. The chefs Yamamoto and Lin Schwerer gazed in awe. Such is the magnanimity of a divine magnate. A meal costing 4 or 5 million yuan holds no weight in his eyes. Ding! System alert detected expenditure of 4678980 yuan on an ordinary Chinese meal. Reward granted ownership of Chateau Lafite Rothschild in Bordeaux, France. International Centurion Black Card. Whoa, just one meal, and I'm gifted an entire winery. Yin Yang grinned inwardly as the system chime echoed in his mind. Chateau Lafite. Yang casually searched it online. It was indeed the famed estate that produced the legendary Chateau Lafite Rothschild, established as far back as the 14th century. It had endured uninterrupted through centuries, remaining a hereditary estate of the Lafite nobility. And he never imagined the system would wield such extraordinary power, granting him direct ownership. This Chateau Lafite is Europe's largest and most valuable vineyard, appraised at 6 billion euros. Though it falls short of monumental rewards like the Empire Financial Tower, it remains an exceptionally formidable prize. Yet it still pales beside the Centurion Black Card. Yang hadn't anticipated receiving one of those. Truly astonishing. It was the ultimate emblem of status. And globally, only national leaders, billionaires, and figures of unparalleled prominence held such a card. Dubbed the King of Cards, the Centurion Black Card offered a credit limit of 10 billion yuan within China, and no cap whatsoever internationally. An utterly staggering concept. If the Dongfa Black Card marked his entry into the club of 100 million yuan worth individuals, then the Centurion Black Card signified his ascension into the echelon of billionaires. After the state banquet chefs departed, Yi Yang prepared to drive Lin Schwerer home. NAS for cleaning the Villa Yuweiwei would naturally arrange staff to handle it. Vroom. And the Lamborghini Veneno screeched to a halt before the Fu Hua residential complex. And after a tender farewell kiss, Lin Schwerer stepped out of the car. Yi Yang habitually unlocked his phone to check new messages, only to find them flooding in. Yi Yang, is that really you in the video? Nice one, brother Yi. You've gone viral on TikTok. And bro, you play piano? No way. That's gotta be fake. I've never seen you touch a key before. Yi-young blinked in surprise and opened the video clips sent by dozens. In the setting was unmistakably the Ziguang Pavilion. In the footage he sat before a sunken ship and beside a grand piano bathed in soft light, fingers dancing with effortless grace as he performed Croatian Rhapsody. His striking features, masterful artistry, and the exquisitely romantic ambience all converged to catapult him into overnight internet stardom. He chuckled and shook his head. It had been nothing more than a spontaneous impulse the previous day, yet someone had filmed it, posted it online, and inexplicably it had exploded. He opened TikTok, and the very first splash screen featured his piano performance, already amassing 2 to 3 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Curious, he scrolled through the comments and, so handsome, exactly my type, and obsessed. I found my new husband. Haha. Guess I'll have fresh dream material tonight. And I'm marrying him and bearing his children. Not just TikTok, his video was trending across Bilibili, Shigua Video, Kuaishou, and every major video. Sigh, I truly never meant to go viral. And faced with this sudden fame, Yi-young shrugged, bemused and slightly speechless. And then he returned to the villa. Yumamamo stared intently at her phone screen, eyes gleaming. And what's so captivating? Na-young glanced over. It was his own piano performance. So this is what Master is truly capable of. In her eyes shimmered with even brighter stars. You've already been hailed as the nation's newest grassroots heartthrob. A live broadcast, just showing your face, would instantly launch you into superstardom. Who knows? You might even become the nation's new husband of the people, and pass. That title sounds exhausting. Yi-young rolled his eyes. NYU Mamamo covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Rarely did she reveal such girlish charm. And ding-dong, Na-young raised an eyebrow. Who is it? He glanced at the intercom display. Applicants for the maid position. And they'd originally been aloof, reluctant to, but upon hearing the annual salary of 8 million yuan, they rushed here before nightfall, touching up their makeup, racing urgently toward Villa No. 1 at Yunding Mountain. And truly diligent, Yi-young remarked, half amused, half bewildered. Outside the gate, Guan Ryu nervously twisted her arm, anxious. What if her employer turned out to be a lecherous old pervert? Such an exorbitant salary. Was it merely a pretext for indecent intentions? And how then should she choose? Should she submit to money, or... And lost in thought, the door swung open, and she took a deep breath. No matter what, this 8 million yuan opportunity must not be missed. Guan Ryu entered Villa No. 1 alongside 9 other young women. And, welcome to Villa No. 1. I am Yumamamo, your house manager. Yumamamo rose gracefully, resuming her cool, poised, mature demeanor. And nice to meet you. I'm Guan Ryu, she stammered repeatedly. I'm Chu Xuan. And though highly educated and accomplished, the young women were visibly flustered. This was their first encounter with a female steward as elegantly commanding, sophisticated, and radiant as Yumamamo. There's no need to feel nervous. I too am simply employed by our master. Yumamamo stepped aside and bowed respectfully toward Yi-young seated on the sofa. A master, and that deeply embarrassing title flushed the girls' faces crimson in an instant. Yet when they caught sight of Yi-young, smiling warmly from the sofa, their blush deepened further, and was he the very piano prodigy they'd just watched online? Their eyes widened in astonishment, and they'd mentally braced themselves for a grotesque elderly tycoon. But this was a jarring, almost absurd contrast. A storm of disbelief surged within them, and among them were even those who moments earlier had declared in comments they'd bear his children. Guan Ryu was one of them. Her inner voice cried out, forget 8 million yuan. Even unpaid, she'd gladly serve such a flawless paragon. Wealthy, youthful, handsome, and a virtuoso pianist. Feel free. Your sole responsibilities are maintaining the villa and keeping the residents immaculate. Yi-young clarified, intuitively sensing their unease. No, not at all. We're willing to do anything. And yes, absolutely anything if you wish. Guan Ryu and the others blurted it out instinctively, then froze, realizing what they'd said. Their faces burned like ripe apples. Yi-young scratched his head, taken aback by their reaction. Then for now, please follow Xiaoyu to familiarize yourselves with the villa's layout. Yunding Mountain Villa commanded a price tag in the billions. Not without justification. It boasted no fewer than 9 bedrooms. Its total floor area was beyond description. Its basement defied conventional understanding entirely, and the entire interior of Yunding Mountain had been re-engineered. And the mountain itself was the basement of Villa No. 1. Within lay even a grand library. And before seeing that subterranean library, Yi-young could scarcely fathom how extravagantly, how gloriously, indulgent wealth could truly be. After familiarizing themselves with the villa, the girls were all filled with wonder. Anyone from the Magic City knows the renowned Yunding Mountain Villa and Villa No. 1 is the king among them. But only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend the luxury within. If there are no objections, we can directly sign the contract. With Yumo's efficiency, he naturally prepared the contract in a day. We have no issues at all. The girls quickly glanced over the contract, eagerly expressing their agreement. Yiyang nodded slightly and proceeded to pay the salaries. He was not afraid of these girls backing out midway. After all, breaching the contract would also require compensation, and selling these people wouldn't even cover half of the compensation amount. Ding! Detected that the host has paid the maid team an annual salary of 90 million huaxia coins, rewarding Jinsheng Law Firm with 51. Law firm. Yi Yang's eyes brightened. As his assets increased, it's possible that he would encounter legal issues in the future, and having a law firm would undoubtedly save him countless troubles. He had heard of Jinsheng Law Firm. It is renowned throughout Huaxia and is firmly seated in the top position among law firms in the Magic City, unshakable by anyone. Whether it's domestic or international disputes, they have never lost a case. They are known as the invincible lawyers of the Magic City. The firm's network extends into all levels of society. How any lawsuit or dispute can be easily resolved with the right connections. Such a firm is not something that can be easily bought with money. After all, a lawyer team that dares to call themselves invincible could earn tens of millions or even billions from handling high-stakes cases. They are certainly not lacking in funds. There is absolutely no need to sell equity. Even if Yiyang offered more money, he likely couldn't secure a deal with them. At this moment, Yiyang couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. At almost the same moment, in an office building somewhere in the Magic City, Fong Han looked at his secretary in shock. Are you sure? The other major shareholders have all sold their stocks to this Mr. Yi. Yes. The secretary smiled wryly, saying, according to the acquisition information, that Mr. Yi now holds 51 of our company's shares. Fong Han was also in disbelief. Jinsheng Law Firm is like a treasure trove. As long as they guard it, they will never run out of money. For those partners to sell their stocks, it seems this Mr. Yi has an unstoppable, powerful background. Moreover, he has invested a massive amount of capital. Can we find out any information about him? Fong Han, having calmed down for a while, finally reacted and asked. The information we can find is extremely limited. We can only ascertain that he is the owner of the Magic City Empire commercial building and appears to be a holder of the Centurion Black Card. Additionally, he has recently invested in the Lafite Winery in France. He has now become the actual controlling shareholder of the Lafite Winery. Moreover, he is also the true owner of the Jiang Shidantan watch brand. Our law firm has exhausted all resources and has only managed to find this much. The secretary smiled wryly. He was well aware of how powerful Jinsheng Law Firm's network was. They could gather information from the highest echelons to the grassroots, yet they couldn't find anything about this Mr. Yi. Gulp. Fong Han clenched his fists. It seems this Mr. Yi definitely has a significant identity. Jinsheng Law Firm was founded by him, and today he has managed to make this renowned super firm in Huaxia change hands. And the original owner had no idea at all. This person is terrifying. Fong Han knocked on the table. Go call Caichi and AI Wei. The three of us main partners need to pay this Mr. Yi a visit together. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. The secretary knew this matter was significant and hurriedly notified the other two main partners to arrange the schedule. In the evening, Yang finally had some leisure time. With the establishment of the maid team, the villa finally had a lively atmosphere. Previously, such a large villa felt rather lonely with only Yi Yang living in it. Bored, he gathered a few maids to play Ludo together, and the loser had to drink. Or they could swim in the villa's rooftop heated swimming pool. It could be said that he was living in utmost comfort. The experiences of an ordinary person in a lifetime might not match the enjoyment Yi Yang had in one evening. The feeling of being wealthy is truly wonderful. Master, what are you doing? Come play. After adapting to the new environment, the several maids were having a blast. Even though Yunding Villa was large with 10 of them cleaning together, they could quickly tidy it up. Once they finished, they could happily play with their handsome and wealthy master. There was no place as wonderful as this. No. Yi Yang waved his hand and casually opened his phone. He noticed that the university class group, which had been silent for a year, suddenly became active. Has it really hit 99? What's going on? Yi Yang was somewhat surprised. After graduating from university, the class group had nearly died out with no one speaking for a year and a half. Suddenly, it exploded with activity tonight. Clicking in, he finally saw the announcement. Hey old classmates, the graduation internship period should be over, right? If anyone is free, let's gather in a couple of days. The announcement was made by the class monitor Yu Qinggong. This announcement reignited the class group once again. Many classmates started reminiscing, and conversations gradually shifted to work. So I don't mention it. That idiot supervisor forces us to work overtime every day and even tells us that 996 is a blessing. I could care less. Not only do we not get overtime pay, but now I also have to thank his 8 generations of ancestors. You're doing better than me. Oh, at least you found a job. I'm still struggling not having found a job yet. Sai, just thinking about it brings tears. Old Su should be doing pretty well, right? He's a rich second generation. Who are you calling Old Su? Is that what you call him? Now he's working as an executive in his father's company, and I'm working under Su Ge now. How enviable. No wonder he's a rich second generation. By the way, where's Mao Mao? She was the flower of our class. I heard that Su Ge and Kai Mao Mao are now a couple. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. It's quite a coincidence. The Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao that the class praised, he happened to run into them when buying a watch a few days ago. When they found out he was the actual controlling shareholder of Jiang Shidantan, their eyes nearly popped out. He still remembers their comical expressions. Ahem, I think I'll skip this gathering. Su Pengfei finally made it. Come on, Su Ge, you are the most outstanding person in our class right now. If you don't come, what's the point of this gathering? How can you speak like that, Wang Dowling? Which pot shouldn't be mentioned, daring to expose my brother's scars? Wang Wan, a bootlicker working under Su Pengfei, jumped out to retort. What's wrong? Can't I speak the truth? Wang Dowling, known for his straightforwardness, replied, without showing any signs of weakness. You? Just as both sides were about to argue fiercely, Yi Yang also calmly sent a message, since everyone wants to gather, it's best to get together. Yi Yang is out. How's it going, Brother Yi? I heard Brother Yi seems to have joined a decent software company. Obviously Yi Yang's popularity was not low. After all, he is handsome and has decent grades with a notable presence in the class. However, aside from a few rare close friends like Zheng Xian, most male classmates couldn't wait to see him stumble in society and be the subject of their laughter. Not to mention, Yi Laoda's achievements are beyond your imagination. Zheng Xian couldn't help but speak up when he saw someone belittling his Yi Laoda. Oh, isn't that Yi Yang's little follower? What's up? Still following little Yi after graduation? Sure, to this day still calling him Yi Laoda, it cracks me up. We're already in society, can't you be a bit more realistic? Whoever has money is the big brother, alright. Exactly. Many people in the class echoed this sentiment. After entering society, they indeed deeply understood the meaning of this statement. No matter how capable you are still working for the wealthy. When they respect you, they call you a high achiever, but when they don't, you're just like a dog. Those with power and influence at home are born into that class, and after graduation, they go to their father's company, like Su Pengfei, to become executives. That would be the goal for most people in the class after half a lifetime of striving. As for the second half of their lives, if they can't become executives, they will be laid off when they reach a certain age, then live out the rest of their lives in poverty. You guys better believe it. Then at the gathering, they'll be shocked by Yi Laoda. Zheng Xian said indignantly. Shocked by him? I want to see what kind of status he has that could shock us. Tisk tisk, how could he be stronger than my Su brother? The boys led by Wang Guan were incredibly sour. Really, Zheng Xian? Has Yi Yang really made it big? Some girls were filled with anticipation. After all, they hoped their once male idol would do well. However, that hope was not high. After all, Yi Yang came from an ordinary family. No matter how impressive he was, how far could he go? Perhaps Zheng Xian's little follower was just used to exaggerating Yi Yang's minor achievements. Haha, I'm just an unemployed drifter, nothing much to say. Yi Yang sent a message stopping Zheng Xian from continuing. An unemployed drifter. Fired. No way, Brother Yi actually became unemployed right after graduation. As society is truly harsh. The male classmate who spoke up seemed concerned, but deep down he was secretly pleased. However, Yi Yang paid no attention to these messages. Given his current status, if he told them, it would instead create a sense of distance. Alright, then it's settled. 3 days later at the Fengshan restaurant in Modu. What's Fengshan restaurant? I've never even heard of it. Eating there is such a disgrace. Han Siley, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke up. The average cost at Fengshan is quite high, over several hundred per person. Most of us are still interns, who I think it's too much. Yu Qinggong was somewhat surprised by Han Kylie's tone. Han Siley had a low presence in college, but she was the type who was quite self-conscious. Although she was pretty, she had always been indifferent towards people and was not enthusiastic about group activities, so she was never considered for the title of class flower. How could someone who seemed to dislike collective activities suddenly be so bold? The contrast often attracts the most attention, and the entire class was waiting for each other's responses. I told my boyfriend, and he said he would book a venue for us at Han Pavilion in 3 days. Everyone can just go there direct. Han Siley rolled her eyes, her disdain evident. She had never looked down on these rubbish classmates during her university days. Even the son of that little boss, Su Pengfei, was completely beneath her notice. Her goal was a true big boss. Thus, she rarely participated in school activities. Whenever she had time, she would go out to various nightclubs and KTVs, fishing for opportunities. Her efforts paid off, and over 4 years she indeed found a genuine big boss, and became his private lover. Now at the class reunion, of course, she had to make a good impression. Wow. The most prestigious Han Pavilion in Modu. Isn't that the super restaurant claimed to be a 5-star establishment in Huaxia? The average cost there is at least 10,000 per person. With dozens of us gathering, wouldn't that mean hundreds of thousands? Sally, what does your boyfriend do? Ah, I'm so envious of you. You actually found such a rich boyfriend. He's just a regular businessman, not particularly outstanding, just has more money, haha, no worries everyone, can just go over when the time comes. Han Kailei's words overflowed with pride. Is that so? What does everyone think? Class leader Yu Qinggong asked. No problem. A super big shot treating us. I also want to experience such a super big figure. Maybe you'll be noticed and become a little follower, that would be fine too. I wholeheartedly agree. The students all chimed in. Most of them had never encountered a restaurant of this caliber, so when someone was treating, of course they wanted to check it out. Alright, it's settled then. Yu Qinggong finalized the information. Yiyang shrugged indifferently. He was just going to see a few good friends he had mixed with during university. As for the others, it didn't matter much to him. Master. The door opened, and Yu Momo, dressed in a provocative black outfit, entered, causing Yi Yang's blood to rush with just one glance. What are you doing? Yiyang quickly put down his phone, controlling his breathing. Such a figure, a super beauty, exuding a mature charm, stood before him in a black silk outfit, revealing her fair thighs. Even a man would find it hard to remain calm, right? Doing what a maid should do. Serving the master. Yu Momo bared her teeth. Her gaze toward Yiyang was also filled with intense desire. Gulp. Yiyang licked his lips. Before he could speak, Yu Momo had already walked to his side, starting to Yiyang looked at the hardworking girl and stopped overthinking. Compared to Lin Shui, Yu Momo had to understand more. No matter what was done, it brought immense joy to Yiyang. Every corner of the room, from the balcony to the panoramic sofa in the bedroom. Every detail left a profound impression and joy in Yiyang's heart. Ultimately, everything came to an end at Yu Momo's pleading. After bathing, Yiyang contentedly held that gentle and alluring body to sleep. The transformation through national martial arts endowed him with a uniquely robust physique, allowing him to enjoy deeper pleasures. Regardless of the outcome, I have already obtained what I desire. Yu Momo gazed at Yiyang's profile with endless admiration, drifting into a satisfied slumber. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the national banquet chefs hired by Yiyang for a substantial sum timely prepared the ingredients for breakfast. High-level chefs not only cooked, but were also masters of nutrition. They tailored a dietary menu for Yiyang, ensuring the most delicious dishes were served in the healthiest manner, of course, with plenty of supplements. This consensus was formed when they saw the group of lace maids living in the villa. Sigh. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. Such a beautiful and outstanding group of ladies, yet they served as cleaning maids. I doubt that's their only job, right? One of the chefs, Chef Chun, raised an eyebrow and smirked. With so many of them, I wonder how the boss manages every night. It wouldn't be good if he overindulges and harms his health. Nonsense. The head chef snorted coldly. With us top chefs around, if the boss has health issues because of such trivial matters, we should feel ashamed. Yes. Several chefs wiped their cold sweat. Increase the dosage of the restorative soup. I don't want to be mocked for not being able to take care of our boss' health. The head chef was equally unyielding, directly adding several restorative dishes to the menu. Phew. After hard work, sleep was sweet. Yiyang stretched lazily, playfully pinching Yu Momo's fair and tender backside before getting out of bed. Yu Momo's energy was clearly much better than Lin Shui's. With a pat from Yiyang, she groggily got out of bed. However, when Yiyang returned to the bedroom after washing up, he found Yu Momo still in bed. Why aren't you getting up? Yu Momo's face instantly turned red. It really hurts, master, you're just too strong, my legs. Seeing Yu Momo pouting and acting coy, Yiyang laughed heartily. Don't worry, I glanced outside earlier. Breakfast has plenty of restorative items, enough for your recovery. Yu Momo's face turned even redder. Master, you're so bad. Breakfast included Guan Yu and Yu and other maids, along with several national banquet chefs. In total, there were more than 10 people. However, the main dining room of Villa No. 1 was spacious enough. With more than 10 people seated, it felt anything but crowded. On the contrary, it had the atmosphere of a medieval noble family gathering. Yiyang sat at the head of the table, savoring the shrimp and egg congee. If this dish were served at Han Pavilion, a bowl would cost over 1,000. By the way, boss, we came to work for you. The old owner of Han Pavilion not only didn't blame us, but encouraged us to do our best, and even brought you the Han Pavilion's Black Dragon Gold card. The head chef Do Jinfeng respectfully handed the Black Dragon card to Yiyang. Oh. Yiyang raised an eyebrow, understanding the attitude of Han Pavilion's owner. The other party must realize he was a significant figure. Since they couldn't afford to offend him, it was better to curry favor as much as possible. What does this Black Dragon Gold card entail? Yiyang asked with a smile. Considering the card as a meeting gift, it must not be an ordinary item. The Black Dragon Gold card is the highest level VIP card of Han Pavilion, and there are only 2 holders to date. One is Buffett, who was invited to dine at Han Pavilion 2 years ago, and the other is Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate Group. Yiyang raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Buffett, the world's most prominent financial operator, hailed as the god of stocks by countries worldwide. Top-tier elites consider it a supreme honor to have lunch with Buffett. So this guy has dined at Han Pavilion. As for Chairman Wang of Yida Real Estate, Wang Xilin, who had occupied the position of the richest person in China for several terms, he needed no further introduction. Yi Yang put away the Black Dragon Gold card. Holding this card grants lifetime complimentary dining at Han Pavilion, making you the most esteemed guest. You can dine in the highest grade private room, the Black Dragon Pavilion. Indeed, the Black Dragon Pavilion is not open to any guests below the Black Dragon card level. It is a super VIP room for hosting the supreme guests of Han Pavilion. Several national banquet chefs explained repeatedly, lifetime free. That's quite generous. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that his meal costing over 5 million truly shocked the owner of Han Pavilion. After discussing the serious matters, the chefs proudly introduced the dishes to Yi Yang. When discussing the supplements, they deliberately emphasized hoping Yi Yang would eat more. Yi Yang understood the chef's intentions, feeling somewhat amused. He was now considered a master of martial arts with profound internal energy and vigorous health. How could he possibly be weakened by such matters? All right, breakfast is finished. Yi Yang also requested the head chef's bank card, transferring 10 million over. Boss, what is this? Dou Jianfang's eyes widened, shocked by Yi Yang's lavishness. This is for your ingredient purchasing expenses. You choose the top-tier items directly. If it's not enough, let me know, and I'll transfer more. Yi Yang smiled. Sufficient. Sufficient. Dou Jianfang was both amused and exasperated. While top-quality ingredients were expensive, a purchasing fee of 10 million at once was indeed rather extravagant. Don't try to save money on me. Yi Yang wasn't afraid of spending money. He was more concerned about not being able to spend it. He wished that the other party could use up the money in a day. And you? Yi Yang transferred another 10 million to Guan Yuanyu. You're responsible for purchasing household essentials. Choose the most expensive items for everything. I estimate that 10 million won't last long. If it's insufficient, just let me know. Just report back to Jia after purchasing. Okay. 10 million. It won't last long. Is this even something a person would say? Since meeting Yi Yang, everyone felt their perception of money had completely collapsed. By the way, accompany me to the 4S dealership later. Yi Yang looked at Yumomo, who was secretly amused beside him. Master, are you buying another car? Yumomo's eyes widened, somewhat surprised. What is the Lamborghini Veneno not enough for you? Just one car? It's inconvenient for everyone to go out grocery. Besides, my old car only has 2 seats, which is really impractical. Yi Yang shrugged. I plan to get a big one. Old car. Everyone exclaimed, realizing that in Yi Yang's eyes the Lamborghini Veneno, worth 70 to 80 million, was merely a broken car, with only 2 seats. If Master wishes to purchase a vehicle, there happens to be an auto exhibition in Shanghai. Perhaps a visit would be worthwhile, Yumomo suggested, recovering from her initial astonishment. An auto exhibition? Yi Yang nodded. This spared him the trouble of visiting countless 4S dealerships individually. Shanghai's exhibition would surely showcase every luxury automobile imaginable. Very well. Let us depart for the exhibition immediately, Yi Yang said with a smile. Understood. Yumomo replied promptly and hurried off to prepare the car. An hour later, Yi Yang stepped down from his Lamborghini Veneno. The exhibition venue was already teeming with crowds. Most attendees, though unable to afford such vehicles, had come merely to feast their eyes upon automotive splendor. This exhibition spans a full 50,000 square meters, featuring every prestigious luxury marque based in Shanghai. Yumomo remarked, having diligently researched en route. Let us go inside and take a look, Yi Yang murmured with a faint smile. The moment he alighted, he noticed a growing cluster of onlookers gathering around him. Good heavens, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. A billionaire who commands a vehicle worth 70 or 80 million yuan. Surely he's here to acquire some elite automobile. Exactly. He's worlds apart from us, who've only come to indulge our fantasies. Let's follow this divine tycoon and witness greatness firsthand. Most bystanders were car enthusiasts. Spotting Yi Yang descending from the Lamborghini Veneno, their eyes gleamed with envy. Vehicles of this caliber belonged to that rarefied echelon, unattainable for virtually anyone, no matter how long they lived. Inside the venue, excitement surged. Spectators brandished smartphones and camcorders, capturing every gleaming contour. Beyond the dazzling array of automobiles stood elegant models, whose statuesque figures accentuated the raw power and fluid lines of the luxury machines. Yi Yang felt genuine delight gazing upon these masterpieces. What man, after all, could resist such automotive majesty? He approached the Rolls-Royce pavilion. As the quintessential emblem of ultimate success, Rolls-Royce exuded dignified gravitas, yet lost none of its commanding charisma. Especially striking was the gilded spirit of ecstasy hood ornament, radiating opulence like molten gold. At the exhibition's very heart stood the pinnacle of Rolls-Royce engineering, the Phantom, the brand's most exalted flagship model. Its imposing silhouette and peerless aura of grandeur commanded immediate reverence. Yi Yang was instantly captivated. Supercars, though extravagant, accommodated only 2 passengers, hardly ideal for group excursions. Yet the Phantom, a globally acclaimed top-tier armored SUV, rendered such limitations obsolete. That one, Yeong pointed casually toward the flagship Phantom. How much? I'll take it. A crowd of curious onlookers, who had trailed him in, stood utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly a divine tycoon? His tone sounded as nonchalant as haggling over cabbages at a wet market. Sir. Staff members and existing visitors unaware of his identity stared at him in bewildered silence. The flagship Phantom started at 40 million yuan, a showpiece meant solely to own, never intended for sale. Sir, are you quite serious? This is the upgraded Phantom flagship, priced at 58.88 million yuan. The attendant stammered in disbelief. Good grief, that's 50 or 60 million. Is this youth actually buying it? At his age he must be joking. He's truly fearless, like a newborn calf confronting tigers. Now that he knows the price, he'll likely flee in shame. Ha ha ha. Spectators nearby erupted into mocking laughter. Only those who'd followed Yeong inside bristled indignantly at such petty jeers. After all, this man arrived in a supercar worth 70 or 80 million yuan. How could he possibly lack the means to speak so boldly? Is that so? Yeong nodded calmly. If it's truly that affordable, then add these 2 as well, to round out 100 million yuan. A collective sweat drop appeared across the onlookers' brows. I knew he was bluffing. 100 million. Who dares utter such words without a personal fortune exceeding 10 billion yuan? In China, I've never even heard of someone so young possessing wealth beyond that threshold. Precisely. Yet his gaze and bearing seem anything but ordinary. Perhaps he genuinely intends to purchase these Rolls Royces. Mere hot air. Bluster costs nothing. The onlookers' chatter began to irk Yumamamo. Proceed with the card payment. Yeong remained unperturbed by the petty envy of these impoverished souls. When he drove away with his new acquisitions, they would finally grasp who the true buffoons were. This. The attendant trembled violently upon seeing the Centurion Black card in Yeong's hand. Holy hell, the Centurion Black card. Only society's absolute apex, individuals of extraordinary stature, qualify for such a card. I'm ruined. I just mocked a titan capable of wielding a Centurion Black card, claiming he couldn't afford a car. Will he retaliate? Ha ha ha. We'll tell you plainly, he arrived in a Lamborghini Veneno. We withheld that detail just to watch your faces fall. Ha ha ha. Yeong's entourage burst into delighted laughter. This. The loudest mockers flushed crimson, bowed their heads in shame, and scrambled toward the exit. Truly a celestial magnate. Untouchable, untouchable. Best flee at once. Ha ha ha. Wasn't your mockery earlier rather majestic? Nearby spectators joined the mirthful chorus. Enough dawdling. Once the transaction clears, I still have shopping to attend to. Yeong frowned slightly, prompting the stunned sales representative. My lord, please wait. I shall process this with utmost urgency. The attendant jolted upright. How dare he delay a patron bearing a Centurion Black card? What normally took days, the vehicle registration and ownership transfer, was expedited to near-instant completion. Mr. The total amounts to 138 million yuan. Your card has been charged. Please accept your Centurion Black card, respectfully returned. The sales manager reverently handed the card back with both hands. Ding. The system has detected that the host spent 1,000 to purchase 3 means of transportation, rewarding him with 10 properties in the educational district of Magic City. Yeong couldn't help but take a deep breath. 10 buildings, not just 10 units. Each building has at least 10 units, totaling over 100 apartments, right? 10 buildings in the educational district mean 1 or 2,000 apartments. These are the educational district properties in Magic City. Just how rare and expensive they are doesn't need further elaboration. Some properties have skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands per square meter. A small apartment can cost over 10 million. Assuming the lowest of 1,000 apartments, each averaging 15 million. He suddenly gained nearly 20 billion in assets. This feels amazing. Yeong thought to himself, secretly delighted. In a few days he could rent out these properties and have a substantial amount of liquid assets to spend each year. If he gets tired of renting, he could sell them all. Don't ask why. Too many houses, he can be willful. Originally, Yeong thought that after becoming wealthy, lying on a pile of money every day would be quite mundane. Now with these educational district properties, he could temporarily play the role of a landlord. No wonder those wealthy individuals who could do nothing or directly hire someone to collect rent still prefer to do it themselves. Yeong began to understand the psychology of those super rich. Because when you're too rich, being idle is uncomfortable. Mr. Yi. The sales manager beside him rubbed his hands nervously and smiled. Yeong turned to him. Where do you need us to deliver these vehicles? With only himself and a top-notch beauty beside him, he naturally knew they were there to deliver the cars to him. Just deliver them to the Villa number 1 at Yunding Mountain and let my butler handle the specifics. Yeong pointed directly at Yumomo behind him. Okay. The sales manager wiped his cold sweat. Just who is this terrifying young man? Buying cars like he's buying cabbage, and just like that he spends 100 million. It seems that the Villa King that the two Mas of Huaxia competed for is all his. Villa number 1 at Yunding Mountain. Isn't that the Villa King in Magic City that those two billionaires competed for and neither got their wishes fulfilled? Although it's priced at 800 million, it's said to have skyrocketed to 2 to 3 billion due to that bidding. A villa worth 2 to 3 billion. Wow. Being rich is truly amazing. Yeong was already accustomed to the astonishment of those around him and walked directly towards the exhibition area. This time he came to buy some luxury cars, and by purchasing them to earn some money as well. Although his assets are already in the trillions, the bulk of his cash still comes from the over 10 billion rental income from the Empire Financial Building. To him now that seems a bit too little, at least not matching his current worth. With an SUV, Yeong felt more assured and started walking into the Supercar exhibition area ready to buy anything that caught his eye. After all, he has plenty of money. Just buy. A 36 million Ferrari LaFerrari. Buy. A 73 million Maybach EXE Limited to 3 globally. Buy. What? Limited edition cars require becoming a Maybach member and spending 50 million on non-limited cars first. No problem, just buy enough non-limited cars for 50 million. Bugatti Veyron L6. Only 88 million. Buying it is a profit. Maserati, Bentley, Aston Martin. As long as they catch his eye, buy them all. After all, the more he spends, the richer he becomes. A price is absolutely not a problem. The tourists behind him followed Yeong, witnessing everything with wide eyes. Many small influencers visiting here didn't want to miss the opportunity and live-streamed this scene, causing the stream to explode in popularity. My God, has Yishan already bought over 30 luxury cars worth millions? These luxury cars worth several million, are they really like cabbage in his eyes? Simply terrifying. Up ahead is the Koenigsegg Exhibition Hall. That's the world's top luxury car. I wonder if Yishan is interested in taking a look. Isn't that a given? No need to doubt. Now no one questions Yi Yang's purchasing power anymore. That Centurion Black card has a daily overdraft limit of over 100 billion, enough for him to empty this car exhibition. The person in charge of the Koenigsegg exhibition area had long heard that a formidable super-rich person was attending the car show today. Upon seeing a car he desired, he rushed to buy it. He quickly came out, starting to welcome Yi Yang's arrival, even from a distance. A super-rich individual truly is a super-rich individual. The salespeople at Koenigsegg usually look down on everyone. They've never even glanced at anyone. Today they specifically came out so far to welcome Yishan. Yeah. My uncle, although he has a net worth of over 10 billion, when he entered Koenigsegg's showroom, they completely ignored him. That's the difference. Mr. Yi, this is the world's #1 limited edition supercar, without a doubt the #1 at this car show. An absolute king of cars. If he says second, no one would dare claim the first. The person in charge confidently stood next to the Koenigsegg 11, pride evident in his demeanor. Is that so? Yeong looked over the Koenigsegg 11 and wrinkled his nose. It's okay, but it just... The entire venue was stunned. A Koenigsegg 11 priced over 100 million actually being rated as a bit ugly. Final buy it just right to reach 10 billion. Yeong waved his hand. Tonight, with the purchase of this Koenigsegg 11, he would just about break the 10 billion mark. A special number like this might trigger a super reward. All the tourists felt as if struck by lightning. This terrifying big shot. This is too frightening. Just to reach a lucky spending amount, he directly decides to buy a supercar worth over 100 million. Before I didn't believe it, but today I believe. The extravagance of the wealthy in this world is beyond our imagination. That's right. As ever, the system's notification sound rang out on schedule. Ding. The system has detected that the host spent 1098900 to purchase a means of transportation, rewarding him with a deposit of 100 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations to the host for reaching a deposit of 100 billion, triggering a special reward. Special reward? Yeong raised an eyebrow. Achievement: 100 billion in deposits reached. Reward: 51 of Yida Group's shares. The simple declaration sent a chill skittering across Yi Yang's scalp. 51% of Yida Group. Yida Group is one of Huaxia's largest and most illustrious conglomerates. Its former chairman Wang Silin, by virtue of Yida's successive triumphs, has many times stood atop Huaxia's list of richest men. The group's most famed arm is Yida Real Estate. Yet it also commands numerous other ventures: Yida Film, Yida Hotels, Yida Information, each of considerable value. Added together, their worth is easily in the trillions. Securing 51% of that empire would mean his personal assets had officially breached the trillion mark. A trillion-level fortune could already square him off against those former magnates in a contest of wealth, especially when factoring in holdings like Jiang Shidandan Leifei Winery and the Digwa Financial Tower. Yi Yang's private fortune had even eclipsed that of some of them. Were I inclined to hawk my net worth, next year's Huaxiao Forbes list would surely bear the name Yi Yang. He smiled, savoring the thought. A night of wanton spending had elevated him from a superstar spender to the ranks of Waxia's wealthiest. Satisfied, Yi Yang had the expo staff take the Lamborghini Dewey back. He and Yumomo, under the intense gazes of the models, climbed into the Koenigsegg 11. Just to test the driving of this preeminent supercar, the Koenigsegg's ignition erupted in a thunder more potent than the Lamborghini's. If the Lamborghini was a colossal beast about to break its tether, then the Koenigsegg was a dragon on the verge of unfurling its wings. A gentle press of the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg became a streaking shadow slicing through modest, glittering thoroughfares. Wherever it appeared, onlookers could do nothing but gasp. Such a car worth so many millions made those who knew its price drool with envy. Yet that envy was all they could afford. If one is not born into such fortune, the chance of possessing it in a lifetime approaches nil. Exhilarating. Yi Yang reveled in the unparalleled thrust and the intoxicating rush of speed that slammed him against the seat. Beside him, Yumomo watched, utterly captivated. Meanwhile, as Yi Yang tore along the avenue elsewhere in the capital, the Yida Group headquarters sat in uneasy silence. Footsteps hurried. Chairman Wang, an emergency has occurred. Wang Xilan's most trusted secretary entered, pale and bowing. I instructed that nothing which does not threaten the entire group should interrupt my meeting, Wang Xilan said, sternly, visibly displeased at being disturbed. The secretary hurried to explain. Chairman Wang, it's very bad. All of our group's listed assets were forcibly sold and seized. Our monitoring was caught off guard. Within seconds, our 51% stake was purchased by a single individual. What a 51%. All companies under Yida, 51%. Impossible. No one could believe it. There is simply no such formidable figure in Huaxia. Could an international financial leviathan have moved? That seems unlikely. The room erupted into chaos. The news left everyone open-mouthed in shock. Each person present was at least a senior executive of Yida, some leading subsidiary heads, titans who normally faced high officials and multi-billion contracts without so much as a furrowed brow. And yet now they were in disarray. Wang Xilan slammed his fist upon the table. Though shaken as a once unrivaled tycoon of Huaxia, he possessed extraordinary nerve and strategic acumen. Forcing down his shock and donning a veneer of composure, he asked, explain precisely what happened. The secretary replied, the forced acquirer is a Mr. Yi. We cannot gather detailed information on him in the short term. We could only trace assets registered to his name: the Modu Digwa Financial Tower, the Leifei Winery, the Jiang Shidandan Watch Holding, and 10 school district residences. Wang clenched his fist. It was bewildering. In the time it took him to hold this meeting, the ownership of the group had been upended by someone with money to burn. Such assets alone could not plausibly acquire 51% of us. He must possess far deeper, far more formidable backing. If even our investigators cannot trace it, perhaps unseen titans on the world's backstage stand behind him. It would be prudent not to provoke them. Since he has become the owner of us all, we should call and ascertain whether he harbors any specific demands for the group's future. True to his reputation as a former richest man, Wang sorted his thoughts in an instant, accepted the new reality, and chose the most judicious course. They'll telephone Mr. Yi at once, the secretary said repeatedly. At that moment, Yi Yang's phone rang. The Koenigsegg had already arrived at the Yunding Villa Enclave. Parking the car, Yi answered casually, hello. A voice asked, may I speak to Mr. Yi? Who is this? I am Wang Xilan, chairman of Yida Group. Yi offered a measured mem. Though it was his first time speaking with a tycoon of Wang's stature, his own wealth now rivaled or even eclipsed the chairman's, and his confidence showed. He had every right to be forthright. On the line, Wang Xilan froze at the unexpectedly youthful voice. Beneath that calm, unflappable tone, he sensed the composure of one who had already ascended. He knew then that this young man was not to be trifled with. The matter is this: you have just expended a vast sum to acquire 51% of Yida Group. As the new controlling shareholder, may I ask whether you have any further strategic or operational directives for Yida? Wang tapped the desk with his fingers, probing as he spoke, tentatively awaiting an answer. Requirements. Yi Yang pondered for a moment. Although he had some understanding of the operations of such super large companies, he didn't want to overthink it. Now, all he needed to do to make money was to keep spending. There was no need to think hard about the complicated operation. Operate as usual, but each month you need to provide me with a financial report. Any major decisions must also be reported to me, Yi Yang said seriously. These billionaires were all figures of great ambition. He needed to have necessary means of control and threats. All right, it will be as you wish. Wang Xilan hung up the phone, exhaling deeply. How is it, chairman? A group of executives asked nervous. It's fine. He just acquired the company. As long as we don't make any major mistakes, we can continue with the previously set strategy. Wang Silin said with a sigh of relief. Phew. The many senior executives also breathed a sigh of relief. This is the wealthy elite. Just a single word can send these top talents on an emotional roller coaster. After lunch, Yi Yang received another phone call. Fong Han. Yi Yang frowned, then remembered, founder of Jin Sheng Law Firm. Now you are the boss, and Fong Han doesn't dare to call himself the founder, Fong Han said politely. Unlike Ida, who could only guess Yi Yang's background, the connections of Jin Sheng Law Firm were too extensive. Even they could not uncover the details of this Mr. Yi, which made Fong Han genuinely feel cautious and in awe. Ha ha ha. You are quite polite, Yi Yang chuckled. We know that someone like you is always busy with myriad affairs. However, we wonder if you could spare a precious moment recently for me and the other two principal shareholders to visit you. Oh, then come to my house and have dinner. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. Those who could establish connections at Fong Han's level must possess top-notch strategic thinking. The other party's visit was surely also intended to gauge his worth. Jin Sheng Law Firm was a part he valued greatly now. Since the other party wanted to test him, he must give them sufficient shock and awe. At the headquarters of Jin Sheng Law Firm, Fong Han looked at Ivy and Saichi before him. I have already made an appointment with Mr. Yi to visit him at his residence this evening. Visiting that mysterious Mr. Yi. Kaiki's face also showed a hint of curiosity. Since he heard that even Fong Han couldn't uncover the details about Yi Yang, he became interested in this extravagant, mysteriously born young tycoon. Heh. Ivy shrugged dismissively. As a top lawyer at the firm, he had seen many things internationally and was unimpressed. His inner pride did not allow him to feel intimidated before even meeting the person. Especially you, Ivy. Fong Han warned, you must show respect to Mr. Yi. His background and identity may not be something you or I can imagine. Got it. Ivy waved his hand impatiently. If he truly has such capabilities to impress me, then I will naturally respect him. Just like you, brother Fong. If he is not someone I can admire, then no amount of money he earns would matter to me. Ivy indeed had the qualifications to say this. With his abilities, he would never lack money wherever he went and had no need to care about anyone's face. You? Fong Han shook his head helplessly. Prepare well for this meeting tonight. It will be very important. Okay. Saichi and Ivy nodded and turned to leave. Fong Han sat in his office chair, spinning the pen in his hand, gazing out at the street outside the office building with a deep expression, lost in thought. At the Yunding Mountain Villa, just after hanging up the phone, Yi Yang received a message from Lin Shuer. Brother Yi, afternoon tea, are you free? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This little girl is quite romantic. You choose a nearby cafe and send me the location. Oh, I will come shortly. Got it, I promise to complete the task. He shook his head. Yi Yang looked at Yumomo. If I come back late tonight, you entertain Fong Han and the others first. Oh, got it. Yumomo pouted and made a face at Yi Yang. She knew what Yi Yang was going to do, but how could she interfere with her master's decision? I was already prepared for this. She smiled and shook her head. Open the navigation and go to Dingxiang Sea Cafe, Yi Yang said casually. The Koenigsegg 11 being a supercar naturally had the most advanced automatic navigation system. Received. Dingxiang Sea Cafe, proceed straight ahead on the road. Virum. At the speed of Koenigsegg, they quickly arrived at Dingxiang Sea Cafe. After parking the car, Yi Yang stepped into the cafe. Dingxiang Sea was one of the top cafes in the Magic City, with chain stores spread across the new first-tier cities. With a trend of becoming the #1 in the coffee industry, the coffee inside was naturally expensive. Upon entering, he saw Lin Shuer standing next to a man in a suit who was chattering away. The man wore a Rolex and had an awkward gait. Lin Shuer showed a hint of annoyance on her face as she explained. Seeing this, Yi Yang frowned. Lin Shuer had now been regarded by him as his woman, and this person seemed to be too presumptuous. Beautiful lady, even if you are waiting for someone, you might as well add my contact information. I am confident that I am also someone of some stature in the Magic City. Who knows, I might even help your boyfriend find a job in the future. Ha ha. The man with the Rolex appeared quite self-satisfied. However, this self-satisfaction only made Lin Shuer more annoyed. Yi Yang. Lin Shuer saw Yi Yang arrive. Her eyes brightened as she waved repeatedly. Oh, is this your young boyfriend you were waiting for? The Rolex man raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Yi with an unfriendly gaze. Dear audience, please take a moment to give this book a 5-star rating. Our ratings are a bit lacking. Sob, sob, sob. Move aside, Yi Yang said indifferently. Move aside. But my feet won't listen to me, the Rolex-wearing man scoffed. Surrounding customers turned their attention to this side, especially many men who had been coveting Lin Shuer for a long time, naturally feeling very jealous of Yi Yang for dating such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. They wished someone would teach him a lesson. The world is a cruel place. Haha, this little brother must be seeing this situation for the first time, right? Who told him to find such a beautiful girlfriend? TSK, TSK. Yi Yang chuckled, but there was a hint of killing intent in his smile. If you can't walk, I'll make you crawl out of here. Oh, you're quite arrogant, huh? The Rolex-wearing man flaunted his watch. Kid, open your eyes and take a good look. What is this? Rolex Submariner. My goodness, this flirter is indeed a wealthy man. This thing is priced at over 300,000, right? Spending 300,000 on a watch, he really is wealthy. Those who came here for coffee were all white-collar workers and naturally recognized luxury prices. TSK tisk, is this the old cliché of love meeting money? I just wonder who this girl would choose in reality. Today Yi Yang was dressed in understated luxury. Although his outfit cost tens of thousands, ordinary people really wouldn't recognize the brand of his low-key luxury attire. So they all assumed he was just a kid from an ordinary family. Is there even a need to say? Of course she'd choose money. How many girls nowadays don't love money? Huh? Spending 300,000 on a watch following this boss would surely mean enjoying a good life. Oh, why would she want to suffer with this poor kid? Shouldn't women take better care of themselves? Some gold-digging women began to preach their values in a sarcastic manner. Did you hear that? The Rolex man Li Chaoyang smiled proudly. You think you can show off in front of me? You're not even qualified. Oh, his gaze turned fierce. Haha, do you want to make a move? Let me tell you, my third uncle is the chairman of Heavy Hunt. His fortune is in the billions. Dare to make a move against me. He'll make sure you stay in there for life. Hiss. Heavy Hunt Company. That financial giant in Modu. Their market value is hundreds of billions. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Gulp. Many were intimidated by the name of Heavy Hunt Company, and those gold-digging women's eyes brightened even more. Heavy Hunt. Yi Yang chuckled, soothing Lin Shuer, who was about to stand up, and then looked back at Li Chaoyang. I was originally thinking about teaching you a lesson personally, but I didn't expect you to deliver your face to me for a beating. My kid, are you sure you didn't hear what I said? Heavy Hunt. The investment company in the Empire Financial Building worth hundreds of billions. Li Chaoyang looked at Yi Yang mockingly. Now what confidence do you have to make me leave? On the contrary, you should crawl out of here and leave your little girlfriend behind. Ooh, I might consider letting today's matter slide. Yi Yang sneered. I said today you will crawl out of here, and you will crawl out of here. Hiss. He really is too young. Knowing the opponent's background, and still being so arrogant. He once humiliated, he won't be so arrogant anymore. The customers nearby shook their heads. You guys. Lin Shuer gritted her silver teeth. Is ego even someone you can comment on? TCH. Seeing the goddess angry, the men dared not mock anymore, but their inner thoughts remained unchanged. Yi Yang smiled and ignored them. I'm going to let your third uncle personally order you to roll out of here. Customers nearly spit out their coffee. How could this kid be so arrogant? Does he even know what hundreds of billions means? Oh, haha. Okay, come on, I want to see what you can do to make me Li Chaoyang roll out of here. Li Chaoyang confidently admired his Rolex, directly calling Fong Xiao on his phone. Hello? Is this boss Fong? Fong Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the number. Yi Yang was a big shot and wouldn't casually seek him out. What's going on? He felt a bad premonition and nervously asked. Do you have a nephew named Li Chaoyang? Yi Yang asked coldly. Fong Xiao stood up from his chair, his heart trembling. Did this kid do something to directly offend you? He didn't directly offend me. Yi Yang said lightly. Phew. That's good, that's good. Fong Xiao had just breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yang then added, however, he is currently flirting with my girlfriend in front of me and wants me to roll out of here. Fong Xiao had just relaxed and his heart nearly gave out from the sudden tension. Just days ago, he had mocked Zhang Wanmin for having a foolish manager, and now this misfortune had fallen on him. This little brat actually dared to disrespect you, Mr. Yi. Mister. You, what do you say about handling this? Fong Xiao didn't dare to refuse, whether it was compensation or anything else. A financial company cannot offend someone who might have thousands of billions behind them. The influence of such a person is terrifying. If they are offended, a mere tripwire could lead to enormous losses for his company. Handle it. Let him kneel and slap himself 10 times, then roll out of here. Yi Yang emphasized the word, good. Fong Xiao sighed in relief. As long as there was a way to resolve it, there was nothing that couldn't be done. I'll call this little brat right now. Yi Yang hung up the phone. Oh, kid, your momentum is quite sufficient, huh? Acting quite convincingly. Haha, it's a pity that a young punk like you thinks you can command someone like my third uncle. Do you think I believe that? Li Chaoyang sneered mockingly. Yi Yang shrugged. What if I can? If what you said is true, I'll eat my words right here. Before he could finish, Li Chaoyang's phone rang. What the hell? Seeing the caller ID, cold sweat instantly streamed down his back. Does this young man really know the chairman of Heavy Hunt? The onlookers were equally stunned by Li Chaoyang's reaction. Hello. Li Chaoyang answered with a weak voice, half convinced. Hello, you little brat. What trouble have you stirred up out there? Fong Zhao's furious voice came through the phone. Do you know whether my company will be kicked out of the Empire Building? It's all up to Mr. Yezwim. I really want to kick you to death right now. Fang Zhao's anger overflowed and many customers overheard his words, causing the entire place to fall silent. This, Li Chaoyang was completely bewildered, unable to believe his eyes as he scrutinized Yi Yang. The change in his gaze and mindset allowed him to notice many different details. This, a customized low-key luxury version of a genia. Gulp. This watch, Jiang Shidantan's Artisan Series. Judging by the craftsmanship, the serial number is among the top. The price is at least 10 million. His hands began to tremble. Initially, he didn't take this young man seriously, only thinking of showing off in front of the beauties. Even if he saw that Jiang Shidantan, he would never believe it was real. Mindset determines judgment. At this moment, learning the true identity of the other party from his third uncle, he finally realized that he had provoked a super big shot today. Third uncle, please save me. Li Chaoyang was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once he realized he had encountered a true hard nut, he immediately softened. Save you? You should be thinking about how to please Boss Yi. Why aren't you kneeling and slapping your face in apology? Fang Zhao shouted angrily. Today's incident was a matter of face. As long as his nephew lost face thoroughly, Boss Yi would not pursue the matter too seriously. Kneel and apologize. When had Li Chaoyang ever suffered such humiliation? Hearing this, his eyes turned red. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Fang Zhao shouted from the other side. How could his nephew be so clueless? Gulp. Li Chaoyang steeled himself and directly knelt down, shouting, Boss Yi, I was blind just now. I lacked insight. Please, with your great magnanimity, spare me. This moment left the waitstaff and customers utterly stunned. This young man was not a braggart after all, but someone with real capital. His background was so formidable that even Fang Zhao, the chairman of Chonglia, had to respect him. Yi Yang's gaze was calm. You harassed my woman, bowed down and apologized to her. Yes. Li Chaoyang turned around, repeatedly bowing to Lin Shuer. It was my fault. Please forgive me, this dog that looks down on others. Slap yourself. I want to hear a sound with every hit. Fang Zhao urged repeatedly over the phone. This? Li Chaoyang hesitated. Hurry up. Fang Zhao shouted angrily. Slap. Li Chaoyang slapped his own face, a bright red mark immediately appearing. Not loud enough. Fang Zhao urged. Keep hitting. Make sure Boss Yi is satisfied. Slap. Not loud enough. Slap. Continue. Slap. After a solid dozen slaps, Li Chaoyang's face was swollen and bruised, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. With a pig's head for a face, his vision was blurred. Enough, get lost. Yi Yang casually waved his hand, thinking that if he hit a few more times and drew blood, it would ruin his coffee-drinking mood. Thank you, Boss Yi. Thank you, goddess. After bowing several times to the two, Li Chaoyang truly rolled out of the cafe, hitting his head against the table leg along the way, causing him to cry out in pain. After seeing the other party completely leave the cafe, Yi Yang withdrew his gaze. Gulp. The person who had just mocked him quickly lowered their head when Yi Yang's gaze swept over, feeling a burning pain on their face. They also wanted to quickly settle the bill and leave, but the pressure brought by Yi Yang was too overwhelming, making their legs tremble. For a moment, they truly didn't dare to stand up and leave. The women present looked at Yi Yang with shy admiration. This was the man they should admire. Young, wealthy, and so domineering. So perfect. Brother Yi. Lin Shuer looked at Yi Yang with admiration in her eyes. Yi Yang casually smiled. It's just a trivial matter, let's continue enjoying our coffee. Lin Shuer obediently nodded, skillfully ordering pastries from the cafe. It seemed she had prepared quite a bit for her arrival. Thus, amidst either awe or envy under the leisurely afternoon sun, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer enjoyed a delightful afternoon tea. As for the little incident that just occurred, Yi Yang clearly didn't take it to heart. Given his current status, a small character like Li Chaoyang was evidently not worthy of his concern. All right, the payment is completed. Lin Shuer returned from the payment counter. Shall we go? Yi Yang pinched her little face and smiled. Come with me. What for? Lin Shuer asked, somewhat puzzled. You'll know when you get there. Yi Yang led Lin Shuer to the Koenigsegg 11. Oh, did you buy a new car? As a girl, she wasn't very sensitive to luxury cars, but she could still sense the extraordinary nature of this vehicle. This kind of sports car must be worth several million, right? Yi Yang laughed. A few million for a junk car. I wouldn't drive that. After saying that, he opened the car door, watching Lin Shuer lean in curiously to inspect the interior with a smirk. This car isn't that expensive, just over 100 million or so. Lin Shuer almost turned her waist at his words, turning around repeatedly in surprise. That's not expensive. You could buy a villa with that. Haha, it's not bad. Yi Yang patted her little head and got in the car. Let's go shopping. Why suddenly go shopping? Is there something missing at home? Lin Shuer asked. No, it's to buy you. Yi Yang turned his head to look at Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was about to speak. Yi Yang raised a finger, sealing her soft lips. I know what you're about to say, and I know what you're thinking. Today's gift you must accept whether you want to or not. Woo. Lin Schwerer blushed, feeling shy from Yi Yang's sudden dominance. Boom. The Koenigsegg roared to life. Yi Yang understood that Lin Schwerer didn't want him to think she liked him for his money, as she had always been a good girl. However, judging from today's events, if he didn't buy Schwerer some items worthy of her status, wouldn't it invite anyone to come and dare to flirt with his woman in the future? I want everyone in the world to feel inferior and not dare to approach you when they see you. Yi Yang smiled as he brushed Lin Schwerer's hair. I want my woman to be the most dazzling and unattainable princess in the world. Brother Yi, you're so bad. Lin Schwerer's face turned even redder. Clearly the feeling of being valued by the one she admired made her heart flutter. Huh. Yi Yang laughed heartily, pressing the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg 11 surged forward like a rampaging dragon toward the nearest luxury goods district. This time Yi Yang did not choose the luxury street of Demon No. 6. The luxury shops over there were basically familiar with him, especially the one run by Gong Xiaoqing of Vacheron Constantin. If he were to step into Vacheron Constantin's store to buy a watch, he feared they wouldn't let him spend a single penny. How could that be allowed? He still needed to rely on spending money to get rich. Luxurious rainbow. Yi Yang looked at the introduction in the navigation. This district was specially prepared for girls solely selling women's luxury goods. Let's buy a watch first. Yi Yang turned around and spotted a direct sales store for Patek Philippe. As a renowned super watch brand alongside Vacheron Constantin, its influence and reputation need no further elaboration. Sir, are you choosing a watch for your girlfriend? The staff at Patek Philippe were evidently more sensitive and professional regarding luxury goods. After a careful examination, they also took note of Yi Yang's extraordinary attire, especially seeing the Vacheron Constantin grand complication on his wrist worth at least tens of millions. Naturally, they greeted him with great enthusiasm. Just take me to see the most expensive watch in the store. Yi Yang stated directly. He had experienced it last time at Vacheron Constantin. He initially thought the inner room would only have the highest grade watches. As it turned out, they even had a core room and a secret vault. If it weren't for his identity being discovered, he wouldn't even get to see that grand complication worth over 100 million. Thus this time he had learned to be smart and directly asked for the most expensive watch. Several salespeople evidently sensed the implication in Yi Yang's words, but they didn't dare to confirm. Sir, the most expensive watch in our store, the Patek Philippe 5000 and 2 Sky Moon Tourbillon, let us show it to you right away. Yi Yang waved his hand. First tell me the price. If it's too cheap, I won't look at it. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5000 and 2 Sky Moon Tourbillon masterfully crafted is quite expensive. The selling price is around 8 million, very luxurious and precious, making it the best choice for the elite of Magic City. Several salespeople were taken aback by the statement of not buying if too cheap. They could only mechanically continue their introduction. Are you kidding me? Yi Yang frowned and turned to leave. Such world-class luxury watches in the branch store of Magic City were all at the top tier. A few million for a watch might be acceptable for an ordinary wealthy person, but certainly not the top tier of these watch stores. Sir. Several salespeople panicked. They clearly thought that 8 million was too cheap. If they let such a super VIP slip away, it would truly be impossible to make up for it. Sir, the level you are requesting is indeed too high. We don't have the authority to make decisions. Please give us some time to get our manager. Yes. We are just ordinary salespeople, and the top luxury watches in the core room are beyond our reach. Yi Yang paused and understood. After a while, a mature and beautiful manager hurriedly came out. Sir, I apologize for the neglect of my staff just now. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Can you take me to see the most expensive watch here now? Sir, our headquarters has regulations that for both safety and credibility, entering the core exhibition hall of the Magic City branch requires asset verification. Only top-tier users with assets exceeding 10 billion qualify. Please understand. Gao Yuanyuan smiled and looked at Yi Yang. Could this young man really have assets of 10 billion just by himself? If only his parents were wealthy, that wouldn't work. As a noble watch industry, they only provided services to true nobility. At the very least, he must have assets of 10 billion in his own name to be recognized and accepted. Asset verification. Yi Yang smiled and directly threw the Centurion black card to Gao Yuanyuan. Just check the balance. Gao Yuanyuan looked at the Centurion black card in her hand. Her body trembled, and she respectfully returned the black card to Yi Yang. Having a Centurion black card is already sufficient. I was short-sighted. Please don't blame me, sir. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The salespeople nearby began to discuss animatedly after Gao Yuanyuan led Yi Yang and Lin Schwerer into the core exhibition area. My God, I've worked in luxury goods sales in Magic City for so many years, and it's my first time seeing a Centurion black gold card. The king of cards, only the top-tier big shots in the world are qualified to hold one. When he just said that 8 million for the Patek Philippe 5000 and 2 Sky Moon Tourbillon was cheap, I thought he was boasting. I didn't expect him to be this impressive. Sigh. Am so envious of his girlfriend. Being the lover of such a man who knows how many lifetimes of fortune that takes. Indeed. The employee's astonishment did not faze Yi Yang. Inside the core watchroom. This is our most prestigious exhibition hall at Patek Philippe. Only watches valued at least 10 million can be included here. As for more expensive ones, the headquarters has not allocated any to our store. They are mostly auctioned off at auction houses. Gao Yuanyuan smiled. Let's directly see the highest priced one. Yi Yang did not waste words and added, this is for her to choose. Alright. Gao Yuanyuan walked to the most central piece displayed in a crystal cabinet. Our most precious treasure in the store is this Patek Philippe REF 1527. This watch is crafted from pure gold and set with 24 diamonds embodying both craftsmanship and beauty. It ranks second in comprehensive rankings among women's luxury watches in the international watch industry. Gao Yuanyuan gazed at this dazzling golden watch. Although she was the general manager, this watch remained. The price of this watch is currently 50 million Huaxia coins. May I ask, sir, are you sure you want to buy this one? Gao Yuanyuan looked at Yi Yang a bit uncertain. If Yi Yang bought this one, she would become immensely wealthy this month. Of course, just swipe the card. Yi Yang said. Brother Yi, this is too expensive. Lin Shuer repeatedly waved her hands. 50 million. For a watch. This is too crazy. Gao Yuanyuan looked at Lin Shuer with envy, having such a generous boyfriend willing to spend for her. Fairy tales are always from other people's homes. By the way, Yi Yang's words suddenly ignited a glimmer of expectation in Gao Yuanyuan's heart. You just said this watch ranks second. What is the first? A hint of disappointment flashed through Gao Yuanyuan's mind, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. The first is the Chopard 210-carat, crafted entirely from diamonds and gems, unparalleled luxury, the #1 in the world, known as the Queen of Watches. Oh, it seems I need to find a time to get my hands on it. Given Yi Yang's character, he naturally wanted the best. I'm afraid that's impossible. Gao Yuanyuan said with a bitter smile. How could it be impossible? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. This watch was originally released in only 2 pieces. One was bought by a mysterious buyer, and the other is in the hands of the Queen of England. Sir, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't think of taking her beloved watch from the Queen of England, would you? Gao Yuanyuan explained with a smile. The Queen of England, huh? Yi Yang nodded, saying, there will always be a time to interact with her. Gao Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned, carefully scrutinizing Yi Yang. However, considering he casually spent 50 million to buy a watch for his girlfriend along with that Centurion black gold card in his hand, she was somewhat relieved. At such a young age, having achieved so much, it didn't seem surprising that he could interact with the Queen of England in the future. In fact, even if he said he had already interacted with the Queen of England, it wouldn't be anything extraordinary. The procedures have been completed. This Patek Philippe REF 1527 now belongs to Ms. Lin Shuer, Gao Yuanyuan said enviously. Yi Yang casually placed the Patek Philippe REF 1527 on Lin Shuer's wrist, adjusting it and securing it for her. Not bad, it looks quite nice. Gao Yuanyuan was struck dumb. Lin Shuer burst into laughter. Look at how embarrassed he is. How could anyone offer just a casual remark after spending 50 million on a watch? Huh. Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Let's go, there are still many stores to visit. Okay. Lin Shuer nodded obediently, filled with a sense of happiness. Sigh. How wonderful, I wonder when he'll have such a lavish boyfriend. Gao Yuanyuan covered her forehead, 3 parts melancholic and 7 parts envious. However, the remaining 90% was pure joy. Selling a 50 million watch meant she had made a fortune. Just this one piece equaled her sales for a month, or even more. After leaving Patek Philippe, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer into a women's fashion building. Inside there were various women's clothing and bags featuring numerous luxury brands. Then Yi Yang embarked on a shopping spree. Chanel. 2 sets for each season. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Louis Vuitton. Just get the top-tier items. Money is not an issue. Oh, buy. Prada. Hermes. Dior. Burberry. All of them. Buy. All right, brother, ye really no more purchases. If you buy more, my house will be filled, and I won't have space to step. Remembering her limited capacity wardrobe at home, Lin Shuer repeatedly said. Yi Yang's extravagant purchases of luxury items, casually acquiring 10 or 8 sets, truly left her in awe. This shopping trip must have cost at least a few million, right? Of course, compared to that 50 million watch, these were just pocket change. When we're done with clothes, let's go look at bags. Don't girls love bags the most? Yi Yang scratched his head and said. Before Lin Shuer could respond, the sound of an argument caught their attention. Earlier they had been in a clothing store. To buy bags, they would naturally go to a specialized bag store. The argument was coming from a Chanel handbag store. Xiaolu, this bag is simply too expensive. I really can't afford it. The boy pleaded desperately. I don't care. They say that a man earning 100 must spend 101 on a woman. I want this bag. Xing Xiaolu threw a tantrum. Exactly, as a man you can't be stingy. What are you earning for? Isn't it to spend on women? Nearby, a heavily made-up influencer chuckled, chiming in, what do women look for in boyfriends? Isn't it for them to support you? Otherwise, what's the difference between that and keeping a dog? Hearing this, Xing Xiaolu became even angrier, scolding her boyfriend, see, if you don't buy me the bag, you're even worse than a dog. This commotion attracted many onlookers. What's wrong with this person? Lin Schwerer snorted angrily. As someone in the streaming industry, she could naturally see that the influencer was trying to stir up emotional conflict to create buzz and promote the expensive bags behind her. Such a person is simply venomous. The words she spoke were full of toxic rhetoric, making a principled girl like her feel nauseated. You, the accused boyfriend, glared at the influencer. What? It seems you don't love your girlfriend at all. I kindly advise you to prove a little sincerity, and you look at me like that. Haha, such men are truly unreliable. Exactly. Sister, hurry up and break up with him. Such foolish men are not worth you wasting your most beautiful youth accompanying them. Whatever kind of master, that's the type of servant they'll have. In the toxic rhetoric influencer's livestream, there were naturally many garden variety feminists. Xiaolu, you know I spent my credit card limit and all my savings from the past 2 months on that outfit you just bought. I really have no money left. The man pleaded desperately. Xing Xiaolu looked at her boyfriend, who was still dragging his feet, and was infuriated. Finally, Hua, if you don't want to buy it, I'll give you a chance to make it up to me. Say it, say it. Li Hua quickly responded. Kneel down for me. Xing Xiaolu shouted angrily. Thud. Li Hua instinctively weakened and knelt down. Wow, this young man's movements are too practiced. Ha ha ha. He must do this often, right? What a loser, he deserves to have such a girlfriend. This woman is really something, huh? The onlookers shook their heads and sighed at the scene. Realizing what was happening, Li Hua looked up, unable to believe his eyes, at Xing Xiaolu. How embarrassing for you. Xing Xiaolu, seeing that she was being laughed at, didn't feel it was her fault at all. Instead, she continued to criticize her boyfriend. Didn't we agree not to talk about that when we're out? Li Hua's face flushed red, and he clenched his fists, standing up and speaking in a suppressed voice, clearly at the brink of anger. What? I haven't even scolded you yet, and you're already feeling wronged. Xing Xiaolu crossed her arms, looking high and mighty. All right, you're something else. Li Hua violently threw all the women's clothing he had just bought onto the ground. You can get as far away from me as possible. To hell with you, you stupid loser. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Seeing her only source of financial support actually dare to walk away, Xing Xiaolu was completely stunned, followed by endless rage. Leave. If you leave, don't come back. After throwing a tantrum for a while, she realized that Li Hua was genuinely angry, and she became thoroughly panicked. With a monthly salary of 3,000 as a member of the social underclass, without this programmer boyfriend, she could only eat dirt for the month. ATM. No, Li Hua, don't run away. Wait for me. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Yiyang sighed, knowing that a man values dignity and face the most. At home it's one thing, but to act like this in public, he deserved it. However, this could be considered the standard ending for a simp. He felt no sympathy at all. Shall we go? He smiled, preparing to take Lin Schwerer to the next store. With such a brainless, toxic rhetoric influencer around, it completely dampened his enthusiasm for spending. Yiyang shook his head. Toxic motivational rhetoric finds its audience only through the unwavering support of sycophantic admirers and spineless men. Such a phenomenon cannot be blamed solely on the rhetoric itself. He held such sycophants in utter contempt. Dogs remain dogs. If one aspired to be a boyfriend, one must first learn to be a man. If every man regarded these purveyors of toxic rhetoric as worthless refuse and ignored them entirely, this pernicious trend would collapse of its own accord. My. Having just broken up a couple, livestream host Su Hong swelled with triumph. Ah, another sister saved. Tell me, did I do the right thing? Sister Hong is nothing short of a living bodhisattva. Poor that sister earlier. She couldn't see clearly and still went chasing after that scoundrel who refused to spend money on her. A chorus of praise flooded the comment section, and sales surged once more. Su Hong's grin stretched so wide it seemed involuntary to onlookers with sound moral compasses. The sight was grotesque. Oh, a new target. Fresh off dismantling a couple and riding the resulting wave of livestream virality, Su Hong, now intoxicated by success, scanned eagerly for her next prey. Just then her gaze fell upon Yiyang and Lin Schwerer. What a perfect pair, truly exemplary. If I can tear them apart, my stream will explode all over again. Ha ha ha. Ecstatic inwardly, she rushed forward. Sir, would you spare a moment for an interview? Yiyang glanced at her, cold amusement flickering in his eyes. Clearly she had already marked them both for entrapment. Yet trying to trap him, she was far too green. Sure. No sooner had Yiyang appeared on camera than the female viewers erupted. Whoa, so handsome, so refined. This is exactly my ideal man. Yes, but somehow, he looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. Sister Hong, drop your coordinates. I'm boarding a plane right now. Watching the stream ignite, Sister Hong smirked confidently and asked, "Young sir, do you love your girlfriend? Would you max out your credit card for her?" "Max out my credit card?" "No." Yi Yang shrugged, answering without hesitation. "Huh." Su Hong froze, utterly stunned. What in the world? This is a live broadcast, with thousands watching. You won't even pretend. You just say no outright. But better yet, the more bluntly callous the scoundrel, the easier it is to sever their bond in just a few words. TCH. I thought this young man was decent. Turns out he's a scoundrel who won't even max out his card for his girlfriend. Exactly. Trash. Even good looks can't redeem him. Men like this are the most dangerous of all. Chaos erupted across the livestream. Meanwhile, onlookers' eyes lit up. Countless men long oppressed by their girlfriends wildly gave Yi Yang thumb. Holy, this is our role model. Brilliant move. Ahem. The very first step of her script had failed, so the follow-up trap, pressuring him to max his card for a luxury bag, was now impossible to execute. But that suited her just fine. As a seasoned internet celebrity adept at manipulation, she was ruthless, and had prepared multiple layered schemes. One failed, she'd simply pivot to the next. So you don't truly love your girlfriend then? Sigh, unwilling even to max your card, refusing to spend a mere 8 or 10,000 yuan on the woman you claim to cherish. Today's men truly are fickle and heartless. She switched to reverse psychology. Max my credit card. A faint icy smile curled Yi Yang's lips. I'd actually like to see which handbag in this world dares to cost 100 billion yuan. 100 billion. Wah damn. A thunderous wave of shock crashed over the crowd. They'd come expecting to watch a straightforward man dismantle a toxic manipulative host, only to discover he was in fact a sovereign-level magnate. Huh. A credit limit of 100 billion. Su Hong, her face twisted like a serpent's, nearly collapsed, shrieking in disbelief. Do you have any idea what you're saying? This retort, professional-grade precision. Ha ha ha. Absolutely brilliant. Utterly cathartic. That's exactly how you shut down this toxic nonsense. Bystanders cheered wildly. Though assuming Yi Yang was joking, they dismissed the figure outright. Who on earth possessed a bank card with a 100 billion yuan credit line? Of course, it was obviously a joke. Yi Yang's utterly unexpected razor-sharp reply left Su Hong speechless. This young man was extraordinary. Lin Shuer watched Su Hong with quiet amusement. Brother Yi is truly remarkable. 3 words, 2 phrases, and this woman is utterly silenced. Heh. Humph. Youngster certainly enjoys his jests. If you can't afford it, just say you can't. Dreaming. Better save that for your bed at home. Su Hong's eyes darted shrewdly, launching her counterattack. Do you think I'm joking, eh? Yi Yang smiled faintly. Then tell me, how much is this worth? Surely a sovereign-level magnate boasting 100 billion yuan credit line wouldn't dress so shabbily. Su Hong shot back, smirking coldly. How much? Not much really. Yi Yang spread his hands lightly. See, I told you. Sir, perhaps daydreaming is best reserved for just over 100 million yuan roughly. Before Su Hong could retort, Yi Yang's next sentence made her bite her tongue. God, what did you say? Over 100 million. Are you wearing the gold Saint cloths? Anyone can brag. Exactly. Just posturing. Sister Hong, don't back down. Crush this scoundrel. Female viewers once again furiously hammered their keyboards, steering the narrative. Heh. Regaining composure, Sister Hong pressed. You say 100 million. Can you name each piece so we may witness it ourselves? Doubt it. Yi Yang's laugh was glacial. This entire ensemble is Zegna's discreet bespoke luxury line. Roughly 7 or 800,000 yuan. My shoes are Seville row-crafted custom pieces. Around 500,000, I believe. As for the watch, Vacheron Constantine's Les Cabinotier's Grand Complication 000R. Its price? Uncertain, but it starts at 100 million yuan minimum. He spoke casually, yet each word detonated like a deep-sea mine, sending successive shockwaves through the crowd and livestream alike. Whoa, I didn't notice before, but yes, that is Zegna's private low-profile bespoke edition. The chairman of my father's company wears the exact same set. No, surely not. I assumed he was bluffing. But if the clothing is genuine, then the shoes and watch must also be real. Onlookers stammered, breathless. What kind of transcendent magnate is this? An outfit totaling over 100 million yuan. Every worldview shattered. Damn. It is the Les Cabinotier's Grand Complication 000R, the same worn by the Emperor of Macau. And at 100 million yuan, even with 100 billion yuan, no influence or status means no access. Watch connoisseurs present gasped, as if beholding a sacred relic. Doubt it. Then tell me, can this Centurion black gold card be forged? Yi Yang casually pulled the card from his pocket and waved it before Su Hong's eyes. The moment the black card appeared, Su Hong wilted completely. Holy hell. A Centurion black card. This is no ordinary billionaire. He's a true, global apex magnate. I just remembered. The girl is that live streamer Shui Air on Tremor. Oh, yes. That spectacular carnival battle in her stream 2 days ago left me utterly exhilarated. Could that young man possibly be Yi Shenhao, the legendary god of Tremor from that night? Damn, the living legend stands before us, and I was blind to him. My deepest apologies. Is it really him? I even follow him on Tremor. Never imagined meeting him in real life. He's truly handsome. A group of cynical female viewers inside the live chat instantly forgot their earlier mockery. Upon seeing the Centurion card and Yi Yang's billion-dollar ensemble, fans flooded the chat, begging Su Hong for his contact details, clamoring to date him, even joking about bearing his children. Girls, I remember now. He's the piano prodigy from that Purple Light Pavilion video. No wonder he looked familiar. I've been dreaming of him as my Prince Charming these past few days. Oh, I actually mocked my own idol just now. Wah, I'm mortified. Humiliated beyond measure, Su Hong's face burned with shame. She had long since slunk away, too embarrassed to remain standing before Yi Yang. And so the incident came to a quiet close. Yi Yang continued his joyful shopping spree with Lin Shuer. After purchasing several top-tier luxury handbags, he escorted the delighted Lin Shuer out of the opulent Rainbow District. Given the staggering sum spent, the boutiques personally arranged delivery of all purchases to their home. Naturally, rewards streamed in steadily throughout the day's expenditures. Most were deposit bonuses. Today's tens of millions spent earned roughly 8 to 10 billion in deposits. Yet Yi Yang now held over 100 billion in his bank accounts, with total assets exceeding 1 trillion. So an 8 billion deposit no longer stirred even a flicker of surprise. After dropping Lin Shuer off at Fu Hua residence and strolling together a while, she reluctantly ascended the stairs. Only then did Yi Yang settle back into his Koenigsegg 11. At last the system's chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've surpassed 55 million in daily spending, unlocking today's hidden reward, Universal Mastery of Sports. With Universal Mastery of Sports, you attain flawless expertise in every known sport on Earth. Performance calibrated to Olympic champions, the absolute pinnacle of human capability. Oh, Yi Yang smiled faintly. The system never ceased to surprise him with its hidden rewards. This marked his third hidden special reward: first mastery of Chinese martial arts, second mastery of musical instruments, now mastery of sports. Earth hosts hundreds, if not thousands, of distinct sports. To reach Olympic champion level in every single one, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, hundreds of billions meant little to Yi Yang anymore. Yet this unique reward sent a genuine thrill through him. Haha, excellent. He was thoroughly pleased with this reward. Glancing at the sky, he noted dinner hour approached. Time to head home. He pressed the accelerator. The Koenigsegg 11 roared to life and shot forward like an enraged dragon, hurtling toward the cloud-topping mountain villa estate. A top-tier Land Rover Range Rover stood parked at the estate's entrance. Its sticker price, 3 to 4 million, would have drawn reverence as a luxury vehicle anywhere else. But here in cloud-topping mountain, it seemed almost quaint. A modest Range Rover. Did someone's housekeeper just return from grocery shopping? That license plate isn't on our registry. Several security guards stepped out of their booth, puzzled. Good afternoon. We're here to visit Mr. Yi, resident of Villa 1 Cloud-Topping Mountain. Fong Han leaned out the window, smiling calmly. Cloud-Topping Mountain Villas. The guard eyed the Range Rover up and down, chuckling. You're certain it's Villa 1 you seek? Villa 1 alone had recently fetched over 2 billion yuan. Its owner's status was nothing short of regal. How could someone arriving in a Range Rover possibly warn an audience? Ahem. Evidently irked by the guard's thinly veiled amusement, Avi snapped. What? Do you look down on us? Oh, a foreign guest. Indeed, not at all. It's simply that Villa 1's master holds such exalted stature that we dare not grant entry without verification. We'll call MOMO to confirm your appointment first. The guard grinned amiably. Humph, what pretentious posturing. Avi, a world-class attorney accustomed to deference, immediately formed a poor impression of the entire estate, resentment simmering within him. Wherever he went, CEOs and tycoons flocked to him, treating him with utmost caution and courtesy. Yet here he'd been halted by mere gatekeepers. Worse still, it wasn't deliberate obstruction, but sheer disparity. They genuinely appeared beneath the estate's rarefied standard. Minutes passed. Once confirmation arrived that the visitors were indeed Yi Yang's guests, the guards instantly switched to reverent smiles and hurriedly unlocked the gates for Fong Han and his party. Damn, what arrogance. Is this some kind of welcome test? Past the gate, Avi grumbled bitterly. Say less. Have you forgotten my warning? Fong Han let out a cold chuckle. Perhaps this was their new employer's subtle way of asserting authority. The Range Rover glided through the expansive, cloud-topping mountain estate, flanked by shimmering lakes and layered emerald hills, breathtakingly serene. In Shanghai, a metropolis where steel and glass towers pressed down relentlessly upon the soul, this enclave was nothing short of paradise. Truly wealthy people certainly know how to live. Already seething Avi added a tart, envious edge. Kai-Chi gazed, eyes aglow upon this idyllic realm. Sunset spilling across the western horizon, clouds ablaze with crimson light. Ruddy twilight bled beyond the heavens, verdant mountains and azure waters cradled 3,000 pavilions. Damn, how vast is this estate? We've been driving forever and still haven't arrived. Avi muttered in amazement. After another stretch of smooth travel, they finally reached cloud-topping mountain proper, where Mo awaited them at the villa's entrance accompanied by several maids. Whoa! Even Fong Han and Avi, men accustomed to grandeur, could not suppress their astonishment at the sight of the uniformly exquisite maidens in elegant livery. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Mo, steward of Villa 1, cloud-topping mountain. Our master has yet to return. Please come inside for tea while you wait. Mo offered a courteous smile. Of course, we understand. Mr. Yi is undoubtedly a man of immense stature, perpetually immersed in high-stakes endeavors. He must be off overseeing some monumental project, yes. Fong Han chuckled, painting a vivid mental picture. Mo smiled politely, but inwardly rolled her eyes. Busy? Hardly. Seeing so many stunning women, Avi's irritation began to dissipate. They entered the living room together, Fong Han, Avi, and Kai-Chi, to await their host. How much longer? Avery furrowed his brow. His cup of tea, undoubtedly top-grade Longjing, was already empty, yet it did little to quell the restless agitation churning within him. As a star attorney hailed as heaven's chosen prodigy, this unprecedented half-day wait, before even being granted an audience, was utterly new to him. Fong Han shook his head at Avery's visible impatience. The star attorney was brilliant in every regard, except for his overwhelming pride. I refuse to wait any longer. Avery slammed his teacup down onto the table and rose to leave, just as Fong Han prepared to reprimand him and order him back to his seat. Vuvum! A deep, resonant growl of a supercar surged from afar, drawing ever closer. The master has returned, Umamamo murmured with a quiet smile. Avery, already on his feet, caught sight of the breathtakingly sleek sports car outside. Koenigsegg 11. Instantly half his arrogant bravado evaporated. Though he prided himself on having met countless tycoons and titans, this was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on someone bold enough and wealthy enough to command such a sovereign of speed. Fong Han and Kai-Chi likewise rose, their gazes locking onto the Koenigsegg 11. TCH. Mr. Yi certainly possesses extraordinary audacity. Fong Han gave a wry, self-deprecating chuckle. Though affluent himself, he could never fathom spending 100 million yuan on a single automobile, hence his modest arrival in a Land Rover Range Rover. Master. As Yeong stepped through the doorway, Umamamo and the entire retinue of maids had already lined up in perfect formation, bowing deeply in unison. This level of grandeur. Though Avery feigned disdain, envy burned fiercely beneath his composed exterior. Seems I arrived a bit later than expected, Yeong said with a gentle smile, shaking Fong Han's hand warmly. Please be seated. Fong Han and the others took their seats. Kai-Chi studied Yeong with quiet intensity, while Avery, still simmering with unspent indignation, turned his gaze aside in silent defiance. Mr. Yi, now that you've acquired our law firm, may we ask what specific needs you have for us? Fong Han ventured cautiously. Nothing particularly urgent, merely acquiring my own firm as a precautionary measure. For day-to-day matters, simply handle legal affairs and contract drafting related to my assets. Yeong replied calmly. Fong Han broke into a cold sweat. As a precautionary measure, he'd just spent a fortune to purchase their legendary Shanghai-based law firm. Truly the logic of the ultra-wealthy defied ordinary comprehension. And regarding our firm's future strategy and personnel arrangements, Fong Han raised his greatest concern. After all, Jinsheng Law Firm was entirely his creation. If Yeong harbored genuine ambitions of seizing full control, it would be a devastating blow. Yet if this were merely a strategic investment, then all remained manageable, albeit with a somewhat reduced share of profits flowing into his own pocket. I currently hold no strong opinions on such matters, Yeong shrugged lightly. He had neither time nor interest in playing courtly power games. Ordinary people strain their minds to earn wealth and secure advantage. But for him, spending money was effortless. Why waste precious hours scheming for dominance when he could indulge in far more pleasurable expenditures? Understood. A wave of relief washed over Fong Han. Yi Yang's words made his stance unmistakably clear. His deepest misgivings had dissolved. With suspicion lifted, the atmosphere softened markedly, lighter, warmer, more relaxed. Might we inquire which contracts under your name require drafting or oversight? We'll coordinate accordingly. Fong Han pressed eagerly. Internationally, 2 entities, Chateau Lafayette Rothschild and Vacheron Constantine. Yeong paused thoughtfully. Domestically, there are more. The Empire Financial Tower is under my ownership. 10 student district apartments in University Town require lease agreements, and a non-compete clause must be drafted for Ziguang Gu Restaurant. Fang Han's heart lurched. He felt faint. Each one. An international winery, a Swiss watchmaker, a skyscraper, residential leases, a high-end restaurant. Utterly disparate industries, yet all bearing the same name. Even Avery, ever so proud, stood stunned. Oh, and Yida Group is also mine. That one deserves special attention, though its internal legal team is already fully staffed, so no need for undue concern. Yi Yang added after a moment's reflection, there are likely others. I can't recall them all just now. I'll inform you as they come to mind. His casual acquisition of companies served as convenient cover, explaining why new assets seemed to appear without warning. What? Yida Group? You mean that Yida Group? All three were left speechless. It was China's most renowned conglomerate. Its founder's iconic declaration, 100 million yuan is a modest goal, had gone viral across the nation. Yes, acquired just 2 days ago, Yi Yang replied offhandedly. Fang Han could only laugh helplessly, inwardly chanting, Senior Sir. Had he met Yi Yang earlier, 2 decades of struggle might have been spared. At that moment, he banished every negative, cynical thought from his mind. This magnate was simply awe-inspiring, beyond comprehension. To forge even the slightest connection with such a figure would propel his career skyward overnight. To still fret over power struggles now seemed absurdly petty. His excitement surged uncontrollably, lifting the corners of his mouth into an involuntary radiant smile. Well then, our discussion has run its course. Time for dinner, Yi Yang smiled. Let's serve it as a small state banquet meant the 9-dish, 5-soup format, the ceremonial dining standard once reserved for imperial audiences. A state banquet. Fang Han's pulse quickened. Surely you don't keep a cadre of state banquet chefs hidden somewhere in this villa. In China's culinary hierarchy, chefs are ranked junior, senior, and master, with special class chef, above all, and state banquet chef, representing the absolute pinnacle of national gastronomic excellence. This is true wealth. All three shared the same awestruck realization. After the exquisite dinner and profound conversation with Yi Yang, Fang Han and Kai Chi were utterly captivated, won over completely. Only Avery remained sullen and withdrawn. Though restrained by Fang Han's stern warning, he uttered, why does this gentleman remain so silent? Yi Yang asked, smiling gently. Have I somehow offended? Mister. Yi is approachable, commanding respect not through dignity, but through sheer financial might. Yet I, Avery, have always revered nobility, not nouveau riche. No matter how vast your fortune, it cannot compel my reverence. Avery shook his head, ignoring Kai Chi's frantic pinch to his thigh, and unleashed the long-suppressed words in one defiant torrent. Outrageous. How dare you address Mr. Yi in such a manner? Have you forgotten every word I cautioned you with? Fang Han's heart leapt with alarm. He sprang to his feet, voice sharp with fury. He had just confirmed Yi Yang as a truly formidable, untouchable magnate, one to be cultivated at all costs. And now Avery had recklessly provoked him. If this jeopardized Jinsheng law firm's brilliant future, the loss would be unbearable. Fang Han's anxiety spiked. He was both furious and desperate. Oh, Yi Yang smiled faintly, understanding dawned. Some foreigners carry deeply ingrained aristocratic ideals rooted in centuries of history. Utterly unlike China's ancient creed, are kings and generals born of noble blood. Then tell me, what would it take to earn your respect, eh? Avery was Jinsheng's ace attorney. Winning his genuine admiration mattered deeply. Seeing Yi Yang issue the challenge, Avery didn't flinch. Nobility follows its own immutable code. Dare you accept it? He challenged, boldly, unyielding. Avery. Fang Han barked, then turned to Yi Yang with an apologetic smile. Mr. Yi, Avery has always been impetuous. Please forgive his rudeness. No harm done. Niyang shook his head with a light laugh. To be honest, I'm rather intrigued. A coward forfeits all claim to nobility. Nobility's code. Avery curled his lip in disdain. Niyang's curiosity piqued. He arched a brow. Pray enlighten me. Very well. Let me explain. I have trained in aristocratic pursuits since childhood. My specialties are polo and golf. If you can demonstrate equal mastery, proving you possess the cultivation and refinement befitting nobility, I shall concede defeat. Avery brimmed with eagerness. But Mr. Yi is so young. Even if he began training as a child, he's had far less practice than you. Such a challenge is hardly appropriate. Fang Han scolded him outwardly, yet inwardly exhaled in quiet relief. A mere sporting contest would preserve everyone's dignity. A true master reveals himself at the first stroke. I won't bully him. I'll even hold back during the match. Avery repeated insistently. How delightfully amusing. Let's settle this on the green. Niyang rose eagerly. Having just attained peak athletic mastery, he welcomed this chance to test his prowess. Mr. Yi. Fong Han watched Yi Yang's self-assured smile. Not a trace of anger or bravado, only serene confidence. Could it be, mister? Yi truly excels in this domain too. So young, yet already a titan in business, and now a polymath as well. He's some kind of prodigy. Kai Chi gazed at Yi Yang, eyes alight with admiration. Mere arrogance. Avery felt a flicker of doubt upon seeing Yi Yang's unwavering composure. But recalling his own consummate skill, his confidence surged anew. Such bravado now will only magnify the chasm between us when you're utterly humiliated. Yi Yang observed Avery with a faint knowing smile. Nobility, sport, all pretense. Avery simply refused to yield, to strike back where Yi Yang was strongest, avenging the indignity he'd suffered moments before. Yi Yang's twin domains of mastery were athletics and law. Legal duel was out of the question, so Avery, since you refuse to submit, I'll compel your surrender. Yang clapped once, brisk and decisive. My backyard doubles as a golf course. Shall we begin? What? My backyard is a golf course. Nate assumed that was merely an internet meme. Until today, when reality surpassed satire. Fong Han sighed wryly, shaking his head. Besides such a peerless magnate, even his own elite social standing felt like poverty incarnate. Master. Enwayu Mamamo drew near, whispering softly, her voice laced with concern. Yi Yang chuckled, gently pinching her nose before leaning close to murmur in her ear, just gather the cheer squad and rally behind me. I'll dismantle this foreigner utterly. Yu Mamamo flushed crimson and nodded vigorously, then raised a tiny fist in a spirited go gesture. Whoosh whoosh. And the summer wind of Modu blew fiercely that evening. Knavery hesitated. Wind was golf's greatest adversary. Under such gusts, even a single successful shot seemed impossible. Nonly legends could transcend weather and terrain, sinking every putt with divine precision. Perhaps today's conditions aren't ideal for golf. Knavery scratched his head. At this rate, he might not sink a single ball. He'd meant to shame Yi Yang, only to dig his own grave. What splendid weather. Cool evening breeze, perfect for golf, wouldn't you agree? Yi Yang found the evening air refreshingly pleasant. You truly don't know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Knavery rolled his eyes inwardly. Any novice golfer would recoil from such amateurish commentary. Unless, of course, he were a transcendent savant. But could a man barely past 20 possibly command world-class mastery of golf? Preposterous. Could it be? He assumes none of us will sink a putt, settling for a draw to mask his own inadequacy. Since this is a private exhibition, let's dispense with the standard 18-hole format. Yang smiled. Here's my rule: 10 strokes. Simplest measure, who sinks more balls. Agreed. If my tally exceeds yours by no more than double, I concede. That was my line. Knavery raged silently. But since Yi Yang had seized the script, he merely sneered. Big talk now. Just wait until your face burns with shame. Shall we begin your performance? Yang lounged beneath the sunshade, spreading his hands with easy grace. Fine. Let's go. Knavery snatched his club, whispering a fervent plea. Lord, grant me one clean putt. He adjusted stance and breath, then swung. Whoosh. The ball tumbled skyward, veering wildly after barely a dozen meters, snatched sideways by the gale. It landed somewhere, tens of meters short of the hole, hundreds of meters distant. Mere misfortune. A fluke, nothing more. Face burning, Avery swung again and again. Under such tempestuous winds, each trajectory splintered into chaos. 9 strokes, 0 putts. Knee's native tongue erupted in fury. One last shot. God have mercy. He kissed the ball and swung blind. His composure had shattered long ago. When he opened his eyes, the scorekeeper, a maid stationed far away, was already raising her flag. Holy SHD, it's in. It's in. Yes. My God. Knavery nearly leapt for joy. In such conditions, one successful putt felt miraculous. He couldn't fathom Yi Yang sinking 2 or more. Ha ha ha. Triumphant, Avery strode beneath the sunshade, chin high. Your turn. Yi Yang shrugged, rising with effortless grace. And the moment his fingers closed around the club, his entire being settled into flawless equilibrium. Muscles coiled and uncoiled in seamless cascade. Hips, waist, arms, wrists, all moving as one indivisible whole. Knees motion flowed with preternatural elegance, like a celestial immortal descended to earth. The cheer squad forgot to wave their banners or chant. Golden twilight bathed Yi Yang's confident, radiant visage, leaving Yu Mamamo and Kai Chi utterly spellbound. All showmanship. What good is swagger when the ball veers off? WHOA? What? Whoa. Knavery shot bolt upright from his chair. Yi Yang's swing sent the ball careening wildly off course. Yet no one anticipated its arc, curving gracefully through the wind, realigning with uncanny precision and dropping, true and perfect, into the distant cup hundreds of meters away. Is this sorcery? Avery stared as the maid raised her flag once more, stars exploding behind his eyes. No, I think my blood pressure just spiked. This must be fake, I'm seeing things. Or maybe he just got lucky. He was just bluffing. Yes, he was bluffing. Haha, in the next round you won't have such luck. Before he could finish his sentence, Yeong confidently swung for the second shot. 2 in a row. Avi was stunned. Even the world's top players need at least 10 minutes to adjust for each shot right. Yeong had no intention of resting and directly took his second shot. This is too reckless, right? Arrogance will lead to poor outcomes. You definitely can't make this one. Absolutely. He kept his eyes fixed on the trajectory of the golf ball, muttering, God, please help. You can't possibly make it. However, it seemed that God was not listening in Huaxia. The ball flew straight up into the sky, resisting the wind with its own spin, landing and bouncing in a stylish manner, as if perfectly calculated, and after the third bounce it elegantly sank into the hole. Yage. Master is simply amazing. So cool. The maid team and Momo cheered with excitement. Once his luck, but twice his skill. Especially the stylish shot on the second swing, it was simply too cool. Even if they didn't understand the rules, they could tell that this shot was incredibly impressive. Gulp. Avi was completely frozen in place. Fong Han shook his head, feeling relieved. He didn't expect Yeong to be so unassuming, showing that he was world-class in golf as well, which wouldn't hurt either of their reputations. It could even dampen Ava's spirit, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he is indeed handsome. If I were a woman, I would want to cling to his bed, right? Fong Han thought, with a mischievous grin. Next, Yeong casually swung the club, making almost no adjustments, simply placing the ball and hitting it. He swung as if he were sweeping the floor. But this casual sweeping of the ball resulted in 9 shots, 9 holes. Each shot was different, each with its own style of sinking into the hole. Impossible. Cheating. He must have a remote control on the ball. Avi screamed, this is absurd. But the reality unfolded right before his eyes. He could no longer doubt, for reality was just as it was. Yeong looked at Avi, who was jumping up and down in frustration, and chuckled. It seems a bit too much to bully him like this. I should leave him some face. I said I would let him win. With that, he suddenly swung the club. I swung badly and missed the ball. This is too much of a blunder. Huh. He casually tossed the club to the maid beside him and returned to the shade of the umbrella, patting Avi on the shoulder, who was staring with wide eyes. Looks like I'm still too inexperienced, though I managed to sink 9 out of 10 shots. There's no way after all this is my first time playing this. Avi was in tears. Was that called letting him win? That was pure humiliation. Your acting was terrible, okay? You played astonishingly well for the first 9 shots, and then you completely whiffed the last one. Are you trying to fool a fool? Looking at Yi Yang's sincere eyes, Avi understood his underlying message. Yes, I'm just fooling a fool. At this moment, the scoring maid was also jogging back with the golf ball from afar. Did I just hear you suspecting I had a remote control in my ball? Yeong tossed the golf ball to Avi. Why don't you cut it open and see? Master Yi, I was just joking, please don't take it to heart. Avi was completely defeated. Once he held the golf ball, with his experience, he could directly judge whether it had been tampered with based on its weight and feel. Are you convinced now? Yeong asked with a half smile. I'm convinced. In my 30 years of life, this is the first time I've met a true hero like you, Master Yi. Avi felt embarrassed and repeatedly apologized. How about a horse race next? I happen to have a racecourse in my backyard. Yeong joked. No. Master Yi, please don't humiliate me. I was wrong. From now on, you will be the person I admire the most. Avi repeatedly conceded. 1 round of golf was enough to leave him feeling humiliated, and if he were to be crushed again, he would really want to find a crack in the ground to hide from the Yunding Mountain Villa district. Ha ha ha. Fong Han, Kai Chi, and Momo all laughed at Ava's embarrassed expression. Yeong also nodded slightly. Avi was just proud, but if he could conquer that pride, he would earn the most genuine respect. I didn't expect Master Yi to have such profound skills in sports. It's truly admirable. Kai Chi looked at Yeong with a peculiar glint in her eyes. It's just so. If I said this is actually my first time playing golf, would you believe me? Yeong spoke truthfully. Master Yi, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Avi said helplessly. With your level, you could easily compete for the title of World Golf Champion, and how could this possibly be your first time? Yeong rolled his eyes. In this world, to be honest, no one would believe it. I really am playing golf for the first time. After joking for a while, Yeong sent Fong Han and the others off. After tonight's meeting, these 3 would be completely in his pocket and would undoubtedly work wholeheartedly for him in the future. The feeling of conquering these elite members of society was truly gratifying. Standing on the villa's balcony, he watched the Range Rover slowly drive out of the villa district. Yeong held a glass of Lafite in his hand, a slight satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect Master to be so good at golf. No wonder you win so easily every time we play. Momo had somehow appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around him, her eyes sparkling with affection. Yi Yang pinched Yumomo's delicate face. When women drive, their speed is no slower than that of men. Then tonight let me show you what easy really means. Yi Yang smiled beside the rooftop swimming pool. The next morning Yi Yang was in high spirits as he washed up. Although Yumomo had matured and possessed more energy than the average person, she was still too weak compared to Yi Yang, who was proficient in national martial arts and an all-around athlete. A night of hard work had left her in a deep sleep, not waking up until now. Yi Yang shook his head and casually picked up his phone to check messages. Boss Yi, this is Fong Han. We have successfully handled the matters regarding the school district house. If you see this message, please call for further discussion. Oh, quite efficient, aren't we? Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed the other party had gone back to help him find connections overnight. Indeed, a smart person. With such reliability, entrusting the legal matters of my assets to them provides some psychological assurance. Yi Yang smiled and dialed Fong Han's number. Hello, Boss Yi. The phone rang once before being answered, indicating that Fong Han had been waiting for Yi Yang's response after sending the message. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. About the rental situation, what do you have to say? We have contacted an IKEA agent, and they have already sent a top sales agent, Fong Sijin, to meet me for handover. The contract will also be provided by the IKEA agent. We have reviewed and revised it overnight, ensuring it is the best contract. Fong Han spoke confidently about the contract drafting. They'll send you Fong Sijin's phone number. She can bring clients directly to the entrance of your Linjiang community to wait for you. All right. Yi Yang felt assured about Fong Han's handling of the matter. After hanging up, he began to contact this so-called top sales agent, Fong Sijin. Hello, Boss Yi. Clearly, Fong Han had already briefed Fong Sijin about Yi Yang's information. Upon receiving Yi Yang's call, she respectfully addressed him as boss. Might need to rent a house today. Just have those renters wait at the entrance of Linjiang community for me. Yi Yang, Boss Yi. Pardon my boldness, but I have quite a few clients interested in school district houses and the demand is significant. May I ask how many houses you have for rent? Whatever you have, just bring that many over, Yi Yang casually replied. Bossy, are you serious? I currently have at least a dozen clients interested in school district houses. Bring them all. Fong Sijin was completely taken aback on the other end of the line. She had realized that Boss Yi was no ordinary person when she heard Sister Su brief her on the task. However, she never expected that he would have at least a dozen school district houses in Linjiang community. That was Linjiang community. Just a short distance to the east was the Magic City University town, and to the west was where the top public high school and prestigious private high schools congregated. The community was adjacent to the Magic City River, with the closest row of houses being prime Riverview properties. The market price had skyrocketed to 250 or even 350 per square meter, with an average of 120 square meters per unit. 10 Riverview School District houses rounded up would be worth around 300 million. Gulp. This is a super big client. We must seize this opportunity. Fong Sijin shouted in her heart. Just this. Only 10. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang's reply was. Fong Sijin almost dropped her phone in shock. Sir, what do you mean by that? She asked with trepidation, wondering if he had more than just 10 properties. Alright, I didn't plan to rent them all out at once anyway. Just have people wait at the community entrance for me, Yi Yang said casually. All 10 buildings of school district houses in Linjiang community belonged to him. Each building had 7 lobbies with about 18 floors each and 2 units per floor. Calculating, that would be at least 2,000 units. This did not include the large penthouses on top of each building. The total value of these 10 school district houses was likely in the hundreds of billions. 2,000 units. It seems quite challenging to fill them all with tenants. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. However, it was just a matter of time. Every year, new students from universities needed to rent houses, and many middle-class and affluent families in Magic City would rent houses in Linjiang community for their children to attend middle school. By the time September and the start of the school season arrived, most of these houses would likely be fully rented out. Calculating, it will be soon. Yi Yang turned to look at the sleeping Yumomo. He felt guilty about waking her, since he was the one who had caused her to be. Looks like I have to handle this myself today. Yi Yang hummed a tune. Considering the principle of keeping a low profile, it would be better to drive a low-key car to such a crowded occasion. After selecting for quite some time, he finally chose a relatively inexpensive car from his garage, a 30 million Ferrari LaFerrari. This should be low-key enough. Yi Yang nodded. Most of the cars in his garage were over 50 million. This Ferrari LaFerrari could indeed be considered low-key. Virum. The Ferrari LaFerrari shot out of the Yunding Mountain Villa area like a red shadow. The villa area was not far from Linjiang community. Before long, he had arrived. However, Fong Sijin had obviously arrived earlier. The potential tenants looking for school district houses seemed quite anxious. Wow, a Ferrari. Among the waiting clients, there were clearly some who recognized the car, exclaiming in awe as Yi Yang's Ferrari LaFerrari approached. Indeed, it's a Ferrari. And it's a LaFerrari. A top luxury car it seems to sell for 2 to 3 million. So envious. Passers-by looked at the luxury car parked at the community entrance with admiration. Tap. Upon getting out of the car, Yang sensed the intense gazes around him and felt somewhat helpless. He clearly intended to keep a low profile. Mr. Yi. Fong Xijin approached repeatedly respectfully saying, Fong Xijin. Yang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised as he looked at the crowd behind her. At least 20 people. Didn't you say there were only a dozen? So many people showed up. Oh, is this too many? Fong Xijin's first reaction was this. No need to worry, Mr. Yi. Some brought their children to choose school district houses, but there are actually only 13 rental requests. Yang felt a hint of disappointment, but soon waved his hand. That's fine. Mr. Yi, are you sure you have enough properties? Fong Xijin asked quietly as she approached. Huh? Yang couldn't be bothered to explain directly, looking at those renters. Tell me the specifics. Some of them are looking to rent for their middle school children, and most of them want a 3 or 6 year lease. Some are wealthy locals, or from other areas who want to rent for their daughters during university for 4 years. There's only one particularly special pair. Fong Xijin had not finished her sentence when one young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a hooked nose walked over, exuding the confidence unique to a rich second generation, and looked at Yi Yang. You are the owner we are supposed to meet. Is there something you need? Yi Yang assessed the young man, dressed in luxury brands, clearly from a wealthy. Our Luo is coming here to attend the magical capital university, and I want you to sell me your house. We can negotiate the price. I know you probably don't lack money, but I can pay a premium, and I can even offer you a supercar that's better than your current one. The man with golden-rimmed glasses said confidently. Ridiculous. Yi Yang scoffed. You think you can trade a broken sports car for my property? The rich second-generation heir was left speechless. Even if this school district house is expensive, 2 million for a unit should be enough. I'm offering you a 40 million car that's double the premium. Who told you I have only one house? Yi Yang shot a cold glance at the rich heir, then turned away, leaving him stunned. Peng Feiyu was completely bewildered. His family was well off, and he had been pursuing the goddess of his class since middle school, who had finally graduated. To show his sincerity and strength, he planned to buy her a school district house. However, the school district houses next to the university town were incredibly precious resources. As soon as the real estate was released, it was immediately snatched up. It was simply impossible to buy one. Renting was the only option. So he was determined to buy a house at a premium directly from the owner today. How many people standing here today do you think can afford a house? Yi Yang smiled as he looked at the group of tenants brought by Fong Xijin. All these tenants, except for Peng Feiyu, were women. Some were young mothers, others were university students. Exactly. Young man, your actions are quite unscrupulous. I just thought you were a cultured person. Several wealthy women clearly disapproved. The school district house was a precious resource. They wouldn't rent if they could buy it. Faced with mockery, the rich second-generation heir Peng Feiyu couldn't hold his face any longer and shouted angrily. I'll buy you a house at 10 times the premium. Will you sell or not? Hiss. 10 times the premium. Is this kid out of his mind? Haha, what a sycophant. Several rich young women looked on coldly, recognizing that they too were goddesses in school, and understood the pride and disdain in Dai Luoyuo's heart at that moment. They would only feel the thrill of a rich second-generation heir lavishly spending money for them, serving like a dog, without any affection. Do you think I lack money? Yi Yang shrugged. Don't say 10 times. Even if you multiplied this price by 1,000, if I'm not in a good mood, I still won't sell. You? Peng Feiyu laughed. 1,000 times. Haha, do you really think you're the richest man in Huaxia? Just say no to hundreds of billions. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Exactly. You think you're the only owner in the Linjiang community. If you don't sell, there are plenty of people willing to. At this moment, Dai Luoluo also stepped forward, coldly laughing in agreement. Yi Yang glanced at her, his heart trembling. That gaze was sharp and domineering, simply terrifying. However, no matter how rich Yi Yang was, he was just a property owner with a few houses. Peng Feiyu, on the other hand, was a genuine rich second-generation heir with hundreds of billions in family assets. He still needed to play his cards right. He knew the difference in importance. Is that so? Yi Yang smiled. Then I'll say this today, you really won't be able to rent a house here. Hiss. Fong Xijin and the other tenants were shocked. This young man is quite domineering for his age. Haha, I like it. When I was a few decades younger, I was charmed by such a domineering, wealthy, and handsome young man. These young mothers teased him. Only Fong Xijin had a vague, incredulous guess in her heart. Could it be that the Linjiang community? No, that's too absurd, it's impossible. Fong Xijin shook her head, repeatedly kicking the terrifying thought out of her mind. Perhaps Mr. Yi has a good relationship with the other owners. Yo, look at how arrogant you are, you really don't know your own weight. Just a few broken houses. Dai Luoluo scoffed. Yi Yang directly ignored these comments. The entire community was his. He was the only owner and could easily call the security to throw these two fools out. We should follow him in. Fong Sijin organized the tenants to follow Yi Yang into the community. At the community entrance, several security guards bowed to Yi Yang's group. The LaFerrari was parked there. Yi Yang was definitely someone they couldn't afford to offend, so they naturally showed respect. "Sir, your license plate isn't registered. Please first prove that you are a resident of the community. It's the rule." "You see." The security guards all smiled apologetically. How do I prove it?" Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. "All our resident information is recorded in the security system. As long as you provide the corresponding address and identity information, you can enter the community. This kind of verification is only needed the first time. After being entered into the system, it will automatically recognize your face for future entries." The security guards explained repeatedly. "Huh, you haven't even entered your facial information into the system. Shh, you're not just messing with us, are you?" Peng Feiyu mocked coldly. The other tenants were also doubtful after hearing this. Since facial collection was only needed the first time to enter the community, how could Yi Yang not be in the system as an owner? "I just bought the house a couple of days ago and today is my first time here." Yi Yang spread his hands helplessly, then just randomly input a room number. "Excuse me. Sir, what did you say?" The security guards doubted their ears, repeatedly asking. "I said just randomly input. All the houses here are mine." Yi Yang frowned, but thinking that his words were indeed a bit shocking, he patiently explained. "Ha ha ha." Peng Feiyu clutched his stomach. Did you all hear what he said? The entire Linjiang community is his. Are you out of a mental hospital? Do you know how much it costs to buy the entire Linjiang community? At least 5. Initially, these wealthy ladies had no concept of this, but upon hearing Peng Feiyu, they were all astonished. They prided themselves on having a bit of assets, at least a few hundred million. However, hundreds of billions was an entirely different concept. This made them highly suspicious. Could this seemingly young guy really have hundreds of billions in real estate? This was indeed a bit unbelievable, or rather absurd. Could it be that this young man was just playing them? Only Fong Sijin broke out in a cold sweat. She remembered the tone and expression of Sister Su when she entrusted Yi Yang to her. If Sister Su acted that way, this Yi Yang might indeed. After logging into the system and typing out the 2 characters of Yi Yang, the security guards all exclaimed, "Damn, this is impossible. The system must be malfunctioning." After searching for Yi Yang, the list of property owners below all turned out to be him. How many are? The security guard kept scrolling the mouse, and after a long time, he still hadn't reached the end. From building a Unit 1, room 1011 after another, all the way to the last G building Unit 7, 18th floor, the owner information is all Yi Yang. After refreshing several times, it remained the same. He recalled Yi Yang's earlier words. "Just input any room number. All the houses here are mine." The security guards were all stunned, their minds blank. "What? Did you find anything?" Yi Yang frowned, looking at the dazed expressions of the security guards. "Hurry up and say if you found something." "Of course." The security guards looked at Yi Yang with enthusiasm, saluting and respectfully saying, "Upon verification, you are indeed the sole owner of the community." Peng Feiyu, who had been showing off, was instantly dumbfounded. Am I hearing things? Am I going crazy? Or is the world not normal? A community worth at least 300 to 500 billion is owned by this young man, who looks to be only in his 20s, just like himself. This kid is richer than his own father. Dai Luoyuo's eyes suddenly lit up with fervor. She completely forgot that she had just mocked Yi Yang. No matter how capable Peng Feiyu was, he was still a rich second generation. It was hard for him to take out any money without begging his family. But Yi Yang was different. Driving luxury cars with hundreds of billions in personal real estate, who knows what other assets he might have. He is undoubtedly a super-rich generation. Estimating the value, who knows how many times stronger he is than Peng Feiyu. I can't believe it. It's true. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, looking incredulously at this young man who exuded endless confidence. The person before her looked even younger than she was. The entire Linjiang community is already his. A big client. A super big client. Doesn't that mean the listing's in her hands? At least 2,000 sets. What does this mean? If all these houses were rented out, the commission she could earn. Just thinking about it made her tremble with excitement. Wow, I didn't expect this young man to be an invisible super wealthy person. The rich ladies already found Yi Yang very pleasing to the eye. Now their gazes toward him became complicated. Even 2 wealthy women were nudging their daughters, eagerly contemplating. Since there's no problem, let's go in then. Yi Yang casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Luo. Remember, this community does not welcome these 2. If you see them, just kick them out. Yes. Yes. The security guards responded repeatedly. Hey, you don't go. Dai Luo immediately put on a smile, wanting to catch up. But Yi Yang didn't even look back. He had seen too many beautiful women. Although Dai Luo was decent looking, she wouldn't even make the cut in his maid group. With such poor character and distorted values, women like her are simply not worthy of his attention. Madam, please show some self-respect. The few security guards frowned and casually pushed Dai Luoluo aside. In her haste, she twisted her ankle in her high heels, falling onto the bluestone road and grimacing in pain. You dare. Seeing this scene, Pang Feiyu was furious and rushed over to confront them. However, the two security guards looked fierce. Their cold smiles were like a bucket of cold water poured over him, extinguishing his anger. He bent down repeatedly, wanting to help Dai Luo, feeling immense sympathy, saying, "Lo, are you okay?" Slap. Unexpectedly, Dai Luoluo directly slapped him across the face. "It's all your fault. You stinky licking dog. If it weren't for you, would I have missed out on such a perfect rich guy? If it weren't for your silly taunts today, would my image in his heart have plummeted? With my image, how could any man not be moved?" Aunt. Frustrated and filled with resentment after being pushed down, Dai Luoluo threw caution to the wind, tearing off her mask to reveal her true thoughts. Slap. After slapping Pang Feiyu twice more, Dai Luoluo finally struggled to her feet, angrily limping off into the distance. Pang Feiyu was stunned by the slaps. He had never imagined that in the goddess' heart, he was actually such a figure. These slaps had directly shattered his most fragile fantasies. They caused him immense pain, and he began to cry pitifully in the street. The tragic scene of this pair of dog men and women. However, among the many wealthy ladies who had just entered the community, no one felt sympathy for them. On the contrary, many of them were quite pleased, viewing Yi Yang as a potential son-in-law. Of course, they would defend him. Next, it was time to choose houses. The entire Linjiang community, with 10 buildings and over 2,000 units, belonged to him. Only about 20 people were looking at houses. Naturally, they could choose freely. Each person could select their desired floor and good lighting. However, in a high-end community like Linjiang, designed for successful individuals, every unit was actually very comfortable. The differences were minimal. Every unit here was fully decorated, ready for immediate move-in. Therefore, efficiency was high. In just over an hour, everything was settled. Fang Xijin was also immensely happy. After a month of hard work, she hadn't made as much in commissions as she did in this 1 hour. It should be known that these clients would at least sign 3 to 4 year leases in such a high-end community. The rent was not comparable to ordinary communities. With over a dozen units, if each unit was rented for 5 years and paid up front, it would total nearly 20 million. Being rich is truly wonderful. You don't have to do anything, just lie in bed and receive huge sums every month. Fang Xijin quickly calculated. If each unit was rented for 5 years, the more than 2,000 units in Linjiang community could all be rented out before September. Yi Yang could directly gain tens of billions. Just thinking of this figure made her heart tremble. However, correspondingly, the agency could also take a considerable commission, and she might even earn at least a monthly income of 1 million. In Huaxiao, that is the dream of the vast majority of people. I have to treat this big benefactor well. At this moment, everyone was satisfied with their houses. The atmosphere became much more harmonious and relaxed. "Hey, Xiaoyi, do you have a girlfriend?" A group of married women began to gossip. "You're so young and accomplished. If you don't have a girlfriend, it would be a shame. How about my daughter? She doesn't have a boyfriend either." Yi Yang was slightly taken aback. Could it be that these wealthy ladies were also working as matchmakers? "My daughter isn't bad either. And mine, although she's only in high school. Just wait and see, she definitely won't be a loss. My family's conditions are good. EY can offer a dowry of 50 million. My family can offer 80 million. Haha, my family will offer company shares." The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly changed. Yi Yang felt overwhelmed, smiling bitterly. While other families would love to ask for more bride price when marrying off their daughters, these wealthy ladies thought completely differently. Here they were all trying to give more in dowries. There's nothing to be done at being handsome, it's just that unbeatable. "Oh dear, Mom, I'm still here." The girls present all blushed, looking at Yi Yang with a mix of rejection and invitation. Such a handsome and perfect god of wealth is a rare find. How many people in this world could be better than Yi Yang? Yi Yang smiled faintly. Those who could get into Shanghai University Town generally had good grades and were all rich girls with excellent temperament. However, compared to his standards, they still seemed too ordinary. Now even the maids around him were top-notch housekeepers, each a graduate from Ivy League or the best universities. Naturally, their grace and beauty were not something these girls could compare to. However, rejecting them in public would be too rude. Amidst the joking, he reluctantly added some girls on WeChat before sending the tenants away. Signing contracts and making payments had to follow the proper procedures. After today's discussion, it would take at least a day or two before they could move in. Sigh, this is quite a headache. Yi Yang scratched his head, feeling the terror of a group of beautiful young women wanting to send their daughters to him with sky-high dowries. "Haha, boss, ye could be elected as the most sought-after son-in-law in China," Fang Xijin said with a smile, in a particularly good mood today. "What can I say? Who made me so handsome?" Yi Yang shook his head and said seriously, If anyone else said this, they would surely be met with ridicule, but unfortunately what Yi Yang said was indeed the truth. Fong Xijin felt a rush of envy and jealousy. By the way, bossy, do you need anything else? I'm quite free today and can help you out. Fong Xijin said perceptively. With the tenants gone, Yi Yang stayed behind, clearly having something to take care of. Well, there is indeed one thing. Yi Yang nodded slightly, looking up and down at Fong Xijin's graceful and mature curves. Mr. Yi. You. Fong Xijin's face flushed, her hands crossed over her chest as she stepped back. Huh. Yi Yang waved his hand. Come with me, help me tidy up a house. Fong Xijin. She was a strong woman of the new era, believing in fighting for herself with a strong character. Even though Yi Yang was a handsome, wealthy young man, she couldn't easily give up her own principles. You scared me. She patted her chest and hurried after him. Building A, a large flat. Building A has the best location. The top floor flat can be considered the best in the Riverside community. The flat in Building A has a height of 8 meters and 2 levels with a dedicated elevator. From the balcony, one can see the magnificent waves of the Huangpu River in front, and across it lies the bustling scene of the magical city. When night falls and the lights come on, it is undoubtedly a breathtaking visual feast. Just this view alone is worth billions. Yi Yang said with a smile. The flat in Building A as the Riverside community signature is priced at 8 billion. If it were to be bought, its market value would likely be inflated to over 10 billion. It's more expensive than most villas. The flat in Building A has an area of 500 square meters, and there is a private swimming pool and private lawn on the roof, with a private cinema on the second floor. Fong Xijin introduced. Yi Yang was quite satisfied. The Riverside Villa is not far from his sister Yi Zi's high school, and he also plans to choose a house for her to live in. It's definitely better than the 6-person bunk beds that his sister had complained about for over 2 years. Cleaning this place will take quite some time. Fong Xijin said this, but her hands had already started to get busy. Before the owners moved in, each house had a dedicated maid for cleaning. Although this Riverside flat is large, there isn't much to clean. Yi Yang looked at the tidy figure of Fong Xijin, with her curvaceous back to him, as she laid the sheets on the bed, and his originally undisturbed heart began to stir. In the entire Building A, in a 500 square meter double-story flat, there were only him and Fong Xijin. And being in such a sensitive place as the bedroom, it was impossible for him not to have any special thoughts. It seemed that Fong Xijin also sensed Yi Yang's gaze, her face burning like a cloud at sunset. Her subconscious actions were due to her upbringing, but along the way she had already mentally prepared herself. No matter what, if she could have a perfect encounter with such a perfect man, it would still count as a gain for her. After all, she had been busy building her career for so many years, seldom engaging in intimate pleasures. Not wanting to think about it was easy, but once she did, she felt a longing that penetrated deeply to her bones. After tidying up the bed, she shyly looked at Yi Yang, showing a different side from her powerful woman persona. Mr. Yi. It's all tidied up. She bit her lower lip, looking at Yi Yang with unmasked eyes. Good. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He never forced anyone, but he would not refuse a pleasurable experience that fulfilled both parties. If one cannot live freely, then having so much money would be meaningless. This is what a god of wealth is. Fong Xijin was still wearing her professional sales outfit, a small suit jacket, paired with black stockings and high heels. The stimulation of this spacious flat and her attire greatly increased his interest today. After some exercise, Yi Yang smiled with satisfaction. Splash. After cleaning up, Fong Xijin no longer had her previous strong woman demeanor, in front of Yi Yang appearing rather bashful. Alright, it's about time for lunch. Yi Yang stretched and felt a surge of appetite. Do you know any good restaurants? It's on me. Yi Yang smiled. No, of course it's on me. Fong Xijin hurriedly insisted. Yi Yang truly brought her immense opportunity. How could someone of such stature let him treat her to a meal? She must treat him instead. Just as they were discussing where to eat, the doorbell rang. Yi Yang frowned, walked to the living room, opened the door, and saw a tall man in a suit. Who are you? Yi Yang asked. Are you the new owner here? The suited man looked rather fierce, and his smile resembled that of a bandit in a period drama. I'm from the property management of Riverside, here to collect the property fees. Property fees? How much? Yi Yang didn't bother explaining. Naturally, the property fees for a high-end community are a bit pricey. This large flat's annual property fee would likely be at least 1,000 to 8,000. Pay 1 million a year. The suited man smiled with ill intent. Yi Yang frowned. Are you joking? I have reason to suspect you are attempting to rob me. Yi Yang furrowed his brows and said. He was certainly not short on money, but that did not mean he would indulge an unreasonable demand for cash. That's the price. If you don't like it, take it up with the owners' committee. The burly man sneered, speaking like, the owners' committee. Yi Yang scoffed coldly. He was the only owner in the entire Linjiang community. He was the committee. You live in a penthouse, so you must have plenty of money. What's the problem with 1 million a year? The man absently scratched his head. The original owners of Linjiang community were mostly busy people. They bought school district houses primarily for investment. They rarely showed up, so there was no way to form a proper committee. Since no owners complained about the property fees, the property company set them arbitrarily. Over the years, the man's boldness had grown. Originally, the property fee for this penthouse was at most $200,000 a year. Now he had raised it directly to $1 million. How do you believe that with a single word, I can make your property company disappear? Yiyang chuckled coldly. The other party likely still did not know that the entire Linjiang community had already been acquired by him. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Hey, you can go back now. Tomorrow, Linjiang's property will no longer belong to you. Yiyang waved his hand casually. What? How arrogant? The man in the suit stared in disbelief. What do you mean by this? You really think you're the only owner in the entire Linjiang community? If we're talking about it, then yes. Fang Zijin had also tidied up her makeup and strolled out. Who are you again? The impatient, burly man Jin Jiang brightened upon seeing her. Oh, Sister Fang, what are you doing here? Do you two know each other? Yiyang asked with interest. Of course we do. Sister Fang is quite famous, and there are not many top salespeople in the real estate industry in Magic City who can compare. Our property management must maintain good relationships with these elite circles, right? Jin Jiang laughed repeatedly, but a hint of disgust crossed Fang Zijin's eyes. Jin Jiang was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong, adjusting his behavior according to others. He was more like a thug than a property manager. He had managed to obtain the property management qualifications of Linjiang community through opportunism. However, despite being bothersome to everyone, he was quite adept at handling matters. What did you mean by your earlier words, Sister Fang? Can he represent all the owners? Jin Jiang curled his lips. He looks unfamiliar to me. He just came a few days ago and is already in charge of the owners committee. So what? You can't even gather the owners right. Without more than 50% of the owners joint complaints, we won't be replaced. Jin Jiang shrugged, showing no concern. Is that so? Fang Zijin chuckled lightly. Then you truly are ignorant. You probably still don't know that the gentleman Yi before you is already the sole owner of the entire Linjiang community, do you? The sole owner? Are you crazy? Jin Jiang's eyes widened. Oh, I get it. You filthy woman conspired with this little brat to mess with me. I respect you and call you Sister Fang, otherwise you would be nothing in front of me. He had no use for her, and he didn't show her any courtesy. Hurry up and pay the property fees. Otherwise, Jin Jiang, the burly man, stepped forward with a commanding presence. Yiyang chuckled coldly, taking a step closer. What? Otherwise are you going to fight? His physical prowess was now exceptionally close to the human limit. He could easily take on heavyweight champions with one hand, let alone a property manager who looked weak. Gulp. Jin Jiang, who was inherently a bully, saw that Yiyang was not intimidated and jumped back in fright. I warn you, this is a lawful society. Integrity, friendliness, civility, harmony. If you dare to make a move, I will let the law punish you. Yiyang's face was dark. This guy clearly resembled a robber. He was tall and strong, but he had taken bullying the weak to the extreme. I'm not interested in wasting time with someone like you. Yiyang shook his head slightly. If you don't believe me, call the developer yourself. If you keep making a scene here, I'll kick you off the penthouse. You dare. Though he was putting on a brave front, Jin Jiang had already backed away several meters. He looked at Yiyang with suspicion and vigilance. Boring. Yiyang had no desire to engage with a turncoat like him. Spending time with such a person was simply a waste of expression. Have you decided where to eat? Yiyang turned to ask. Let's go to the Peace Hotel. Their dishes have the authentic flavor of the old Magic City and are quite refined. Fang Zijin smiled. All right, let's go. Yiyang casually closed the door behind him, leaving Jin Jiang looking foolish and stunned. It was only after Yiyang and Fang Zijin had taken the elevator down for a while that he gradually relaxed. The sole owner of Linjiang community. That filthy woman had no motive to deceive me, did she? Could it be true? But that's absurd. It's impossible. She must have been lying to me. He exhaled, feeling more at ease. Leisurely walking down the stairs, he felt the wind outside, and his mind cleared up as a chill ran down his spine. No, I should still call to verify. The fiery red Ferrari LaFerrari had already brought Yiyang and Fang Zijin to the nearby Peace Hotel. After parking, they entered and headed straight for the signature dishes. The Peace Hotel was quite a well-known establishment with an average spending starting at 2,000 yuan. However, to Yiyang, who had recently grown accustomed to luxurious restaurants and even state banquets, it still felt a bit too simple. While enjoying the dishes, they chatted and laughed, creating a warm atmosphere. Dining with a beautiful woman was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Just as they were having a great time, a few middle-aged men in suits with potbellies walked in. One of them, clearly a lackey, was speaking animatedly to the front desk. The receptionist wore a troubled expression. The lackey pulled out several bundles of cash from his pocket, looking quite arrogant and confident. With Yiyang's current hearing, he could naturally hear what the lackey was saying. What's going on here? Fong Zijin asked, noticing the receptionist's troubled expression. A few small-time real estate managers had a project deal and came here for a gathering, but the place is full. They're negotiating with the front desk to pay 10 times the price to have someone give up their table for them. Yi Yang chuckled coldly. Most diners here were not lacking in money. A meal costs more than 10,000, so 10 times would be over 100,000. Who would want to be kicked out halfway through their meal for that? Yi Yang chuckled coldly. Most diners here were not lacking in money. A meal costs more than 10,000. If you can reach a private agreement with the guests dining here, we will not interfere. The receptionist could only smile apologetically. You don't know how to do business. The lackey, seeing that the front desk wouldn't budge, could only look around the restaurant with cash in hand. The best view and sunlight were here at Yi Yang's table, so he marched over with his cash, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Brother, you really hit the jackpot today. The lackey looked at Yi Yang with a face full of condescension. Yi Yang glanced at the lackey but paid him no mind, for he already knew the lackey's intentions. Seeing that Yi Yang ignored him completely, leaving him hanging like a fool, the lackey's expression suddenly, he directly said, "Our boss Wang is in a good mood today. If you could give this table to him, we will pay you 10 times the meal cost. You spend 10,000 for this meal, we will give you 100,000. Buying happiness for both sides." Yi Yang sneered. "Happiness? Do you think you are very wealthy?" At this moment, boss Wang and a few others also approached and happened to hear Yi Yang's words. Their brows furrowed as they said, "I say, young man, don't be too arrogant. You just entered society, didn't you? So sharp and exposed, you will face the harsh reality of life sooner or later." Yi Yang laughed, inwardly thinking, "Do you think this is a gangster drama?" Although he felt the urge to retort, asking if being humble was what youth was about, he suddenly thought of a more audacious move. "Are you sure you want to pay for our table?" Yi Yang's lips curled into a playful smirk. "Yes, not only will we pay, but we will pay 10 times the bill." The lackey arrogantly patted his wallet. Seeing that Yi Yang finally seemed willing to compromise, boss Wang's expression softened a bit. "Good for you recognizing the situation." "All right." Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved to the waiter beside him. "Hello, sir, how can I assist you?" The waitress Xiaoyu approached. She also disliked those who forcefully spent money to make others leave and had initially sympathized with Yi Yang. But seeing him compromise for a bit of money, she felt a pang of sadness. However, as someone who worked part-time, she understood. In this harsh society, it's better to avoid trouble. Sigh. She silently sighed for Yi Yang. "Come, tell me how much this table costs." Yi Yang casually pointed at the dishes on the table and glanced at boss Wang with a half-smile. "Okay." Xiaoyu, though puzzled, complied. 9 heads of purple abalone, 5,000 each, 2 portions totaling 10,000. The lackey's heart trembled. Just this one dish almost exceeded his budget. Steamed golden rice, 1,000 per tail, a total of 8 tails, 8,000. Lu Su fruit mousse, 18,888. Celestial 8 immortals soup, 6,666. Fishing ginger fish table, 13,000. As the tallying continued, boss Wang's face grew darker. The surrounding diners also turned their attention. It was shocking as Xiaoyu was completely numbed by the tally. This. All were the signature dishes of the Peace Hotel. Usually, just one of these dishes on a table is considered luxury. This gentleman actually ordered them all. Gradually, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she realized Yi Yang's intention, glancing at boss Wang and the others whose expressions had turned grim while continuing to tally. When she reached the last item, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. However, out of professional ethics, she quickly composed herself and confidently stated, "Silent Ship, White Snow Champagne, 1 per bottle, 2 bottles. 376000. Silent Ship White Snow Champagne is the signature wine of the Peace Hotel, with only 2,000 bottles in the world. It was unknown how much it cost to acquire 5 bottles from abroad. Since the hotel opened a century ago, only 1 bottle had been sold. This young gentleman, who looked incredibly young, actually ordered 2 bottles at once. Fong Zijin covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She had no idea that the champagne she just drank was nearly 2 million a bottle. No wonder it tasted so good. If she had known how expensive that bottle was, she wouldn't have dared to ask for it. Earlier, she had boasted about treating Yi Yang to a meal. Realizing this, Fong Zijin bitterly smiled. Her proud 100,000 commission was not even enough to cover the value of 1 bottle of champagne she just drank. Wow. This kid actually ordered Silent Ship. Damn. A hidden super wealthy person. Are rich people always this low-key? They quietly ordered a meal worth millions. Shouldn't the restaurant owner come out and kneel to flatter them? The owner went abroad a few days ago, otherwise he would have been shaken out by now. I thought so. Haha, look at that ridiculous boss Wang. His face has turned green with fright. Now is he still going to say anything about paying 10 times the amount to make someone leave? When pretending to be rich you meet a true wealthy man, that face is not worth saving. Boss Wang's arrogant actions had already attracted the attention of those around. However, no one wanted to stir trouble earlier, so they all kept silent. At this moment, upon hearing the prices of the dishes, they realized this youth was anything but ordinary. The last 2 bottles of Silent Ship were like deep-sea bombs, causing the entire Peace Hotel to erupt in commotion. Sir, the total cost of your meal rounding down is 4188868. 88 yuan. Xiao Yu spoke in a stunned daze. Okay. Yiyang looked at the 2 trembling little bosses beside him with a playful smile. So what do you think? I won't bully you, I am incredibly generous. How about this? I'll let you off the hook for that last 8 yuan and 88 fun. How do you want to pay? By transfer or credit card? At this moment, Boss Wang's face changed from red to purple to black and black to green. He kept questioning his life. He was originally an arrogant man who cared about his image. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled such a stunt. He never expected to encounter someone even more arrogant today. A meal costing over 4 million. Whether they could profit $1 million from any of their projects was still a question. More than 40 million. Boss Wang felt like he was bleeding internally. Even if they sold all the little bosses, they couldn't gather this money. I kindly offered to waive the last bit. What, don't you have the money? Yiyang asked in confusion. Damn, do you even have a conscience? Waiving 8 yuan and 88 fin counts as a discount. Boss Wang felt miserable, but had no outlet for his frustration, trembling in fear. At this moment, Yiyang's expression suddenly turned cold as he shouted angrily, since you have no money, why are you pretending to be rich? This sudden reprimand made the already guilty little bosses feel weak in the knees. If not for their lackeys supporting them, they would have nearly knelt down on the spot. Wow. So domineering. Incredible. What are you pretending to be rich for if you have no money? This is a true wealthy person. The surrounding diners were all exhilarated. This slap to the face was simply too satisfying. Fang Zhijin looked at Yiyang with admiration in her eyes. Though she was a strong woman beside Yiyang at this moment, she could only be a little fangirl. Just as Boss Wang was gasping for breath as if about to have a heart attack, the big door of the Peace Hotel was suddenly pushed open. A panicked big man in a suit rushed in, looking left and right. When he saw Yiyang's table, his eyes lit up as he stumbled over. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. A flustered figure stumbled hurriedly into the room. Yiyang arched a brow, observing the panting man, strangely familiar. Oh, isn't this Jin Jiang from earlier? Fang Xijin appraised him up and down, her brows lifting slightly. Judging by his disheveled state, she deduced he had already called the developer to verify the information. She teased him with a faint knowing smile. Huh, Uncle 3. Wang Zong, standing awkwardly nearby, scratched his head and rubbed his eyes, only then confirming that the man before him truly was his paternal uncle. Jin Jiang had always treated him well. It was entirely due to his uncle's guidance that he'd entered the real estate industry in the first place. Even today's celebratory contract had been secured solely through his uncle's influential connections. Though Jin Jiang's sycophantic nature, bowing to power and shrinking from weakness, was contemptible, his uncanny ability to navigate social currents and cultivate networks remained undeniably exceptional. Huh, what are you doing here, kid? Jin Jiang glanced at Wang Sihai with mild surprise, then instantly dismissed him. After all, Yiyang was the sole reason he'd come today. Mr. Yi, I've just confirmed with the developer you are indeed the sole owner of Linjiang Residential Complex. I was blind and foolish. I acted recklessly just now, daring to speak disrespectfully to you. His heart sank with bitter regret. The situation was utterly absurd. Anyone would have assumed Yiyang. The entire school district residential complex belonged to this young man alone. What did that even mean? Others might remain oblivious, but he as property manager knew full well. Linjiang Residential Complex, valued at market rate, would cost no less than 3 to 500 billion yuan to acquire in full. Countless publicly listed companies couldn't match even a fraction of its worth. And to possess the authority to purchase an entire school district complex, what staggering influence must that entail? To dwell upon it was chilling, truly terrifying. Just moments ago, he dared demand an exorbitant 1 million yuan surcharge from such an unparalleled titan. The very thought made him tremble uncontrollably. Losing his management post was trivial. But if Yiyang held a grudge, if he were blacklisted from the Shanghai real estate circle, he'd be finished. He was already in his 40s. To be cast out of his established world would render him virtually obsolete. Is that so? Weren't you just boasting about seeing each other daily? Yiyang teased lightly, so why the sudden groveling? I was only joking. Please, sir, just let me vanish like a puff of smoke. Jin Jiang pleaded, bowing low in abject humility. Uncle, who is this young man? You're a respected figure in the real estate world. Why on earth must you kowtow like this? Wang Sihai couldn't fathom his uncle's behavior. Shut your mouth now. Jin Jiang roared. One word from this youth could sever his primary income and expel him permanently from Shanghai's real estate elite. His nephew, hot-headed and impetuous, might blunder further, offend Mr. Yi, and extinguish his last hope entirely. Heh. Yi chuckled softly. By the way, this is your nephew. You've raised quite the exemplary one. Ah. Jin Jiang froze. His worst fear realized his nephew had in fact offended Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, this brat has wronged you. I'll discipline him properly today. He owes me 40 million yuan, and tried to eject me from this restaurant. How shall we settle this debt? Yi asked coldly. What? Jin Jiang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. You little wretch, always causing trouble for me. Explain, now, how you incurred a 40 million yuan debt to Mr. Yi, and dared try to throw him out. Have you swallowed a tiger's gall and a leopard's heart? Wang Sihai's face twisted into a pained grimace. Uncle, it's not what you think. Slap. Jin Jiang struck Wang Sihai across the face. Dare you? It's truly not. Slap. Slap. 2 more stinging blows landed. Do you even comprehend? This Mr. Yi owns every single unit in Linjiang residential complex. Its real estate alone is worth hundreds of billions, far surpassing your chairman's clout multiplied several times over. What arrogance gave you the audacity to provoke such a titan? You've blinded yourself utterly. Wang Sihai, previously indignant, now stood paralyzed, his soul trembling with dread. Hundreds of billions, just in property. His total assets must exceed 1 trillion yuan. In China, that placed him among the nation's absolute elite. Had he truly dared strut before such a colossus, spouting nonsense and stirring chaos? Uncle, I had no idea. I'd just secured a major project, felt elated, wanted to flaunt my success here. Never imagined encountering him. Wang Sihai's voice cracked with genuine despair. Nearby diners listened in awe. So young, and already worth hundreds of billions in property alone. No wonder he carries himself with such unassailable authority. Incredible. Earlier I thought spending over 4 million yuan on dinner was pretentious, but now, he's astonishingly modest. Gulp. The sole owner of the entire Linjiang residential complex. All present stood stunned, speechless at Yi Yang's identity. After delivering sufficient reprimands, Jin Jiang finally ordered Wang Sihai to recount the full sequence of events. Upon hearing it, he fell silent, wordless. Couldn't you at least assess your opponent before posturing? At minimum, glance at the dishes on his table before issuing. Moreover, your underlings are truly incompetent, utterly lacking discernment. He felt no moral outrage at Wang Sihai's conduct, only fury that his nephew had failed to master the most fundamental skill, gauging whether someone was worth provoking before boasting recklessly. Yet mid-scolding, his expression abruptly stiffened. If that were true, hadn't he too misjudged the situation? Now his own rebuke had ensnared him. You little fool, apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Jin Jiang smacked Wang Sihai's skull. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi. Wang Sihai bowed repeatedly, his earlier arrogance utterly dissolved. Don't just say it. Yang waved a hand. Fang Xijin promptly produced a portable card reader, her smile radiant and poised as she faced Wang Sihai. Fang Xijin was naturally beautiful. Her smile, usually soothing and warm, now appeared to Wang Sihai like that of a flesh-eating demoness. Uncle, even if I sold my home, I couldn't scrape together 40 million. Tears welled in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the surrounding diners. He'd arrived boasting as if worth billions, yet proved unable to cover even 10 of Mr. Ye's meals even after liquidating his house. Worthless. You stir up trouble, but can't clean it up. Jin Jiang let out a deep sigh, his eyes darting sideways as he pulled out his bank card. Mr. Yi, I'll settle my nephew's debt, on behalf of his uncle. Yi Yang gave a slight nod. He was well aware of Jin Jiang's intentions. This payment served 2 purposes: to smooth over their earlier friction, and to buy safety, hoping Yi Yang would refrain from replacing the property management of Linjiang residential complex. Jin Jiang's hand trembled as anguish twisted inside him. Linjiang residential complex had never been fully occupied, and the development was barely 1 or 2 years old. At most, he'd squeezed out roughly 100 million yuan in property fees, after deducting bribes, tributes to his shadowy patrons, and expenses already incurred. He had only about 50 million left. And now, 40 million vanished in an instant. 2 years of painstaking effort, gone all for this young man. Rage seethed within him. Yet so long as he retained the property management contract, steady income would flow, and greater profits would surely follow. Steeling himself, he authorized the transfer without hesitation. Yi Yang received the notification and nodded approvingly. You may leave. Ahem, Mr. Yi, about the property management. Jin Jiang asked cautiously. My words stand unchanged. Tomorrow you cease to be the property manager of Linjiang residential complex. Yi Yang frowned. I've shown you mercy merely by sparing you expulsion from the Shanghai real estate circle. This? Jin Jiang's heart lurched, his gaze dimmed. He was the sort who sized people up before serving them. Yi Yang was utterly beyond his reach, his authority absolute, his actions lawful and unassailable. To compete in influence or covert leverage, their wealth existed on entirely different planes. Could Yi Yang's backing and hidden networks possibly be trivial? Truth be told, he was thoroughly cowed. At best, he hoped to avoid ostracism from the industry. With his knack for navigating social currents, he wouldn't starve. Then, Mr. Yi, enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave now. Jin Jiang forced a smile, then kicked Wang Sihai squarely in the backside. Get out now. Yes, yes, right away. Wang Sihai saw even his third uncle, a 20-year veteran of Shanghai's real estate scene, capitulate utterly. With no recourse, he fled in humiliating haste. Nearby diners watched the dramatic turn of events and whispered among themselves, what a spectacular lunch. Worth every penny. Even cinema scripts pale beside this. Indeed, art draws its lifeblood from reality, where the extraordinary opulence and audacity of modern tycoons surpass even the boldest screenwriter's imagination. Finally gone, Yi Yang turned with a smile. Now let's eat in peace. Fong Sijin, now utterly awestruck by Yi Yang, obeyed without question. After the meal, Yi Yang swiped his card, settling over 4 million yuan. Ding! You have spent 18 million yuan on dining. Reward unlocked: 51 equity stake in Hurricane Security, the world's top-tier security firm. A spark flickered in Yi Yang's mind. Hurricane Security. He'd never heard of it. Yet if the system hailed it as the world's finest, it must possess formidable capabilities. Just moments ago, Jin Jiang threatened me. I was already considering hiring bodyguards. Yi Yang mused. How fortuitous this reward proves. Or perhaps my earlier assumption was flawed. The system doesn't dispense rewards based solely on expenditure, but rather aligns them with recent pivotal events and inner needs. The precise mechanics remained unclear, something to unravel gradually. Yet this particular reward, the security firm, pleased him immensely. Where do you live? I'll drive you home, Yi Yang asked. Fong Sijin smiled. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I rent an apartment in Qingyuan residential complex. You rent? Yi Yang arched a brow. As a top-tier sales agent, haven't you earned enough to buy your own place? It's not easy. Fong Sijin sighed wryly. You know Shanghai's property prices. They've soared beyond reason. A single unit costs over 10 million yuan. After 3 years as a star agent, I've saved less than 1/3 of that. Sales is an unstable profession. What if I couldn't keep up mortgage payments after putting down a deposit? Yi Yang fell into quiet reflection. He recalled himself before acquiring the system. Just an ordinary software intern swept along by the tide after graduation into a nameless company buried in relentless work with no horizon in sight. Even after full-time employment, earning 10,000 yuan monthly, buying a home in Shanghai would demand a century of austerity. By the time he saved enough, he'd be over 120. A wave of poignant realization washed over him. Yet, thankfully, everything had changed. He patted Fong Sijin's shoulder. Pack your things in a few days. You'll move into Linjiang residential complex. The penthouse in Building B is yours. She was now his woman. For a tycoon's partner to live in rented accommodation. Utterly absurd. He owned thousands of properties. Gifting her one was only natural. Moreover, she'd manage the rental operations for the remaining 2,000 units. Most importantly, collecting rent was genuinely exhausting. Indeed, this morning touring just dozens of units had taken hours. If he were to collect rent door to door, his head would swell to monstrous proportions. Having Fong Sijin reside in Linjiang would make coordination and errands effortless. Mr. Yi. Fong Sijin covered her mouth, disbelief shimmering in her eyes. Still calling me Mr. Yi. Yi Yang chuckled, gently tapping her cheek. Brother Yang, she cried eagerly. Though polished and poised, like a seasoned executive, it was hard-won maturity forged through relentless hustle since high school graduation. Her composure and competence were products of experience and hardship. In truth, she was still an undergraduate, 2 years younger than Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded. Once packed, just call a moving company. I'll arrange the keys and deliver them to you. All right. Before Yi Yang, Fong Sijin shed every layer of defense, transforming from commanding executive into gentle, trusting companion. Roar. The LaFerrari surged through Shanghai's glittering twilight, riding the summer breeze, stirring awe and astonishment in its wake. After an exhilarating drive with Fong Sijin, Yi Yang dropped her at Qingyuan residential complex. Remember, move in soon. Absolutely. Fong Sijin nodded vigorously, ascending the staircase with graceful poise. Only when her figure disappeared did Yi Yang turn his gaze back to a message lighting up his WeChat. Big brother. We're free this Sunday, you promised me. Take Xiaozi out to play. It was his younger sister Yi. A warm tenderness rose in Yi Yang's chest. Sure, I'll surprise you with something extraordinary. What kind of surprise, eh? Yi Xiaozi's curiosity flared instantly. Would it still be a surprise if I told you? Smelly big brother. Xiao Zi's preparing a surprise for you. Don't get startled when it happens. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow. So this little rascal actually has a surprise. A quiet anticipation stirred within him. What precisely could his sister's surprise be? Yi Yang drove his sports car back to the Yunding mountain villa. As he searched online for Hurricane Security Company, he found virtually no information about it. The sole available detail was that it was a multinational joint venture security firm headquartered on an island in international waters, beyond the jurisdiction of any national legal system. Sounds impressive. Yi Yang thought, a subtle tremor rippling through him as he sensed the extraordinary nature of hurricane security. A sharp ringtone pierced the silence. Glancing at the incoming call, displaying an overseas number, Yi Yang's pulse quickened. This must be Hurricane. Hello, he answered. Hello, Mr. Yi. We've received official confirmation. As of today, you are our true CEO. May we ask, what are your instructions? The caller's heavily accented Mandarin nearly made Yi Yang chuckle aloud. A Chinese woman who'd lived abroad too long, her native tongue now stiff with disuse. Instructions? Yi Yang paused briefly. Send me your full corporate dossier, and dispatch 2 elite female bodyguards immediately. The absolute best you have. Understood, sir. Right away, the woman replied. Oh, and one more thing, Yi Yang added. All of you must master fluent natural-sounding Mandarin. No more stilted tones when speaking to me. Yes, sir. After confirming there were no further orders, she ended the call. So the bodyguards should arrive tomorrow. Yi Yang nodded faintly. Hurricane Security, ranked by the system as the world's premier protective agency, would not delay. Before bed, Hurricane sent over its corporate dossier. He skimmed it and froze. What in the world? Yi Yang's eyes widened. Hurricane's operations spanned far beyond conventional security, private military contracting, deep reconnaissance, covert operations. Essentially every facet of sanctioned and unsanctioned force. Within Rilioflaw nations, they provided elite personal protection. In war-torn regions, they commanded autonomous paramilitary units and mercenary legions on standby. There was no domain they could not reach, only those that did not yet exist. Even heads of mid-tier sovereign states retained their personnel for personal safeguarding. After reviewing several of Hurricane's historical operations, Yi Yang exhaled fully, his trust absolute. Hidden in the world's shadows, this organization wielded global influence. Its value defied monetary measure. Only the most formidable figures in existence would even qualify to know of its existence, let alone engage its services. With that thought, Yi Yang drifted into sleep. The next morning, the thunderous roar of a helicopter jolted him awake. He stepped outside the Yunding mountain villa and asked Umamamo, what's happening? A black helicopter has just landed, details unknown. It's now parked on the rear helipad. Umamamo looked utterly bewildered. A spark lit in Yi Yang's mind. Must be Hurricane's. What hurricane? Umamamo had never heard of the company. You'll see shortly, Yi Yang said, heading toward the bed. There, descending from the sleek black transport helicopter, came a pair of sisters, one clad in leather radiating icy regal composure, the other petite doll-faced, dressed in a crimson cheapao, evoking classic anime warriors. You must be Boss Yi. They recognized him instantly, having studied his photograph beforehand, and addressed him without hesitation. You're Hurricane's elite bodyguards. Yi Yang smiled faintly. Not bad. You judge us as not bad before even witnessing our capabilities. The leather-clad elder sister let out a cool, dismissive scoff. I make your appearances pleasing, Yi Yang clarified with a wry grin. Very well. You already know my name. What are yours? Yi Yang asked. Xiao Qingxuan, the elder sister replied, voice crisp and unyielding. Xiao Xiaozhu, chimed the younger in her scarlet cheapao. I see you truly are sisters. Yi Yang smiled. Indeed, boss. I'm the elder sister, Xiao Xiaozhu declared proudly. You're the elder sister? Yi Yang blinked. With her cherubic face, Xiao Xiaozhu could easily pass for 18, yet she claimed seniority. Xiaozhu excels at deception. Don't be fooled by her youthful appearance. She's poisoned and assassinated top-tier elites beyond count. Xiao Qingxuan's words sent a shiver down Yi Yang's spine. He re-examined Xiao Xiaozhu carefully. You're our boss. She waved a tiny fist, utterly guileless, disarmingly innocent. From now on, Sister Xiaozhu and I will operate in tandem. One overt, one concealed, one strategic, one combative, to guarantee your absolute safety. Xiao Qingxian's stated tone unwavering. Wait, what? Yi Yang frowned. Aren't you security personnel? Since when does security involve strategy? Precisely, she replied. Security operates along dual tracks, martial and cerebral. The martial path relies solely on physical prowess. The cerebral path engages intellect, poisoning, assassination, psychological subterfuge. She spoke of horrors as casually as one might discuss weather. So if Xiao Xiaozhu handles covert elimination, you specialize in direct combat? Yes. Xiao Qingxian met his gaze steadily. If you doubt my capability, test me. Any 20 men fully armed and trained. I'll accept the challenge. You can defeat 20 trained men. Yi Yang gasped. Such feats belonged only to wuxiao legends. In 3 minutes, all 20 will cease breathing. Xiao Qingxian uttered it with serene detachment. Yi Yang managed a strained smile. So this is the confidence of the world's finest female bodyguards. She sighed, knowing he presumed she exaggerated. Without effort, she picked up a nearby golf club and twisted it effortlessly into a tight spiraling helix. Yi Yang winced. Golf clubs were expensive. Though wealthy, he disliked one in waste. Yet the club's high-grade alloy resisted ordinary strength. Twisting it thus demanded power exceeding human limits tenfold. Yi Yang himself had mastered national martial arts, but had never attempted such a feat. Though tempted to test his own strength against hers, he suppressed the impulse. Her demeanor suggested she'd interpret hesitation as provocation. She's likely endured immense operational stress. She'll need time to recalibrate to everyday modern life. Yi Yang understood. Hurricane operated at the world's most volatile frontiers. For these sisters to ascend to the pinnacle of protective expertise, their pasts bore scars no ordinary imagination could fathom. There's no need to remain so tense all the time. For now, I have no need to resort to violence. You two can just get accustomed to the villa environment. All right, Xiao Qingxian replied succinctly. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Xiaozhu, they both moved to start their inspections. What are you two doing? Yi Yang asked, scratching his head. We're inspecting for safety hazards, drafting blueprints, and preparing to install the security system and measures to eliminate all assassination blind spots. We will mark potential ambush locations for snipers and devise contingency plans for emergencies. Xiao Xiaozhu explained while searching. In short, there's a lot to do. You wouldn't understand if I explained it. Xiao Qingxian added with a hint of sarcasm. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly, but he thought it was good to do some inspections, so he let them be. Once they are familiar with the domestic environment and the level of social stability, they should be able to relax, right? During lunch, the beautiful bodyguard sisters finally completed all the assessments and arrangements and joined him at the dining table. Boss, your villa is practically defenseless. Your security awareness is far too lacking. If I wanted to harm you, I could come up with 1,000 ways, both sisters complained. Yi Yang's face darkened. In fact, the villa did have a security system, but in the eyes of these top professionals, it was no different from being defenseless. However, we have already resolved all issues for you. Next, we will be ensuring your safety. 247, Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu said resolutely. Got it. Let's eat, you've worked hard. Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. After the meal, Yu Momo and the maid team also got to know the two beautiful sisters. I have a classmate reunion tonight, so I won't be back for dinner. Yi Yang casually reminded Yu Momo. Classmate reunion? Where is it? Do we need to scout the location and defuse any explosives beforehand? The Xiao sisters immediately stood up, their professional sensitivity kicking in. No. That's unnecessary. Yi Yang waved his hands repeatedly. What kind of tasks were these two sisters involved in that they so easily mentioned killing, defusing bombs, and snipers? All right. Upon hearing this, the sisters lost their enthusiasm. Yi Yang rubbed their shoulders, saying, You don't have to stay so tense all the time. You should also enjoy life to some extent. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu's eyes widened in surprise as they looked at Yi Yang. These words were something they had never dared to hope for over the years. Having been raised in a hurricane environment and subjected to cruel elite security training, they had always lived under extreme pressure and danger. Such care and tenderness were invaluable to them. At the very least, let us maintain vigilance and provide protection outside, Xiao Qingxian said after a moment of contemplation. Sure, do as you wish. Yi Yang chuckled and prepared for tonight's class reunion. The gathering was for dinner, but the class group chat was already. Everyone please get ready. I confirmed with Han Siley that she booked the dinner for 6 o'clock. We can meet in front of Han Pavilion at 5:30. Yeah, I can't wait, haha. All right, old class monitor. A bunch of people responded. Today is Saturday, and most people are free tonight. Yi Yang had a thought and sent a message to Zhang Xian. What time do you get off work tonight? He'll pick you up. As a programmer, working 996 is inevitable, and I have to work on Saturdays with Sunday off. Bossy, how can I let you pick me up? Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. I just know that Bossy is good. I should be done by 4:30. So Yi Yang was somewhat surprised. Cough. Of course there's a special reason for that. He'll explain when we meet. Bossy, I need to finish the work in my hands first. Okay. After sending the message, Yi Yang went to the garage to pick a car. Today he needed to take Zhang Xian and the bodyguard sisters, so he obviously couldn't take the two-seater sports car. Rolls-Royce Phantom U are the one. After searching for a while, Yi Yang picked a car he deemed suitable, a medium-priced car worth 60 million. It was neither too ostentatious nor too embarrassing. However, if his classmates knew about this thought of his, they would probably be shocked. Graduated for less than half a year, aside from those with wealthy families, not many in the class own cars, let alone a super luxury vehicle of this level. He'll be the driver. My driving skills are excellent. Xiao Xiaozhu was naturally familiar with various luxury cars. This is the top configuration Rolls-Royce Phantom, right? It's called a small tank. If it could be modified with a few 50mm vehicle-mounted machine guns, it would be perfect. It would be best to have a self-testing anti-terrorism bomb system or something like that. Xiao Qingxian added seriously. Yi Yang trembled at the thought. He realized that as long as these two were around, he would likely always live in a state of fear of terrorism and bomb threats. Cough cough, there's no need for machine guns. Just drive your car safely, Yi Yang said with a dark face. Oh, Xiao Xiaozhu pouted. But Xiaozhu still wants to complain. Boss, your security awareness is far too poor. Yi Yang helplessly nodded, saying, You're right, as long as you don't install any machine guns in my car, it's all up to you. The sisters sat in the front row while Yi Yang reclined in the spacious back seat like a big boss. He wasn't worried about Zheng Xian's character. But in case Zheng Xian got in the car and was deemed a dangerous individual by Xiao Qingshuan, he would probably have to endure a body search and restraint. To avoid frightening his friend, it was better to have him sit next to himself. Ding ding. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the Imperial Financial Building, attracting envious glances from the surrounding people. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Worth at least 20 to 30 million, right? I really don't know whose precious car this is. Sigh. It's something that can't be envied. If you weren't born with it, you can forget about it for a lifetime. Yeah. At this time, Zheng Xian was also walking out of the building with a few colleagues, chatting with them while looking for the license plate number that Yi Yang mentioned. Wow. A little golden man. And it's a Phantom. As soon as a few colleagues walked out, they spotted this super luxury car, marveling at it. After comparing several times, Zheng Xian finally confirmed dryly that this car indeed belonged to Boss Yi. Hey Zheng Xian. Where are you going? Are you going to take a photo with the luxury car? It seems like the owner is still inside. Isn't that a bit rude? Though we really want to. Zheng Xian waved his hand helplessly and casually replied, My friend is waiting for me in the car. What? A group of colleagues looked baffled, then suddenly seemed to recall something, their expressions changing. Could it be him? That legendary intern. Shut your mouth. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. That person is the master of the entire Empire Financial Building. Several colleagues looked at Zheng Xian, who was getting into a Rolls-Royce, with immense envy. If nothing unexpected happens, they would never get the chance to experience such luxury cars in their lifetime, remaining forever distanced from it. Upon thinking of this, they all inwardly sighed. Having an impressive old classmate is truly great. So the rumors from that day were true. When that big shot arrived, all the board members of the financial building rushed out to greet him. It seems that others on different floors have also heard about Yi Yang's exploits, but due to the absurdity of the situation, they always thought it was just the software company bragging. Such a remarkable person is interning at your software company. It wasn't until today, when they saw Zheng Xian getting into this luxury car, that they truly believed it. Zheng Xian is indeed soaring to great heights thanks to that old classmate of his. I'm really envious. As soon as he got into the car, Zheng Xian's eyes widened. Wow, Yi Laodao is amazing. He managed to attract two beautiful girls at once. Zheng Xian was just an ordinary person. How could he have seen sisters so stunningly beautiful that they outshone even the packaged movie stars? Xiao Qingxian turned her head, her gaze sharp and cold. It's just that her expression seems a bit fierce. Zheng Xian immediately felt intimidated. As an ordinary person, facing the icy demeanor of such a top bodyguard made his knees go weak. Haha, this is my old classmate and best buddy. There's no need to be so guarded. Yi Yang waved his hand repeatedly. Only then did Xiao Qingxian turn away, saying, We've encountered many like this. It's only those who believe they are close that can successfully poison someone. Yi Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. According to these two sisters' logic, there probably weren't any decent people left in the world. This. Zheng Xian trembled suddenly, finding himself in a terrifying discussion. This is the bodyguard I hired. Her thought process is a bit different from normal people. You'll get used to it, Yi Yang explained with a wry smile. Bodyguard? Zheng Xian was even more shocked, exclaiming, With such thin arms and legs, how can she be a bodyguard? Do you want to try? Xiao Qingchuan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Xiao Xiaozhu covered her mouth and chuckled, knowing this kid was about to get into trouble. Cough, she's someone who could twist a golf club into a spiral. You better apologize quickly. I see. I was disrespectful, lady hero. After hearing this, Zheng Xian's face turned pale, and he repeatedly bowed to apologize. At least you recognize the situation. Xiao Qingxian retracted her intimidating aura and sat back down. All right, let's go. Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. Virum. As a vehicle of successful individuals, the Rolls-Royce was known for its steadiness and grandeur. Though it didn't roar like a sports car upon starting, it was enough to make everyone feel the pressure of a 60 million luxury car. How have you been lately? Yi Yang asked. Thanks to Yi Laodao. I was directly made a full-time employee these past few days. This month's paycheck is that of a formal employee, 12,000 after tax. Hee, I finally have money in my hands. Alas, Zhang Xian sighed. If it weren't for Yu Laoda, I would have at least had to wait another 2 months to be made permanent. I've heard that they're considering promoting me to be the deputy team leader after this project is completed. Zhang Wanmin is indeed capable of handling affairs. Yiyang nodded slightly. Yiyang was well aware of Zhang Xian's capabilities. Being a project leader was well within his reach. However, ordinary companies often require work experience, and no matter how impressive you are, you have to start as an intern for 3 months, receiving a meager salary while being exploited for labor. Everyone could see why Zhang Xian was able to transition to a full-time role so quickly and even start getting promoted. But no one dared to discuss it. After all, his work abilities were not lacking, and he was also easy to get along with. Most importantly, Yi Yang's status was too high. They didn't even know how to start a discussion. They even felt it was too reasonable. Some even thought it was unfair to Zhang Xian. With such connections and abilities, he should have been directly made the project manager. However, this was also a reflection of Zhang Wanmin's ability to manage affairs. He was not too ostentatious, considering the feelings of both sides, while also taking care of Zhang Xian's reputation, preventing him from being gossiped about behind his back. It's all thanks to you, Laoda. I can't believe I've called you old man for over a decade, and you only now reveal that you're a super rich second generation. That's really not cool. Zhang Xian grumbled, but in his heart he felt immensely proud. He had long regarded Yi Yang as his brother. How could he not feel proud of having such an impressive older brother? Actually, all of this is to test you. Is that so? Yi Yang patted Zhang Xian's shoulder with a serious expression. Really? I believe you. Yi Laoda, is there any property I need to inherit? Zhang Xian also pretended to be calm. Get lost. Yi Yang laughed and shook his head, but to be honest, this guy was really considerate. Finding a job is very hard nowadays. At that time, he stood up to confront Jin Bujing, which was risky. He could have lost his job or ended up in jail, not to mention the things they went through during school. Such a good brother is too rare in today's world. When you find one, you must cherish it. If I hadn't been able to handle Jin Bujing that day, would you regret standing up? Of course I would. If such a thing happened again, I wouldn't care about you. Zhang Xian scratched his head, saying this with a guilty conscience. Ha ha ha. Your habit of scratching your head when you lie hasn't changed at all. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. Also, during the class reunion later, there's no need to say too much. They're all old classmates we haven't seen for half a year. It's enough to just enjoy a meal together. There's no need to create any conflicts or hierarchy. Oh, I got it, Yi Laoda. As long as they don't go too far, I won't say anything. Zhang Xian murmured. He originally wanted to boast about Yi Yang during the reunion to feel proud. After all, there were many male classmates who were jealous of Yi Yang and wished for his downfall back then. If they come at me aggressively, I can't be blamed. Zhang Xian silently added in his heart. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along, in front of Han Gumin, class leader Yu Chunggong stepped out of a BMW. He was among the better off in the class, having just started working, and his family bought him a BMW 5 Series. Wang Guan, you're doing quite well, huh? You've even upgraded to a Benz by hanging out with Peng Fei. Yu Chunggong exclaimed in surprise. Haha, I'm just driving a company car. It's all thanks to Brother Zu's promotion. Wang Guan was being modest, but he felt a sense of superiority. Regardless, the car he drove was still better than the class leader's. The class leader's family was indeed better off than his. While in college, he was much more prominent than him. Now he could only admire him. Just clearing the way for Brother Su's car will arrive shortly. Rolls-Royce. What Rolls-Royce? You guys don't even recognize a luxury car, do you? As he finished speaking, Wang Guan turned around and split on the spot, because he saw that Rolls-Royce Phantom. Damn, what a luxury car. Even Su guessed Dad has never driven such an impressive vehicle. Wang Guan mumbled. Su Pengfei was driving a low-end Porsche 911 worth only about 1 or 2 million, not even the cost of one wheel of a Rolls-Royce. Even Su Pengfei's father only drove a Mercedes Maybach worth 7 to 8 million. Compared to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, it was lacking significantly. It must be some chairman coming here to discuss business, right? I really envy. Don't think about it, with our highest salary of around 18,000, even if we saved our entire lives, we probably wouldn't have enough for just one of their cars, huh? Hey you brat, why bring up something like that? Dreaming is fine, but don't push it. A group of classmates were sighing in amazement. But when they saw that car was indeed driving towards them, their hearts all trembled. Why do I feel like that car is coming towards us? No way, right? I haven't heard of any super rich second generation in our class. Could it be someone won the lottery? Nonsense. You'd need to win 10 times at 5 million each to buy this car. With that luck, they'd be soaring into outer space, already not still being our classmate. That's true. Just as the classmates were discussing, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop in front of them. Hiss. It really is coming for us. Click. The door opened. Zhang Xian stepped out. It's actually Zhang Xian. Has this guy struck it rich? Did he use his looks to get close to a rich woman? I think it's possible. Inside the car, Yi-Yang initially planned to get out first. But the two bodyguard sisters argued over who would accompany Yi-Yang inside. One bright, one dark, to ensure full protection. I should go. Close personal protection has always been my specialty, Xiao Qingxian said. This situation is different. I should go. Xiao Xiaozhu suggested. Who do you think should go? Xiao Qingxian turned to look at Yi-Yang. Yi-Yang gave a bitter smile. Let's let Xiaozhu come with me. I'm afraid if you go and you'll end up beating up all my old classmates. Alright. Xiao Qingxian looked like a withered eggplant dejected. Xiao Xiaozhu then made a victory gesture and directly opened the door to get out. Seeing Xiao Xiaozhu get out of the car, a crowd of classmates exclaimed, Zheng Xian really got himself a rich woman. Damn. This is too cute, too beautiful. I'm dying. How can it be like this? Zheng Xian flushed deeply. The beauty and luxury car belonged to Yi Gubim, just hitching a ride. Only then did the classmates see Yi-Yang slowly walking out of the car. So it turns out Yi-Yang is with the rich woman. Ha ha ha. After all, brother Yi is so handsome, I can understand that. The classmates finally felt relieved. Yi-Yang had a black line on his face. These old classmates are really strange. Why is their mind full of thoughts about getting close to rich women? Can't it be that I've suddenly become successful and struck it rich? You guys underestimate Yiga too much. This luxury car is Yi guess. The beauty. Humph. Xiao Xiaozhu shot a threatening glance at Zheng Xian. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xiaozhu, Yi guess girlfriend. After stopping Zheng Xian, Xiao Xiaozhu sweetly smiled and immediately linked her arm with Yi Yang's. What? Even Yi Yang was dumbfounded. Oh, what's this script? Disguising as a girlfriend can better execute the protection task. They say I'm a bodyguard, so the bad guys will definitely notice me. Boss, you're too inexperienced. Xiao Xiaozhu leaned close to Yi Yang's ear and whispered her complaints. Alright, you're right. Yi Yang could only surrender. TSK, isn't this still getting close to a rich woman? The classmates all waved their hands jokingly, but inside they were overwhelmed with envy and jealousy. They hated themselves for not having a handsome face to attract such a beautiful young and cute girl. What are we waiting for? Let's go in. Right, let's go hee. The classmates planned to crowd around Yi Yang and Xiao Xiaozhu directly into the Han Pavilion. Forget it, the person treating us hasn't arrived, yet it's not good to go in like this. Yi Yang smiled. Just as they were talking, a Porsche 911 drifted wildly into their view. Su Pengfei also strutted out with Kai Mao Mao. His proud expression was evident. Aren't you all going to check out my explosive ride? Look at your former goddess, my current girlfriend. After flaunting for a while, no one showed any surprise or admiration. His smug expression gradually froze, becoming more awkward. Only Wang Guan hurried over. Well, however, having just witnessed the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the super cute beauty, the classmates found it hard to conjure up any surprise. In comparison, Su Pengfei was simply too low-key. Cough, cough. Hearing the sparse, welcoming voices around, Su Pengfei finally realized something was off and carefully scanned his surroundings, only to completely deflate upon seeing Yi Yang. He clearly remembered what happened in the Vacheron Constantin store. That person was now the international investor of Vacheron Constantin, actually in control. He could be said to be the helmsman of Vacheron Constantin. Unparalleled strength. Even his own father was just an ordinary person in front of him. Looking again, he saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside him. Gulp. Su Pengfei felt even more bitter. No wonder no one was amazed by his 911. It turned out that there was already a luxury car worth more than a 911 making its entrance. But what does that matter? At least I still have a beauty. Girl. What the hell? Su Pengfei caught sight of Xiao Xiaozhu and exploded on the spot. The car can't compare to even one of their wheels. How can the beauty also be so vastly different? I hate it. Kai Mao Mao, though, considered a beauty in class. But when compared on a larger scale, she wasn't particularly outstanding. Xiao Zio's sweet looks were exceptionally striking, combined with the grace she'd cultivated over the years. In comparison, the difference was so stark it didn't even need to be spoken about. It was a complete annihilation. Cough, cough, this is awkward. Su Pengfei wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. No longer possessing the arrogant demeanor from when he just got out of the car. Su Pengfei felt utterly silent, his earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Kai Mao Mao meanwhile gazed at Yi Yang with gleaming eyes, her heart brimming with regret. Alas, if only I hadn't been so short-sighted back in university. If I'd devoted myself entirely to winning Yi Yang's heart, how blissful my life would be today. Su Pengfei caught Kai Mao Mao's glance from the corner of his eye and felt in that very moment an immense grassland blooming atop his head. Haha, young Master Su, truly accomplished for one so young. Unrivaled in our class. Wang Guan, utterly oblivious to the tension, continued enthusiastically praising Su Pengfei. Enraged, Su Pengfei snapped and flicked Wang Guan sharply on the forehead. Enough. Go get yourself a pair of glasses if your eyesight's so poor. Without waiting for anyone else, his face burning crimson, he hurried into Han Pavilion with Kai Mau Mau. Han Siley had already informed them they'd be seated in the Hanshi private room. TSK, why the sudden flare-up? Still not quite cutting it, huh? Wang Delung curled his lip, dismissed. Seeing the impeccably groomed Su Pengfei flustered even before he could boast. Utterly eclipsed the moment he stepped out of his car, the classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahem. Guan Ping, belatedly catching the undercurrents, chuckled awkwardly. Excuse me. I'll catch up, young Master Su. The classmates who'd previously messaged in the group chat hoping Su Pengfei might help them land jobs now abandoned him entirely, turning instead toward Yi Yang, their eyes alight with awe. This was a towering tree indeed. Granted, he might be dating a wealthy woman, but he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Even his sigh carried more weight than all Su Pengfei's desperate pleading combined. Yet before they could utter a word, a dazzling Ferrari screeched into view. From within stepped a radiant figure, wearing Bulgari stilettos and draped in luxury labels, gliding forward like a silver screen starlet. Had Xiao Xiaozhu not been present to anchor the scene, this newcomer would have instantly become the brightest star in the room. Who is she? She looks oddly familiar. Hiss. It was the girls, her former dorm mates, who recognized Han Siley first. After all, they'd shared quarters, no matter how low her profile had been in university, or how dramatically she transformed. 6 months simply wasn't enough to erase such familiarity. Han Siley. What? It's Han Siley. Who is Han Siley again? During university, Han Siley had rarely appeared on campus. Those who didn't share her dorm might not even recall her existence by graduation. Even those who vaguely remembered her hesitated now. The chasm between her current opulence and their faded recollection left them uncertain. Whoa, this outfit screams extravagance, pearls, jewels, luxury from head to toe. Must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Where on earth did Siley strike gold after graduation? Her former dorm mates asked, tinged with quiet. 100,000. Yi Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. He recognized the Vacheron Constantine watch on her wrist. He'd once dismissed it as too inexpensive, though it likely fetched nearly 2 million yuan. Clearly she'd found a well-heeled companion. Whether he was a boyfriend or an old friend remained to be seen. Han Siley offered a gentle smile, but behind it lingered an unmistakable air of distance. She'd never held these classmates in high regard. Her return was nothing more than a triumphant vindication, proof that her choices had been right. While others toiled over textbooks and scrambled for work experience, she had invested in herself and emerged far better off than any of them. And by orders of magnitude, millions, even tens of millions better. She's driving a Ferrari now. It's a gift from my boyfriend. Not expensive at all, just around 10 million yuan. He said I could drive it for fun until we marry, then he'll upgrade me to something finer. Han Siley laughed, lightly feigning disdain. Honestly, this car is rather modest. I'm sure many of you drive far more impressive models. A classic strategy, feigned humility to subtly flaunt her wealth. Yet she hadn't reckoned with Yi Yang, the star of solitary doom, whose presence ensured her miscalculation would be absolute today. Siley, your car is certainly top tier among our classmates. We're genuinely envious of your remarkably capable boyfriend. But next to Yi Yang, well, several tiers below. Having entered society just months ago, her peers were sharp enough to see through her posturing. How could they let her bask comfortably when as former roommates she thrived while they squeezed onto buses, hearts churning with imbalance? Without Yi Yang, they'd have had nothing to say. But now, everything had changed. Yi Yang. At the first half of the sentence, Han Siley swelled with quiet pride, until the second half struck, freezing her expression. Could that pale-faced boy actually have risen to prominence? A cold dread seized her. Her gaze darted wildly, then locked onto the incandescent Rolls-Royce. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Even her boyfriend drove that model. Yet he was considerably older. Damn it. Just as she tried to reclaim prestige with her Ferrari, the Rolls-Royce spirit of ecstasy hood ornament blinded her. But how could he possibly afford a supercar worth tens of millions? Her inner world roiled. Yet outwardly she forced composure, offering a strained smile. Congratulations then. You've managed a Rolls-Royce after all. Yi Yang waved casually. Nothing special. Just an ordinary car. Silence descended. Every classmate stood frozen, their minds roaring in unison. So you're the real king? Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. He'd chosen the Rolls-Royce Phantom precisely for its understated elegance. Yet in this era, plain truth went unheard. Ahem. Siley, wasn't it your boyfriend hosting tonight? Why hasn't he arrived yet? To ease the mounting tension, class president Yu Chunggong interjected repeatedly. Oh, he's tied up with company matters, but he'll join us shortly. No rush. We'll start eating first. Han Siley replied, her eyes flickering evasively. Right. If everyone's here, let's head into Han Pavilion for dinner. Yu Chunggong smiled warmly. Yes, let's eat. I'm starving. Haha. Half a year apart, and the great glutton remains the great glutton. Stunned by the procession of luxury cars and stunning women the classmates only now recalled. This was meant to be a reunion dinner. Han Siley grew tense. She discreetly gathered some intel about Yi Yang on her way here. So he's also dating a wealthy woman. A slow wave of relief washed over her, until she laid eyes on Xiao Xiaozhu, the so-called wealthy woman spoken of by her peers. Her composure shattered instantly. This was a wealthy woman. This was a little girl. Hello, have you reserved a private room? Several attendants stepped forward to greet them. Hanchi private room. Han Siley and Yi Yang, who were the stars of the day, were naturally surrounded by their classmates. Han Siley announced the room number with pride. After all, her boyfriend was footing the bill today. This was her Very good, please follow us. The attendants' eyes took on an extra measure of respect when they heard Hanchi. Hanchi is one of the 4 premier private rooms beneath the Heilong establishment. Without status and clout, one simply cannot secure it. Anyone able to book Hanchi is at least a chairman of some renown in Modu. The group followed the attendant into the Hanchi room. This face seems familiar. The front desk attendant murmured, watching Yi Yang being escorted upstairs and touching her lower lip thoughtfully. Isn't that the Highland card guest Manager Lee asked us to register the other day? Someone slapped their forehead. Manager Lee told us to remember that face. If such a guest came and we failed to recognize them, we'd be guilty of neglect. At Hangul there are only 2 Highland card VIPs. One is the household name Buffett. Impossible to. The other is Yi Yang. Such magnates are habitually low-key. Sometimes they won't even present their Heilong Tajin card when dining. Hence Hangul had the front desk commit Yi Yang's appearance to memory. Quick, go inform Manager Lee. The first attendant, reacting fastest, kept urging. Yes. Someone stay here and watch this spot. Another front desk attendant hurried off to find Manager Lee and relay the news. HSS. Manager Lee shivered. I am not qualified to receive such a dignitary. Notify the owner that Mr. Yi has arrived, who I will first escort Mr. Yi to the Heilong Tajin Pavilion. Very well, the attendant nodded repeatedly. As the staff at Hangul grew flurried and excited over Yi Yang's arrival, the scene at the Hanchi private room continued. One must admit Hangul is the most magnificent Chinese restaurant in Modu. The decor, the taste astonishing, the classmates gushed like rustic visitors stumbling into a grand estate. They were university students who fancied themselves worldly, some having eaten at places costing hundreds per head, yet those establishments could not compare to Hangul. Pure sandalwood ornamentation lined the halls, and genuine Republic-era paintings adorned the corridors. The staircase wood carvings were masterful works hewn by a true artisan. Walking there felt like traversing a corridor of art and time. The very atmosphere was overwhelming. No wonder the per-person cost can reach tens of thousands. This decor alone justifies the price. Exactly, Kylie's boyfriend has exquisite taste. Truly refined. Hearing such praise, Han Siley felt elated beyond measure. Her earlier annoyance at having been overshadowed by Yi Yang at the entrance had at this point largely dissipated. Yi Yang smiled faintly, unruffled. He was indeed one of the 2 Heilong Tajin card VIPs, but he had come primarily to meet a few old friends and intended to remain discreet. Low-key was his style. Didn't he even deliberately arrive today in only a 60 million car? Oh, Su Pengfei, I thought I saw you outside, so you came in first. Han Siley smiled lightly as she looked at Su Pengfei, who had been sulking in the Hanchi room. She immediately surmised what had happened a moment before. Seeing someone who shared her plight, some of the earlier displeasure ebbed away, and she instantly reclaimed her confident hostess demeanor. Su Pengfei gazed at Han Siley, stunned, cursing inwardly. If he had known she could look so beautiful when dressed up, he thought he would not have pursued Kai Mao Mao back in college. He would have chased Han Siley instead. What he did not know was that Han Siley's true aim was not the nouveau riche second generation, but the self-made first generation. Even if he had set his sights on her, it would have been futile. It might even have been more realistic to aspire to make Han Siley his stepmother. Oh, our class beauty grows more beautiful by the day, and now she's dating Xiao Su. Congratulations, someone teased. Han Siley narrowed her eyes. When Kai Mao Mao was crowned class beauty, she had been off fishing. Her claim of indifference had never been sincere. But times had changed, and today she intended to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. And not nearly as pretty as you, Siley. You're flattering me. Kai Mao Mao said, unwilling but forced to admit that Han Siley looked far more striking this evening. Han Siley laughed in reply. Just as everyone felt, the undercurrent of rivalry of voice drifted over from Moi. The classmates looked puzzled. Ahem, good evening, everyone. I am Manager Lee said with a slight bow and a courteous smile. Oh, Manager Lee, good evening. What can we do for you? Yu Qinggong asked. Perhaps my boyfriend arranged something special with Han Go. He loves a little romance, Han Siley began to imagine. Truly envious of Siley to have such a thoughtful, romantic, and wealthy husband, murmured several classmates. Exactly. My poor boyfriend wouldn't even buy me a handbag worth tens of thousands. What a gulf in taste. The girl sighed with envy. Han Siley waved her hand. Oh, calling him husband is premature. Whether we marry is not for me alone to do. Manager Lee regarded Han Siley as if she were mad, uncertain what spectacle she was making of herself. Yet out of professional decorum he smiled and said, Han Gu has prepared other private rooms. Please follow us to be seated. After speaking, he glanced at Yi Yang, who, seeing no objection in his face, he relaxed. Apparently this arrangement satisfied Mr. Yi. Don't think I don't know. Hanshi is the best room in Hanguk. You won't try to substitute an inferior one on us, will you? Han Siley frowned displeased. The Heilong Tajin Pavilion is the supreme private room. Virtually no one is permitted entry. For ordinary patrons, it is merely a display. She had therefore dismissed it from consideration. Manager Lee cleared his throat and shook his head. Please don't misunderstand. We intend to invite you to dine in the Heilong Tajin Pavilion. We have prepared a banquet of the highest standard for your enjoyment. The Heilong Tajin Pavilion. The classmates who understood the pavilion's prestige were struck dumb with astonishment. Even Han Siley was stunned. She knew her boyfriend liked to stage little surprises, but this surprise, seemed to be a measure. Please follow me. With a calm smile, Manager Lee led Yi Yang and his classmates out of the Hanshi private room toward the Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion. As a manager, any misstep before Mr. Yi would cost him his job outright. So someone as astute as he would never invite trouble unnecessarily. These misunderstandings would dissolve naturally once the pavilion's owner arrived in person. This is where the Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion lies. Whoa! As the students gazed upon the towering entrance before them, a sudden wave of awe washed over their hearts. The gate soared over 3 meters high, carved from a single slab of dense black marble that shimmered with solemn, dignified luster. On either side, sinuous black dragons coiled in bold relief, majestic, untamed, and viscerally arresting. Click, click. The massive doors slid open slowly, revealing an interior dining chamber beyond all prior comprehension. Good heavens, this is paradise. Wow. As the students stepped into the Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion, exclamations burst forth from every throat. The space formed its own self-contained microcosm, featuring artfully sculpted rockeries, flowing streams, and even darting fish and shrimp. A colossal round table crafted from rosewood stood at the center, evoking both ethereal elegance and staggering opulence. The Black Dragon Treading Gold Pavilion is the owner's most cherished private chamber. Its construction alone cost over 100 million yuan. Wishing you all a delightful meal, I shall now take my leave. The owner himself will soon arrive to pay his respects to you. Manager Lee bowed deeply once more toward Yi Yang. Did you hear that? A private chamber worth over 100 million yuan. My goodness, I can't believe I'm actually dining in such an extraordinary place. The students fidgeted nervously, paralyzed by the fear that a single accidental touch might bankrupt them for life. This is beyond prestigious. Han Siley, what on earth does your husband do? How much wealth must he possess to command such treatment? Originally, it had been Han Siley's boyfriend who'd offered to treat everyone to dinner. When the venue changed, everyone instinctively assumed this surprise was orchestrated by him, the man she'd mentioned. They say the pavilion's owner himself will come to meet him. How astonishing. A hush fell, then surged into murmurs, some envious, others awestruck, as classmates instinctively gathered around Han Siley. Meanwhile, Yi Yang chatted easily with his closest university friends. Clearly this private chamber was arranged for Brother Yi. Zheng Xian pursed his lips. He'd noticed clearly how Manager Lee's entire attention remained fixed on Yi Yang, not Han Siley, who merely stood beside him, thus fueling the group's mistaken assumption. Huh, why dwell on it? I'm just looking forward to the bewildered look on her boyfriend's face when he walks in hopelessly lost. Yi Yang quirked a mischievous grin. Service begins. First course, 9 dragons seizing the pearl. Second course, 8 immortals crossing the sea. Third course, 7-star lantern lights. Course after course of breathtaking delicacies arrived, each so extraordinary that the students gasped in astonishment. I had no idea cuisine could reach such heights. The plating is pure celestial artistry. I almost hesitate to lift my chopsticks. Ah, this aroma, absolutely transcendent. One sublime dish after another, exquisite in color, fragrance, and flavor, momentarily silenced all boasting, grumbling, and teasing among the students. Gurgle, gurgle. Elegant waitresses poured fine wine themselves, adding softly, "This is 20-year-old daughter's red and authentic Shaoxing yellow wine. True masterpieces of fermentation. 20-year-old daughter's red. A single jar sells for 200,000 yuan." Su Pengfei, who frequented luxury restaurants, gaped in disbelief. Even after being thoroughly humbled by Yi Yang earlier, he couldn't resist exclaiming. Ordinarily, he only ordered a few Thessalian bottles of red wine to project sophistication, never daring to even contemplate a 200 Thessalian jar of daughter's red. This taste is absolutely divine. He savored a sip, eyes half closed in rapture. Your husband truly possesses grandeur and generosity. The students showered praise. Sigh. This man has no particular virtues except perhaps excessive wealth, and an almost pathological love of extravagance. Han Sili began another boastful remark. The great door swung open again. A refined middle-aged man in a traditional Tang suit entered, slightly portly, yet radiating scholarly grace. Upon seeing him, Su Pengfei immediately rose to his feet. A frequent patron of elite establishments, he instantly recognized this man as Tang Rugua, the owner of Han Pavilion. To have built a restaurant ranked first in Shanghai and acclaimed internationally, was estimated by some to be worth several billion yuan, an achievement far more remarkable than founding a publicly traded corporation valued at hundreds of millions. For Han Pavilion had no investors, no stock listing. Its entire valuation derived purely from organic self-sustained excellence. Many CEOs of multi-billion yuan enterprises held Tang Rugua in deep admiration. Su Pengfei surmised his background must be extraordinarily influential. Yiyang too harbored similar suspicions. National banquet chefs and Finjiu imperial cellars were not commodities money alone could procure. So he's the owner of Han Pavilion. Han Sili lifted her chin with quiet pride and stepped forward, preparing to accept his handshake, only for Tang Rugua to offer her a gentle, courteous smile. Miss, if you'd please step aside. Stunned silence fell. The owner of Han Pavilion wasn't here for Han Sili. Then, in that instant, every gaze snapped toward Yiyang in dawning incredulous horror. Could it be he was the one being honored? Had he arranged the Black Dragon treading gold pavilion? This, he was supposed to be just a freeloader. Impossible. Only Su Pengfei, who'd glimpsed but a sliver of Yi Yang's true stature, offered a wry, silent chuckle. Indeed it is. Mr. Yi, I've long heard of your illustrious name. Today at last we meet. What an honor. Tang Rugua warmly clasped Yi Yang's hand, eyes crinkling with genuine delight. It's true. Good heavens. The owner of Han Pavilion of all people came here expressly to meet Yi Yang. What? But didn't they say he was coming for Han Sili's boyfriend? Are you blind? So slow to catch on. Look closely. It's obvious he's here for Yi Yang. I figured it out already. Wang Delung glared at a female classmate still reeling in confusion. You hopeless straight man. Her cheeks flared crimson on the spot. Only Han Sili stood frozen, her heart a tempest of humiliation, bewilderment, and shock, her face burning like smoldering charcoal, utterly speechless. Mr. Tang. Yi Yang returned the greeting with a warm smile. After all, receiving such distinguished courtesy demanded equal respect. You are one of only two holders of our exclusive Black Dragon treading gold VIP card, the highest distinction our establishment bestows. You honor us simply by dining here. It is I who should apologize for failing to greet you personally. My deepest apologies. Here, this celestial brew is a family heirloom passed down through generations. Accept it as my humble amends. Tang Rugua withdrew a jade vial from his sleeve and laughed heartily. Please, Mr. Yi, do not refuse. Holder of the Black Dragon treading gold VIP card. Every person present recoiled in stunned disbelief, including Han Sili, who whirled around, eyes wide with utter incredulity, staring at Yi Yang. How could this be? Since Mr. Yi has prior commitments today, I won't intrude further. Should the opportunity arise, I'd be honored to have a heartfelt conversation with him in private. Tang Rugua said with a warm, affable smile. Very well. Yi Yang gave a slight nod. The man's demeanor was truly refreshing. No wonder he had built a restaurant empire valued at several billion. Tang Rugua, perceptive and tactful, presented the immortal wine, conveyed his goodwill, and then departed. He's actually a Black Dragon card VIP. Not because of that wealthy woman beside him, but he himself is a Black Dragon card VIP. What a... The significance of the Black Dragon card VIP status had already spread like wildfire moments earlier. At present, only Warren Buffett held the Han Pavilion's Black Dragon treading gold card. Does this mean Yi Yang's standing rivals Warren Buffett's? Exactly. Did you think I was boasting? Zheng Xian finally seized his moment to stand tall and reclaim his pride. Now that the truth could no longer be concealed, he saw no reason to remain low-key. Though Yi Yang wished to avoid estranging his classmates, Zheng Xian refused to watch his senior brother be dismissed as a gigolo clinging to a rich benefactress. At that moment, he let out a cold chuckle. Yi senior brother's true identity. Even if you racked your brains to exhaustion, you'd never fathom it. Not even in your wildest dreams. Could he possibly command hundreds of billions in assets? Is he a titan who commands all across Mo City? Surely not. Humph, hundreds of billions. You underestimate senior brother Yi far too gravely. Zheng Xian retorted indignantly. The entire Mo City financial tower belongs to him. Alone that edifice is worth thousands of billions. What a... The Mo City financial tower belongs to him. This... His classmates stood utterly stunned. The Imperial Financial Tower was legendary across Mo City, nearly an iconic landmark etched into the city's skyline. Something long confined to headlines and whispered rumors. Was he? So you're not merely the de facto controlling shareholder of Jaeger-LeCoultre. The entire Imperial Financial Tower is yours. Su Pengfei blurted out astonishment, stripping away all restraint. Having been dazed for days upon learning Yi Yang controlled Jaeger-LeCoultre, this new revelation left him utterly speechless. SSS. If Zheng Xian, Yi Yang's loyal attendant, could be suspected of propping up his boss's image, then Su Pengfei's words carried an entirely different weight in everyone's minds. Old Su, what did you just say? He owns a company called Jaeger-LeCoultre. Wang Guan, Su Pengfei's most devoted follower, collapsed onto his chair, paralyzed by shock. A figure so distant, so untouchable, and yet moments ago he'd mocked him in the group chat as a mere gigolo. Damn, it's over. This is utterly preposterous. Their minds reeled, thoughts scattering like startled birds. They knew Su Pengfei and Yi Yang had long been bitter rivals. Only sheer overwhelming disbelief could have compelled Su Pengfei to praise another while diminishing himself. They'd long suspected he knew something of Yi Yang's background. Now, those suspicions were confirmed beyond doubt. Yi Yang was a true magnate, commanding at least two colossal enterprises, Jaeger-LeCoultre and the Mo City Imperial Financial Tower. His fortune exceeded 100 billion. No, this is impossible. You're nothing but a gigolo clinging to wealth. Han Caili erupted, her composure shattered. Already deeply shaken today, she'd clung to the fragile comfort that Yi Yang too relied on others. Now he repeatedly eclipsed the acclaim and admiration that should have been hers. And worse, he was proven a self-made tycoon. A fortune exceeding 100 billion. Richer than the elderly man she had chosen. An avalanche of remorse and envy crashed upon her, fracturing her very psyche. Are you speaking of me? Xiao Xiaozhu approached Yi Yang with a serene smile. From the very beginning you've all acted so strangely. Truth is, I'm simply my boyfriend's personal driver. I may be a modestly wealthy woman myself, but compared to him, not even close. As a top-tier bodyguard, her accumulated rewards, bonuses, and commissions from completed assignments totaled several billion. A fitting description of a modestly wealthy woman. Yet, beside Yi Yang, whose net worth spanned trillions and whose liquid assets amounted to hundreds of billions, she was but a gnat before a mountain. Several classmates clutched their chests, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the revelation. It was a breathtaking reversal. In an instant, Yi Yang transformed, from a gigolo riding on wealth, to a self-made titan so formidable even a beautiful, affluent woman bowed in admiration. Seeing how her single sentence had left those who'd mocked her boss speechless and questioning reality, Xiao Xiaozhu gleefully bared her little fangs. Yi Yang watched her smug expression, sighed wryly, and gently ruffled her hair. All his classmates stood agape, words failing them utterly. Many were on the verge of weeping at fate's cruel irony. Han Caili fixed Yi Yang with a frosty, knowing gaze. I see now. The car was rented. Your girlfriend is an actress. None of this is real. It's all fabricated. Her classmates blinked, bewildered. Had Han Caili succumbed to jealous delirium? Umph. I'll have my boyfriend, the owner of the Imperial Tower, expose you shortly. Han Caili swept her gaze across the room. Everyone watched closely. Let's see who the true deceiver truly is. The classmates were all bewildered. Han Caili's boyfriend was right at the Empire State Building, and his status was undoubtedly significant. How could they dare to call Yi Yang a scammer without absolute certainty? But if he wasn't the true big shot, how could someone like Tang Rugua personally come to pay a visit and be so courteous? He even claimed to be a user of the Black Dragon card. If he wasn't a true big shot, how could Su Pengfei, such a show-off, be so obedient and low-key in front of Yi Yang? If he wasn't the true big shot, how could Zheng Xian be so certain that he was the owner of the Empire State Building? After all, Zheng Xian was also someone who mingled in the Empire State Building. When a student didn't know whom to believe, only Su Pengfei shook his head with a cold smile. He still vividly remembered the expression on Gong Shaoqing's face after seeing Yi Yang's information. Even if Yi Yang wasn't the owner of the Empire State Building, just the identity of the controlling figure of Jiang Shi Dantong could overshadow all the chairmen within the Empire State Building. Even Feng Xiao didn't have the qualifications to compete with Yi Yang. And Zheng Xian was even more certain. That day he almost thought he and Yi Laoda had beaten Jinbu Zheng, and neither of them could leave the Empire State Building. The scene where dozens of chairmen came together only to later treat Yi Yang with deference was still fresh in his memory. Poor woman. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Han Caili with pity, feeling quite bored. Just an actor. What's with the arrogance? Han Caili had her most proud facade pierced, revealing her insecure and fragile heart, her face a mask of forced confidence and pride as she looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang sighed with a bitter smile. This woman was truly inexplicable. He wasn't there to show off wealth. I think you should calm down, or you might just anger yourself to death. Yi Yang wanted to console Han Kai Li, but his words were too blunt, and in Han Kai Li's ears they had taken on an entirely different meaning. Don't get too smug. Soon enough you'll have a reason not to be so proud. My boyfriend is about to arrive. Han Kai Li was infuriated by Yi Yang's kind advice, her claws bared. Da-da. The doors of the Black Dragon Pavilion opened once more. A man stood outside the door somewhat anxious. He had just visited the Hanshi private room, but hadn't found his girlfriend amidst the class gathering. After inquiring, he learned that both his girlfriend and her classmates had been invited into the Black Dragon Pavilion. He was well aware of what the Black Dragon Pavilion meant in the Magic City. Gulp. Could it be that there's some super big figure among her classmates? Given Kai Li's personality, she must not offend them. He admitted he quite liked this girlfriend. She was both understanding and considerate, and the key was her exceptional skills, making him feel incredibly comfortable every night. Even if he knew she was only putting on a perfect act in front of him, did it make a difference with anyone else? It would be better to find someone who could act a bit better. Therefore he was willing to spend money for her sake. However, with his keen perception, he could see through what kind of person she really was. At this moment, he was also anxious, fearing that Han Kai Li might offend that super big shot among her classmates. Da-da. The door opened. The moment he saw Han Kai Li and Yi Yang, who had become the focus of the crowd, he was completely stunned. Yi Yang also raised an eyebrow at the newcomer. Zhang Xian beside them stared at the newcomer, his mouth agape enough to fit a peach. It's actually you. Zhang Xian and Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Oh darling, you finally made it. Han Kai Li rushed over, proudly linking her arm with the man, as if showcasing a rare treasure, her pride evident on her face. Wan Min, this guy is bragging that he is the owner of the Empire Financial Building. I just exposed him directly, haha, I'm impressive, right? What did you say? The man was immediately startled, pushing Han Kai Li aside, and repeatedly glancing at Yi Yang. Bossy, what a coincidence we meet again. Tisk. Yi Yang looked at the man with great interest. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wanmin, the founder of Wanmin Software Company and his former chairman. I didn't expect. Look at you with such thick eyebrows and big eyes, playing quite the field behind the scenes. Han Kai Li was kept in the dark, but he was well aware that Zhang Wanmin was already married with a child in his 20s. With this, the truth of the matter became very clear. Han Kai Li was merely a mistress kept by Zhang Wanmin. Yet here, she was calling him husband, dreaming of being taken home by him in the future. Thinking about it was truly both tragic and infuriating. Oh my Han Kai Li, your husband seems a bit old. Wang Delung blurted out. Zhang Wanmin looked to be at least in his 40s or 50s. What are you stopping me for? I was just being considerate of her feelings. I was about to say this old man could easily be her father. Some girls in the class who were originally feeling sour burst out laughing. Husband, you actually pushed me. Han Kai Li's heart trembled, sensing that something was amiss. Push you? Didn't you just disrespect Bossy? I just want to strangle you right now. Zhang Wanmin's face turned red with anger, his veins bulging, feeling extremely wronged inside. How did he end up offending this fierce god? Hiss. This person actually treated Han Kai Li like this because of Yi Yang. Does that mean what Yi Yang said is all true? The classmates all gaped, finding it hard to accept. In less than a minute, Yi Yang's image underwent a dramatic transformation. From a mere pretty boy who relied on others, he became an incredibly impressive, rich elite, a big shot. From Tang Ruguo's visit to Su Pengfei and Zhang Xian's testimonies to Han Kai Li's boyfriend confirming it in person. This is basically ironclad evidence. The facts are indisputable. I am a bit stunned. I can't believe such a big shot has emerged from our class. I actually lived in the same dorm as the owner of the financial building in the magic capital, the person in control of Jiangshidan. This is something I can boast about for a lifetime. Several of Yi Yang's close friends had their eyes shine bright. For them, having a buddy as impressive as Yi Yang was a matter of great pride, even feeling a sense of shared glory. However, those who were jealous or had grievances against Yi Yang felt differently. They trembled in fear, filled with rage and jealousy. I once plotted against him. This is disastrous. Such a terrifying big shot could make me disappear in the Huangpu River with just a word. No, once the gathering is over, I need to find a chance to bow and apologize to Brother Yi. Damn it. How can this kid be so lucky? The heavens are unfair. Some boys were so jealous their teeth itched, but they dared not show it on their faces. As for the girls in the class, they all changed their previous attitudes, looking at Yi Yang with glowing admiration. He was a super perfect god of wealth. A college classmate, young, handsome, and wealthy. There would never be a more perfect future husband than Yi Yang. I really was blind. I didn't realize Yi Yang was such an incredibly promising person. I did notice, but he didn't look at me at all. I used to criticize him for being arrogant and pretending to be impressive, not expecting to find out today that I was just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Whoa. If it weren't for the awkward atmosphere, these girls would want to rush over and fawn over Yi Yang immediately. Yi Yang looked at the reactions of his classmates and sighed inwardly, knowing that after his identity was exposed it would be impossible to have a normal conversation. College is not like high school. Although they are in the same class, the relationships are quite superficial. After graduation, when identities diverge, they immediately treat you like a stranger, either fearing you like a tiger or hating you to the bone. In a society driven by material desire, girls like Lin Shuai, pure and virtuous, are indeed rare. Yi Yang shook his head, unexpectedly thinking of Lin Shuai. This chairman, your girlfriend, has thoroughly humiliated my brother Yi. Xiao Xiaozhu, enjoying the drama, continuously added fuel to the fire. What? You? Zhang Wanmin's eyes darkened slightly. The board of directors of the building had been investigating Yi Yang's background over the past few days and discovered the assets under his name. This information would soon be made public online, making it easy to find. The more they investigated, the more the board members felt that the decision to collectively welcome Yi Yang that day was incredibly wise. His various assets are renowned in China and even the world. When added together, they had long surpassed trillions. If one were to calculate, Yi Yang's wealth was now truly that of the richest person in China. As soon as this year's Forbes list for China comes out, this matter will be made public. Offending the richest person? Zhang Wanmin trembled at the thought. You wasteful thing. Don't ever come looking for me again. I want nothing to do with you anymore. You actually chose this pretty boy over me. Han Sili was already very clear about Yi Yang's true identity, but the shock was too great for her to accept reality, so she was just crying out in a fit of unreasonable tantrum. Pak. Zhang Wanmin sneered, and his gaze towards Han Sili turned cold. He had other lovers, although he was infatuated with this one. Someone capable of great things naturally knew the gravity of the situation. 1,000 or 10,000 Han Kailis are not as important as one Yi Yang. Boss Yi. Although I have nothing to do with her anymore, how to deal with it is entirely up to you. Zhang Wanmin rolled his eyes and chuckled. I will transfer 500 million as rent to your account later as an apology. I'm really sorry for the trouble caused to you this time. This naturally referred to the incident with manager Gao and Jean Boujing. Having faced two incidents together, he was thoroughly frightened. If Boss Yi really had his eyes on him, what could a small software company like his do? Yi Yang casually responded. This matter was not particularly related to Zhang Wanmin, but since the other party was willing to give money, he would naturally not refuse. 500 million may not be a lot, but it's still money. He's a frugal person. Then Boss Yi, enjoy your meal and drink well. They'll go to the front desk to settle the bill and won't disturb you here. Zhang Wanmin bowed and prepared to leave without even looking at Han Sili. Stop, Zhang Wanmin. You said you loved me. Was it all a lie? You never intended to marry me. Han Sili stared at the unfeeling Zhang Wanmin and cried out in hysteria. Marry you? We are adults. Be realistic. Look at my age, my children are in their 20s. You are nothing but a kept woman to me. Zhang Wanmin could hardly believe his ears. I always thought someone as clever as you already understood the nature of our relationship. So you are actually such a foolish woman. You. Han Sili was stunned, staring at Zhang Wanmin in disbelief as her mind went utterly blank. I have billions. I am in my 40s. I'm only playing with you. You actually expected to marry me, and am I the fool, or are you the fool? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Wanmin sneered. A woman like you is simply too childish. Zhang Wanmin shook his head. He had thought Han Sili clever, but now saw her as an immature, scheming woman. Enough. I was a little reluctant, but a brainless woman like you should not remain by my side and invite trouble. Having said that, he strode off without looking back. The whole Heilong Tajin Gu fell into silence. Their mouths hung open. Freshly minted adults had never seen such a scene. Is this how the rich think? Yi Yang smiled faintly. Women like Han Sili were not worthy of pity. Already in their 20s, yet so dreadfully naive to assume the first generation of the wealthy were fools. The rich are rich because they are no fools. Expecting to latch onto an old tycoon and wait for his death to inherit his estate is laughably absurd. It is a ridiculous, impractical fantasy. Yet there are many such women today. Han Sili was merely one example. Zhang Wanmin. I will kill you. Aya. Han Sili could no longer bear to stay. Humiliation, anger, and indignity had robbed her of reason. She had always prided herself on being worldly, looked down on those who toiled, believing that attaching herself to a rich man would change her fate overnight. Now she discovered that the most childish and laughable person was herself. Watching Han Sili run off, the classmates were left speechless. You were plainly a gold digger yourself. Why begrudge others now? Ahem, everyone, let us not let one person ruin the mood. Class monitor Yu Chunggong smiled repeatedly to ease the atmosphere. That we can occupy such a fine private room and enjoy such food today is all thanks to Yi Yang. We should all raise a glass to Yi Yang. Yes, yes. The classmates rallied in agreement. Han Sili had never had much presence among them. She had at last asserted herself, only to create a scene everyone preferred to forget. The spotlight naturally returned to Yi Yang, the true big shot. Yi Yang. No, now we should call him president. I mocked you as a pretty face. My mistake. I apologize. I will punish myself with 3 drinks as you wish. Yes, me too. 3 drinks. The adaptable male classmates stepped forward to pour penalty drinks. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. A moment ago they had been rude, yet in an instant they became sycophants. Money is indeed a potent thing. Yi Yang, long time no see. You've become so impressive. Hee brother Yi, if you are bored tonight, feel free to call. Get lost. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. A tall, rich, handsome man can hardly be boring. A toad dreaming of swan meat. Bah, aren't you thinking the same thing? The girls swarmed like bees to honey, throwing themselves at Yi Yang and displaying every charm to even the former campus beauty Kai Mao Mao and the radiant Han Caili could not catch Yi Yang's eye. At best they were above average in looks. Naturally, they could not stir him. They smiled perfunctorily and paid them little mind. Xiao Xiaozhu pouted and sulked. These women were shameless. After all, my temporary girlfriend is right here. Undermining me right to my face, are you lot? Heh. Xiao Xiaozhu's eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Those who knew her would pity Yi Yang's female classmates tonight, for they were surely in for trouble. So old Zheng, did you know from the start that President Yi was an unbeatable prospect, and that's why you stuck with him? Exactly, no wonder you were regularized so quickly and are about to become deputy team leader. It's because you had President Yi, that towering tree behind you. Brother Zheng, don't get me wrong. What I mean is I'll stick with you from now on, be a little brother to Zheng Xian, who is a little brother to Boss Yi He. People crowded around Yi Yang, those who could not get close instead fawned over Zheng Xian. Yi Laodas, little brother's little brother. Isn't that just Yi Laodas, little brother? Zheng Xian could only laugh and cry, why did that title sound so lecherous? However, Zheng Xian had always been Yi Yang's little follower before, and after graduation, not many people kept in touch with him. At this moment, surrounded by so many people, he felt somewhat like a star being adored. With his intelligence, he naturally understood the reason for this adoration, but it did not prevent him from enjoying the feeling. Being praised is a fundamental need of the human heart. Thus the gathering after the internship came to an end amidst laughter and joy. Yi Yang raised his glass at the end, toasting to his classmates, which drew a chorus of cheers. Let's go. Yi Yang waved to Zheng Xian. Ahem, bossy, I guess I shouldn't go with you, right? Zheng Xian scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. What's inconvenient about it? Yi Yang was taken aback. Ahem, with food and drinks and beautiful ladies accompanying. Zheng Xian grinned at Yi Yang, displaying a smile that any man would understand. Tisk, you lad, looking like a gentleman on the outside, but quite the rascal on the inside. Yi Yang immediately understood, laughing heartily. Then let me call you a cab. All right. Zheng Xian nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaozhu blushed as she and Xiao Qingxian had been through many experiences and understood everything. Although she understood what it meant, they were still pure and her emotions were somewhat chaotic at this moment. At the door, after calling a cab for Zheng Xian to leave, Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu with a mischievous smile. Hey, boss, you want one? Xiao Xiaozhu bit her lip, looking at Yi Yang like a wary little cat. What? You don't wanna? Yi Yang teased. Xiao Xiaozhu gritted her teeth, feeling conflicted inside, and finally stubbornly shook her head. It must be said that Yi Yang was the most unique, perfect, and attractive guy she had seen in many years. She even admitted that she had developed a bit of affection for him. But that didn't mean she was an easy girl. If she were to do something just because of this, then your temporary girlfriend status ends here, huh? Yi Yang flicked Xiao Xiaozhu's smooth forehead. You? Boss, you're so bad. Xiao Xiaozhu finally reacted, realizing that Yi Yang had no ill intentions, he was merely teasing her. Ha! Yi Yang laughed and waved his hand, feeling proud of successfully teasing the beautiful girl, when suddenly he felt a chill behind him. You seem to be having quite the fun. The voice, like a ghost from the underworld, carried a sense of resentment and coldness. What kind of monster are you? Yi Yang was startled, turning around to see Xiao Qingchuan's resentful face, and he sighed in relief. Oh, it's you. You two are so lovey-dovey. Xiao Qingxian said somewhat petulantly. It must be said that the sulking look of the ice-cold beauty was even more charming. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yi Yang asked in surprise. Of course. I've been diligently keeping watch out. It's strange, though, there hasn't been any unusual activity tonight, nor any assassins or suspects, Xiao Qingxian muttered. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. How could that be strange? This is Huaxia. Where would there be so many assassins? Let's go, I haven't had enough to eat either. They'll take you to a good place for some delicious food. Yi Yang waved his hand with a smile. Delicious food. Xiao Qingchuan's eyes brightened, almost revealing her deeply hidden foodie nature, but then she recovered, snorting coldly. Don't think that treating me to a late-night snack will make me forgive you. Whatever. Yi Yang shrugged, appearing indifferent. You. Xiao Qingxian gritted her silver teeth. This boss was so infuriating. Since we've both been drinking, you drive. Yi Yang let Xiao Xiaozhu toss the keys to Xiao Qingxian and then plopped himself into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Dog boss. Although Xiao Qingxian scolded, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief, completely different from her years as a killer. A luxurious sense of relaxation. She felt somewhat conflicted about this sense of relaxation. Once she let her guard down, she feared her vigilance would drop. Such a good boss must not encounter any accidents, otherwise she would blame herself. No, it's clearly dog boss. Dog boss. Ahem. Xiao Xiaozhu poked Xiao Qingxian in the ribs. My. Xiao Qingxian reined in her whimsical thoughts and looked at Xiao Xiaozhu. Seeing the serious expression on her face, she asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Xiaozhu glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside them and murmured, "Our boss is not simple." Xiao Qingxian blinked. Just now he flicked my forehead, which should have triggered my warning mechanism, but his speed was such that I didn't even have time to dodge. And you suddenly appearing behind him earlier, he clearly had an instinctive reaction before you showed up. Our boss' strength is not to be underestimated. Xiao Xiaozhu narrowed her eyes, reflecting on Yi Yang's various actions earlier. Xiao Qingxian finally realized that the reaction speed of their boss was not something an ordinary person could possess. Who cares? It's even better if the boss knows martial arts. But we should find a time to test him out, it should be quite interesting. Thus Xiao Qingxian drove in front, while Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang sat in the back. Where are we going? Xiao Qingxian asked. Yi Yang pretended to be mysterious as he entered an address into the navigation. Just go here, and you'll know when we arrive. How come you're making this so mysterious? Xiao Qingxian pouted. Although she rarely came to Modu for missions, she had done some research during her leisure time. Han Pavilion was the pinnacle of Chinese cuisine in Modu, while Ziguang Pavilion was the pinnacle of Western cuisine. Besides these two pavilions, could there really be any other top-tier restaurants? Beep beep. Why is there suddenly a traffic jam? Yi Yang asked, somewhat confused. It seems there are traffic police up ahead checking for drunk driving. Xiao Qingxian leaned her head out to confirm. Yi Yang chuckled and shook his head. How lucky. If Xiao Qingxian hadn't been outside, he would have been penalized tonight. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. Hiss. Upon seeing the little golden figurine on the hood, the traffic police, even if they didn't know it was an illusion, recognized it as a Rolls-Royce and dared not be too harsh. They cautiously knocked on the car door. Their service attitude was also very good. Hello, we're checking for intoxicated driving. Upon seeing Xiao Qingxian's face, even the traffic police, who had seen all kinds of people, were momentarily stunned. This beauty. This aura. Absolutely stunning. Beep beep. As the results came out, the traffic police were still captivated by Xiao Qingxian's beauty. The results are out. It was Xiao Xiaozhu who reminded the officer that the results had come through, prompting him to come back to his senses. Oh. The traffic police sighed, struggling with whether to ask for contact information when he caught sight of Xiao Xiaozhu and Yi Yang in the back. Suddenly, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. One was an ice-cold beauty, the other a girl next door. Both were exquisite. This young man was simply overflowing with blessings. Sai just let them go, let them go. Realizing he had no hope of competing, the young officer could only let them pass. Damn, I'm so envious. Damn, all the drunk drivers checked today will be heavily penalized. The drivers behind. Virum. The Rolls-Royce sped off and arrived at the location Yi Yang had designated. This. Xiao Qingxian rubbed her eyes somewhat in disbelief. Isn't this just a street food market? How come it was made to sound so mysterious? Yi Yang smiled and said, this is not just any street food market. This is the main street for food stalls in the West District. Oh, is there any difference? Xiao Qingxian said disdainfully. Actually, there isn't much difference, but if I had to say, this place holds my youth. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Yi Yang's eyes. Almost every university has a snack street. Yi Yang's university was no exception. He often climbed over walls to visit the snack street, buying a bag of chicken cartilage, ordering some barbecue, cracking open a few beers, and chatting about everything with a few brothers. Tonight's university reunion also stirred up his memories of this place, just in time for him to revisit his youth. Earlier I was surrounded by a bunch of people asking this, and that didn't really get to eat properly. Haha, perfect timing to grab a late-night snack here. Yi Yang said with a laugh. Xiao Xiaozhu adjusted her hair, adding, I was busy looking after the boss' safety, and didn't really get to eat properly either. Well, that's just perfect. Yi Yang snapped his fingers. But, can street food really taste good? Xiao Qingxian asked suspiciously. They were all undertaking top-tier missions, protecting important figures, so naturally, they had little experience with street food. You've never had street food. You've missed out on a heavenly delicacy. Yi Yang was somewhat surprised that someone had never tried street food. That's quite exaggerated. Xiao Qingxian blinked her eyes, then I must try it properly. Yi Yang, feeling as if he were back in college, walked through the crowd, with two beautiful bodyguards indulging in dongbei, grilled cold noodles, hand-grabbed pancakes, mashed potatoes, fried chicken cartilage, Odin fried skewers, grilled chicken legs. Buying one of each. Back then Yi Yang was mindful of his living expenses, and didn't dare to spend too much even when he visited the snack. But tonight he spent freely. I must say this sense of accomplishment from making up for past regrets was far more satisfying than the $4 million meal he had at noon. My God, he's so handsome. Which university's campus heartthrob is he? The female students at the snack street had stars in their eyes. I can't am about to have a nosebleed. These two beauties are just too impressive. The evil wealthy people. The boys around these girls were completely uninterested in Yang, a wealthy person eating street food. I think he's just a smooth-talking scumbag. The girlfriends of the girls were all rolling their eyes, afraid that they would be overshadowed mentally. The looks and aura of Yi Yang and his companions were just too outstanding. Walking amongst a group of college students, they naturally attracted a lot of gasps and admiration. The taste is surprisingly good. Xiao Qingxian was quite surprised. It was clearly very cheap, yet it gave her a completely different delicious experience. Eating lavish meals every day, occasionally having a meal at the snack street, is truly a delight, Yi Yang remarked while biting into a fried skewer. Having eaten too many delicious meals recently, he found that he actually preferred the snack street food. Of course, this was under the premise that he was somewhat tired of fancy meals. Normal people would definitely still prefer the lavish meals. Aunt Zhang, give me 100 skewers and a dozen beers. Yi Yang skillfully greeted Aunt Zhang at the barbecue stall. After 4 years of college visits, they were already quite familiar with each other. Yo, isn't that Xiao Yi? Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang with surprise and greeted him warmly, saying, aren't you graduated? Yi Yang chuckled. You little rascals, still so sweet-tongued. Aunt Zhang laughed heartily. All right, wait a moment, I'll grill it for you right away. Just moments ago, the three who followed Yi Yang included female classmates eager to see handsome boys and male classmates hoping to catch a glimpse of beautiful girls, all rushing to occupy every seat at the barbecue stall. Ahem, boss, one serving of barbecue. Me too. Aunt Zhang was bewildered, wondering what was happening. Why was business suddenly so good tonight? Uncle Zhang was busy on the side, smiling without speaking. Men naturally understand men well. After a while, both barbecue and beer were served. Oh, I just saw you, Xiao Yi. When did you get two such beautiful girls? As soon as Aunt Zhang spoke, all the boys sitting nearby perked up their ears. Everyone wanted to learn how he managed to attract such incredible beauties, and not just one but two. This skill made them drool with envy. Yi Yang scratched his head, pretending to be puzzled for a moment. Hurry up and tell us. The boys beside him were anxiously pulling their hair. Perhaps it's because I'm just too handsome. Yi Yang chuckled. TSK. Damn. Sigh. The boys instantly deflated, having to admit that Yi Yang was indeed handsome. Such innate qualities were not something they could learn. You're still so cheeky. Aunt Zhang covered her mouth and laughed. It had indeed been a long time since she last saw Yi Yang, and she couldn't help but ask about his recent situation. Xiao Yi, you graduated 6 months ago. Your job is stable now, right? Job? Yi Yang scratched his head. The girls nearby brightened up. For a male idol, the more perfect the better. At night one could still have dreams. A few boys who had just complained about the evils of capitalism perked up. Just relying on looks to attract two such amazing girls. They didn't believe it. Surely. No, it was definitely because he had money, right? I quit my job, Yi Yang said with a smile. Didn't I say right? Who would bring their girlfriend to eat at a snack stall if they have money? Wouldn't they be dining at a fine restaurant instead? The boys from earlier sneered. Looks like a smooth-talking scumbag. Then why did you bring me to a snack stall? Are you a scumbag too? A broke scumbag? His girlfriend indignantly said. Hi, I'm different. I haven't graduated yet. The boy awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had dug his own grave with that remark. Ha, smooth talker. His girlfriend retorted angrily. TSK. No job. Just relying on a handsome face to attract two stunning beauties. God, give me a break. Single dogs expressed strong outrage. The single boys nearby were seething with grief inside. If both don't mind, can I be the third one? Some girls present with decent looks were eager to try. Aunt Zhang frowned upon hearing this. Xiao Yi. Us young people shouldn't aim too high. Having a job is essential for a good life. Even if you face hardships, you can't give up halfway. Got it, Aunt Zhang. Yi Yang knew Aunt Zhang meant well for him. By the way, why did you actually quit your job? Aunt Zhang still looked a bit uneasy. Because I bought that company, Yi Yang replied with a wry smile. Silence fell. The entire place went silent. Even Aunt Zhang was stunned. Is that true, Xiao Yi? You said that company was worth tens of billions. You bought it. Yi Yang nodded. It's not quite right to say bought. I've become a major shareholder. Uncle Zhang certainly didn't have 5 billion in cash, so he used shares to offset debts. Now, aside from Uncle Zhang, he was the largest shareholder of Wanman Software Company. So saying he bought the company wasn't entirely a lie. Oh, it really is the evils of capitalism. The boys next to him were dumbfounded. Is this? I quit. Why? Because this company is mine now. I swear. You're a super invincible show-off. The boyfriends present almost spat blood. Look, the major shareholder of a company brings his girlfriend to eat at a barbecue stall. And you poor guys still mock him. If you had his demeanor, you would have been rich long ago. The girlfriends compared their boyfriends with Yi Yang, and immediately felt like they were shortchanged, complaining repeatedly. Cough cough. What sin did I commit back then? If I had known, I should have hurriedly taken my girlfriend and left. What was I thinking coming here to watch others show off? The boyfriends were all filled with bitterness. Maybe he's just bragging. They could only comfort their girlfriends like this. Haha, those girls are not blind. With two such beautiful girls, can he afford to take them out without money? You think everyone is as superficial and materialistic as you. The boyfriend, in a fit of anger, spoke the truth he had been holding back. What did you say? Say it again, and try. The girlfriend became furious as her facade was shattered. Cough cough, we don't need to argue over a liar. He calm down, I'll take you to buy a bag tomorrow. The boy quickly apologized. Yi Yang, fearing Aunt Zhang wouldn't believe him, took out the key to a Rolls Royce. Aunt Zhang, if you still don't believe it, this is my new car. If you like this book, please leave a 5-star review and consider giving a reward. Jiu Yang thanks you. Hee, if the performance improves, I will add more chapters next month. Now 4 chapters a day, considered a diligent author on Tomato 2. PS. If you like online games, you can check out the author's old book online game. I have countless evolution points. There's still 1 chapter tonight. Jiu Yang is off to write. HSS. Aunt Zhang sucked in a sharp breath. Living in Modu, luxury cars were ubiquitous. Everyone knew at least something about their key fobs. That's what's it called. Lao si lai si. Aunt Zhang furrowed her brow, uncertain. Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle and gently corrected her. It's Rolls Royce. Oh, right, Rolls Royce. She tapped her forehead and laughed. Well then, what do you have to say now? Beside her, Yi Yang's girlfriend had been thrilled at the thought of getting a free handbag. But the moment she saw Yi Yang pull out the Rolls Royce key fob, her face flushed with fury. How could her own boyfriend be so utterly inadequate? He could barely afford her a handbag, yet Yi Yang casually produced a Rolls Royce. Damn it! Her boyfriend's cheeks burned as if slapped midair. Gritting his teeth, he forced out, that's just a fancy lighter. I've seen the same model on Taobao. Ugh. My. Xiao Qingxian had found the earlier spectacle, the gold-digging woman and her sycophantic boyfriend bickering, amusing enough. But now irritation flickered in her eyes. She took the Rolls-Royce key fob from Yi Yang and pressed the button. Beep, beep. In the distance, the massive Rolls-Royce roared to life, its headlights blazing fiercely. Even from over 100 meters away, its sheer presence radiated the unmistakable aura of ultimate automotive prestige. HSSSSS. In that instant, no one dared laugh. All stood stunned, speechless. A car enthusiast among them gasped aloud. That's no ordinary Rolls-Royce. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. A Phantom? How expensive is that? At least 40 million yuan. Top-tier specs could fetch 50 or 60 million. Whoa, HSS. Holy hell. Silence hung for a beat. Then a chorus of stunned exclamations erupted. Arg. Her rage boiling over, the girlfriend shrieked, you pathetic loser. You mocked him for carrying a lighter. Huh, you're the lighter here. With that, humiliated and furious, she snatched the handbag her boyfriend had bought her and stormed off without a backward glance. Hey, Ting Ting, wait. Panicked, her groveling boyfriend stumbled after her. Arg. Damn, I'm insanely jealous. A Rolls Royce worth tens of millions. He's so young. Must be a mega-rich second-generation heir. One day I'll be a tycoon too. You more like a bottomless rice bowl. Ha ha ha. Puffed, can a guy dream? No comparison at all. He's rich and handsome. Even I, a man, would marry him in a heartbeat. Forget those two beauties. Even the clean-cut young man beside them began to fantasize. Ugh, how revolting. His friend recoiled with visible disdain. Don't tell me you're not thinking the same thing. The clean-cut youth retorted scornfully. Cough cough cough. Flustered and crimson-faced, his companion buried his head in his bowl and ate in silence. Looks like Xiao Ye has truly struck it rich. I'd even planned to introduce you to someone next time you visited, but alas. Aunt Zhang's services are no longer needed. She simply isn't worthy. Aunt Zhang sighed wistfully, gazing at Yi Yang with quiet envy. If only her son possessed even 1/10, or better yet 1/100th, of Yi Yang's brilliance, they wouldn't still be struggling at their age, braving freezing winters and scorching summer's day and night, selling goods from a roadside stall. Yi Yang nodded, half amused, half embarrassed. Go ahead and eat. I've got things to attend to. Aunt Zhang, having voiced just a fleeting lament about her son, quickly composed herself and returned to work. Who else but parents bore such burdens with silent endurance? No matter how flawed their children, they remained flesh of their flesh. Yi Yang watched her receding back, a quiet melancholy stirring within him, as memories of his own parents surfaced. Soon, it's time I paid them a visit. Now he had achieved true financial freedom, wealth flowing in effortlessly even while lying idle. It was time at last to lift his family's circumstances in earnest. Xiao Qingxian and Xiao Zhu had grown up as orphan sisters, dependent solely on each other. Having never known parental love, they sensed nothing of the quiet ache behind Yi Yang's gaze. Nothing. Let's drink. Yi Yang raised his beer bottle, clinked it against theirs, and drained it in one smooth. The other young men and women around them knew full well that such an extraordinary person stood far beyond their reach. So they ate quietly, stealing occasional glances at Yi Yang and the two women, content merely to feast their eyes. Just as dinner wound down, a black Toyota Prado barreled recklessly into the snack street. The alleyway was narrow to begin with. Crowded with people, the Prado lived up to its name, driving with brazen arrogance. Windows rolled down, it stopped beside each stall, and a hand reached out. Vendors scrambled to offer smiling deference, handing over varying sums of money. If the amount displeased the driver, the vehicle refused to move, only to extend that same hand once more through the open window. Here they go again. Yi Yang frowned, deeply repulsed by the display. He'd witnessed it countless times. City management officers, under the pretense of tidying urban appearance, extorted money from street vendors, demanding payment to spare their stalls from being dismantled. They called it the urban management gratuity. But in Yi Yang's eyes, what real difference existed between this and the protection rackets run by underworld thugs? Are the urban management officers collecting public security fees here? Humph, this vehicle doesn't look official at all. A bystander muttered. You must be a freshman. This area used to have real urban management officers, but after complaints they've now hired relatives to collect instead. If something goes wrong, someone will protect them. If not, they still get a cut. A student clearly accustomed to such affairs explained. Whoa, so that's how it's done. Impressive. The crowd reacted with weary familiarity, disapproving perhaps, yet saying nothing. Beep, beep. A Toyota Prado pulled up before the barbecue stall. A broad hand adorned with a gold watch extended from the window. Ha, Brother Zhou, still out so late collecting fees. Uncle Zhang hurriedly handed over a pre-prepared gratuity with a smiling bow. A puzzled murmur came from inside the car, and the hand reappeared. Uncle Zhang hesitated, then reluctantly withdrew several more red bills and slipped them in. Oomph. Brother Zhou snorted coldly and reached out once more. Brother Zhou, Uncle Zhang's face, your stall is fully staffed. You're pulling in several thousand yuan a night. Do you really think a few hundred will settle this? Brother Zhou frowned, plainly dissatisfied. I still need to turn a profit. Though Uncle Zhang longed to protest, he dared not voice his anger, and silently added a few more bills to the pile. So, half the night's labor effectively for nothing. Only then did Brother Zhou nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. Wishing you booming business. With that, the Prado rumbled back to life, preparing to move on to the next stall. Yi Yang watched the scene and shook his head. This was the unspoken law of the snack street. Unchanging, relentless. Even if he intervened, punched the man, or leveraged connections to dismantle his entire network, another Brother Wang, Brother Bao, or the like would simply step in. And since Yi Yang rarely frequented this place, he couldn't possibly oversee it indefinitely. Uncle Zhang's heart lurched. Why hadn't they left? Was this extortion still ongoing? Hey, what about that pretty boy over there? Brother Zhou leaned halfway out of the car, chin lifted, pointing toward Yi Yang's table. Xiao Qingxian sensed ill intent instantly. Her eyes sharpened with glacial frost. Xiao Zhu instinctively reached for her poison vials. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Yi Yang's mind. Could it be that these gangsters had noticed his two stunning bodyguards and intended to abduct one? How utterly cliched, yet not implausible. After all, the three of them sat amid a crowd of students conspicuously out of place. Whoa, so those two girls are this beautiful. Until now they'd been seated with their backs turned, mere silhouettes, and Brother Zhou hadn't paid them much heed. But times had changed. Open abduction of women in broad daylight was no longer tenable. One viral expose online, and the ensuing public outcry would render their lives untenable. Damn it, makes my mouth water just looking. Back in the old days we could do whatever we pleased. Inwardly cursing, Brother Zhou flashed a grin. Hey pretty boy, my sister's taken a liking to you. Hop in. Tonight's take. You're getting a share. Yi Yang froze, utterly bewildered. So they weren't after his two bodyguards, he was the target. Then again he recalled, under Chinese law, only women are protected against sexual coercion. Men aren't granted the same legal recourse. Had organized crime thus pivoted from kidnapping women to coercing unsuspecting young men? Damn, suddenly I feel rather vulnerable. Lucky I hired two stunning bodyguards. A wry, icy smile flickered across Yi Yang's lips. Nearby students stared stunned. The plot had veered wildly off script. They'd already pulled out their phones ready to film what they assumed would be a classic gangland abduction, only to discover the target was the wealthy young heir himself. Wait, seriously? Holy, times have changed, Your Honor. The college students beside them were utterly flabbergasted. My sister. Yi Yang arched a brow. Where is she? The car door swung open. A short, stocky, red-haired girl with an exaggerated pout leaned out, batting her lashes flirtatiously. Yi Yang, mid-sip of wine, spat it out instantly upon seeing her. Just a moment ago I envied this guy, rich and handsome. Now, I genuinely pity him. This tiny, swarthy delinquent. Good God, she's a masterpiece of mismatched features. The students nearby covered their faces in dismay. No wonder she felt compelled to seize men in broad daylight. Her own appearance was truly formidable. What the hell do you mean by that? Brother Zhou kicked the door wide open. Accustomed to intimidation on this street, he was incensed. Tonight someone had dared mock his sister. Ugly as she was, he certainly wasn't stingy. Ha. Why don't you first take a good look in the mirror? What grotesque specimen are you to even dream of touching my husband's body? Xiao Zhu smoothly slipped into her role as temporary fiancé. Exactly. Xiao Qingxian stepped forward, flanking the girl with a double embrace, delivering a devastating psychological blow. Big bro. They humiliated me. The diminutive, swarthy girl burst into tears. How bold of you. Zhou Yan's gaze turned icy. From the black sedan, 5 or 6 men in dark suits strode down with intimidating swagger. At once the surrounding university students, previously amused, fell silent. Even if they dared not act too recklessly under current public scrutiny, at their core, they remained gangsters. If truly provoked, calamity could easily befall the unwary. Ahem. Brother Zhou, please don't take offense at a mere child. Clearly he already has plans. Aunt Zhang, sensing danger, hurried forward to mediate. Even though Yi Yang was now wealthy, facing so many hooligans heathen would be unwise. No hero courts unnecessary peril. Should he truly be beaten, redress afterward would hardly compensate for the humiliation and harm. Get out. Brother Zhou didn't even glance at the money Aunt Zhang pressed into his hand. Instead, he shoved her backward so hard, she tumbled onto a nearby chair. My sister's dignity is worth far more than this pitiful handful of cash. Seeing Zhou Yan's brazen arrogance, Yi Yang's eyes hardened with cold severity. Aunt Zhang had cared for him diligently during his university years. I suggest you apologize to Aunt Zhang immediately. What? Apologize? Zhou Yan dug idly at his ear as if he'd just heard the most absurd jest imaginable. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? The university students watching nearby felt their nerves tighten as tensions flared. One by one they rose and backed away, then pulled out their phones ready to record. Put those phones down now. Anyone who dares film will get a beating too. 2 of Zhou Yan's lackeys brandished wooden clubs, shrieking shrilly. Brat who eats street food, dare you put on airs before me? Zhou Yan, seeing the students' fear, sneered contemptuously and swaggered toward Yi Yang like a common thug. My sister deigning to notice a penniless student like you. That's an honor beyond your station. I earn more in a single night than your parents could reap from half a lifetime of farming. Dare you defy me further? Kneel, now, and kowtow to my sister in apology. Then scram into the car, quickly. Let tonight end here. Otherwise. He smirked and flicked his wrist. His entourage of dark-suited men advanced with arrogant grins. In Zhou Yan's mind, patrons of such a humble food stall were mostly impecunious students, easy prey, easily cowed into abject submission with little more than intimidation. Yet he gravely underestimated Yi Yang. Otherwise, what will you do? Assault someone in broad daylight? Yi Yang smiled, calm, unruffled, utterly composed. The 2 golf clubs beside him were twisted into grotesque spirals that should either strike a skull, it might well shatter the crown of the head. He feared no brawl. In litigation or influence, within Shanghai, no firm surpassed Jin Cheng Law Firm. As for wealth, forgive him. He possessed no superpower, only the overwhelming power of capital. Thus, long before conflict erupted, its outcome was already sealed. All he awaited now was their first move, so he might add aggravated assault to their list of crimes. Huh. You actually think I'll hold back just because you've got a few cheap phones pointed at me? Let me tell you plainly. I'll beat you within an inch of your life, and my backers will still have you classified as slightly injured. At worst, I'll toss you some medical fees and call it settled. You think I won't lay hands on you? Brat, you weren't even born when I first ran the streets. Zhou Yan raged, driven nearly mad by Yi Yang's serene indifference. Once he'd have drawn a blade without hesitation. Now, even a destitute student dared look down on him. Had the underworld truly decayed beyond recognition? So, it's just medical fees then. A faint knowing curve lifted Yi Yang's lips. Had he said so earlier, this farce would already be over. It seems you won't relent until you're staring at your own coffin. Am I right? Zhou Yan lunged forward, his palm arcing toward Yi Yang's face. Several timid girls squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear witnessing their idol struck. Some male students, however, eagerly raised their phones. Perhaps they would trend next, gaining followers overnight. Call 110 now. Aunt Zhang, panic-stricken, fumbled for her phone to dial emergency services. But just as Zhou Yan's arm reached its apex, it froze, seized by an immense, unyielding force. He turned and stared, stunned, the delicate, seemingly aloof beauty standing nearby, the very woman he'd dismissed as an icy statue. Boss, how shall we proceed? Xiao Qingxian had been restraining herself, awaiting Yi Yang's command. Had she acted on instinct alone, Zhou Yan would have been lying unconscious long ago. Do as he said, inflict light injury. shatter his teeth. Teach him respect. Yi Yang waved dismissively. He could have handled it himself. His current physical prowess made toppling 10 men effortless. But personally striking down petty thugs, that would simply be beneath him. Understood. A flash of fierce exhilaration lit Xiao Qingxuan's eyes. With a swift twist of her wrist, she dislocated Zhou Yan's arm at the joint. Crack. A single kick sent him flying 3 meters, crumpling to the ground, blood already trickling from his mouth. Holy! This woman. Her strength. In that instant, Aunt Zhang's finger hovered frozen over her phone's keypad. The students stood paralyzed, phones raised, but forgetting utterly to press record. This a barbaric girlfriend. That kick was truly ruthless. It seems to have struck a vital point this ruffian will likely never recover in his later years. Huh. After a few moments, the crowd slowly accepted what they were witnessing and began to discuss it. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and film it. Tonight's scene is even more thrilling than a movie. It would be a travesty if this doesn't go viral. Someone shouted and the crowd quickly started recording, eager to capture the entire event. Zhou Yan clutched his lower abdomen, writhing in pain, his eyes filled with fury. What are we? Kill these little punks for me. The nearby black-clad thugs were clearly startled, but Zhou Yan's roar snapped them back to reality, and they raised their wooden sticks towards Xiao Qingxian. No need to trouble my sister. I've been wanting to vent my anger on these trash for a long time. Xiao Qingxian restrained Xiao Xiaozhu. If my sister doesn't take action, the consequences will not merely be a broken limb. Die for me. The 5 little thugs, emboldened by their numbers, charged forward. Xiao Qingxian shook her head. During her missions, she had faced hundreds of fully armed mercenaries and had to protect her employer from danger. These little minions were truly beneath her notice. Unaware of their own insignificance, she leaped gracefully, reaching a height of over a person, delivering kicks to the faces of the 2 thugs charging at her. Teeth and blood erupted from the mouths of the 2 thugs, who were sent flying unconscious. What? The 3 remaining thugs were stunned at the sight. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Qingxian landed and executed a sweeping kick, knocking down the 2 closest thugs. Rising from the ground, she stepped on the 2 fallen thugs. With every kick, a thug's ribs were crushed under her. Gulp. That's a high heel. This kick could pierce through ribs. The onlookers trembled in fear. My lady, I was wrong. The last thug threw down his stick and turned to flee. But Xiao Qingxian kicked him in the lower back, sending him crashing to the ground. His chin was broken. Damn. An unparalleled beauty taking down 5 armed men in mere breaths. The visual impact was absolutely thrilling. If I hadn't seen the lead-up, I would have thought they were filming a martial arts movie. Gulp. I never imagined this beauty could be so terrifying. Those flying kicks were simply stunning. Awesome. I have a feeling my social media is going to blow up. This video is definitely going viral. The university students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the nearby vendors cheered. Zhou Yan, usually arrogant and oppressive, had essentially been robbing them. Today he finally got what he deserved. Xiao Qingxian casually walked over to Zhou Yan, whose eyes were filled with boundless fear. Who are you really? I must tell you, there are so many cameras around. If you kill me, you won't survive either. My uncle is in the precinct. Zhou Yan was stunned. Having mixed for over 20 years, he had rarely encountered someone this fierce. The few times he faced someone who could take on 10 by themselves, they were always top-tier bodyguards of prominent bosses. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and film. Film it. He shouted angrily at the onlookers as Xiao Qingxian approached step by step. Weren't you just saying we couldn't film? Whoever films gets beaten too. Where's that arrogance from earlier? The university students who disdained Zhou Yan's thuggish behavior began to mock him. Zhou Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How was I supposed to know that the other party was such a formidable powerhouse? However, a mere university kid, how could he? Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Qingxuan's foot landed squarely on his face, crushing several of his teeth with her high heel. Hiss. Seeing the inexplicable excitement glimmer in Xiao Qingxuan's eyes, Yi Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Please let my brother go. I swear I won't dare to target you again. We were wrong. The short, feisty girl knelt before Xiao Qingxuan, pleading for mercy. Boss. Xiao Qingxuan, though still wanting to have some fun, turned to Yi Yang with understanding. Ahem, that's enough. If we push it further, Feng Han might have trouble filing a lawsuit. Yi Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had always known Xiao Qingxian was skilled, but he hadn't expected her to be this formidable. In the blink of an eye, she had taken down 5 burly men. And all this while being unarmed. All right then. Xiao Qingxian shrugged and withdrew her heel from Zhou Yan's face. Consider yourself lucky. If you dare to provoke others carelessly in the future, I'll crush your head with a kick. Zhou Yan, bloodied and bruised, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He silently vowed never to embarrass himself like this again. In that moment when his teeth were crushed, he could truly feel the immense power of that beautiful leg capable of crushing his head. It was a breath of death. It's good to be alive. He gasped heavily, coughing violently. Bro, are you okay? It's all my fault for being so reckless, boo-hoo. The little girl sobbed, supporting Zhou Yin back to the Toyota Land Cruiser. As for medical expenses, it depends on how capable your lawyer is. Yiyang said with a cold smile, throwing in a, let's go. Having eaten enough, Yiyang pressed the car key. The Rolls-Royce Phantom awakened like a slumber. Upon seeing that beast in the darkness, Zhou Yan's thoughts of extorting hefty medical fees were instantly